I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman is stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay, I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me, I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today, bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help, I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be, constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it, now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong, maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong, and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts, I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan, devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to that's actually a joke. But none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat. I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go. I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat. Don't come to me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold. Can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown. Roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old. These people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred. Not apparent to the public cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup. Break trust, tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine. Every day I gotta live through a lie. Acting like I haven't been through a lot. Acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I might show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me and that's about money. I guess that's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred. Not apparent to the public cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is...
Yo chat, everybody get in here, we're doing sleep stream. We are about to be live all night chat. Everybody get in here, we're gonna be live all night, YouTube videos all night. Everybody lock in bro, we're about to get started right now. Have an absolutely amazing night chat, I love y'all.
Him, but I couldn't. Instead, I tried to look where his eyes were pointing. The monster Brenda talked about was real, and it was very, very hungry. The night was still young, the moon barely visible in the sky. Dancers with torches ran past me, screaming and singing as they beckoned people to join in. The procession was already several miles long. I'd never seen it get this big. Let's go! Em, my sister, grabbed me by the hand, pulling me towards the dancers. I shook my head first. It was way too busy. I felt weird about dancing with people I didn't know like this, too. And there was something else going on, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Are you a chicken or what? Em stuck her tongue out, and I rolled my eyes, allowing her to line me up behind her friends who were cheering loudly. It was fun, really. We pranced through town, singing, drinking. Honestly, it's been a while since I let go like that. But then, something changed. The procession wasn't heading towards the city hall like it was supposed to, but somewhere out of town. That, in itself, admittedly, didn't feel like such a big deal. It was easy to see why people wouldn't want to stop and dance for just a bit longer. The music, the loud singing from people, it was all exhilarating. Still, somehow, I felt uneasiness sneak into my chest. I grabbed Em by the hands just as she nearly slipped away from me. She was dancing around a teen roughly her age, one of the original dancers who wore a fancy costume and fun markings on her cheeks. Stay close to me, Em. She was pretty, all right, but I didn't feel comfortable being separated from my sister, not by her or anyone. Why are you being such a spoilsport? Em pouted up at me. She was breathing heavily, her voice a bit raspy already from having too much fun. I shrugged, but then I motioned for the dancers. They were starting to separate themselves from the rest of the crowd. Looks like they're gonna do another performance or something. You don't want to be stuck there without knowing the choreography, do you? It was just an excuse, of course. I had absolutely no idea if I was right or wrong. However, it made sense to me at that time. It took my sister a few seconds to answer. She looked almost a bit dazed, eyes still set on the dancer from before. I had to admit, I understood why she was so mesmerized. Just like all the others in the dance troupe, the girl was gorgeous. And well, she was also moving in a near hypnotizing manner. No, I wouldn't want that to happen. I ruffled my sister's hair lovingly, tugging her along as we headed down empty streets. We were almost out of the suburbs by then, headed straight for the woods. The air was much warmer than I'd expected it to be, almost too heated. I wanted a little bit more of it, admittedly. It was suffocating being so close to so many people for more than a few minutes, after all. I noticed my chest tightening just as I was pushed into a tall man from behind. I was being too slow. He didn't react, and neither did the person behind me. It was as if they didn't even notice that they were squishing me between each other. It took me a solid minute to wrangle myself out of my makeshift prison. You okay? Em asked, worry shining in her eyes. I nodded quickly, but motioned to the side of the crowd where it wasn't as thick. Want to just leave for a sec? I need to breathe a bit. We can join back in right after. That time around, I was the one led by Emmy. She was used to it by then, I believe. My asthma liked to act up when it least needed to, after all. Still, it took us a few minutes to wrangle our bodies through the dancers. It was a bit bizarre, almost. I'd been to many concerts before, and the crowd was always, at least a bit more understanding. Sure, it was a bit different from dancing constantly and moving forward than just watching a show, but still. Once we were a bit outside of the procession, I could finally breathe. I felt lightheaded, almost drunk on the music and people, but I snapped out of it quickly as I took a few puffs of my inhaler. My lungs were still a bit too tight. Want to head back soon? Em asked, staring straight ahead of her. There was something a bit odd about the way her gaze never left the dancer from before. She craned her neck further and further as the girl danced past us. She was in the front row completely with the rest of her group. Only then did I realize that we were somehow all standing in the cemetery. Wait, how did we get here without me realizing it? I felt a lot more lucid as I shook my head, looking around in order to try and see if anyone else but me cared. Hundreds of people were still singing and dancing around. They seemed to be pretty much ignoring our new location. Perhaps they'd known already? Still, Just as M started tugging me back into the head of the dancing mass of people, I heard it. A man cleared his throat. He was standing on top of a grave, short but somehow intimidating. Like the dancers, he wore gold effortlessly.
My children, I thank thee for bringing me so many new souls. Our father, the banished son, will be so glad to hear of your good deeds on the day of...
Only as he talked on and on did it finally dawn on me. The people still swaying to the rhythm of music we couldn't even hear anymore weren't just enjoying the vibe of the procession. We're trapped, I hissed, reaching out to grab my sister by the arm. But she wasn't there. Em, what the heck, where are you? She didn't respond. It took me a whole minute, and it felt much longer to locate her. She was once more around the girl from before, laughing, dancing around her as if she hadn't heard the man. She probably hadn't. I swallowed hard. My sister seemed lost, her eyes empty, lips constantly moving as if she was chanting something. I started to hear it from others too, their quiet words quickly morphing into something much louder. My focus was solely on M, though. I felt so scared. After all, it seems like I could slip away, but only without her. I was the only one still somewhat lucid. Everyone around us seemed far too gone. But why? It took me a moment to realize. My earplugs. I'd worn them to the carnival to be able to hear my own thoughts, since I was quite sensitive to sound. Perhaps for some reason, they were blocking out whatever was causing others to lose their minds. I had to choose. Try and get M, but likely fail, or get away. I ran. I didn't look back a single time, not when someone started chasing me, not when I could hear them catch up with me. I wanted more time to think of a plan, to figure out a way to save her, but that never came. They dragged me back, laughing. The words that meant nothing to me slipped off their lips, sticky like honey and yet filled with poison. The music picked up again. There was laughter, singing, dancing, and then a bright flash of light. Everything around us ceased to exist right after. It was all but darkness and pain. So much pain.
They say nothing is ever given, only earned. Years ago, my wife and I were met with an opportunity that completely rejected this idea. We were young then, far poorer too. We were desperate for a house, and the ones that we'd been looking round that were within our budget were run down and dangerous. We thought they were our only options. Until one day, we were met with the offer of a lifetime. Now, we remember it as the offer of 2 lives.
Harry, are we sure this place is legit? There's no way this is the same price as some of the other shacks we've been looking around.
Jessica, my wife, was extremely suspicious of the mansion we were currently being toured around. I mean, it's certainly bizarre that such a big place is worth so little. Maybe it's the area? I was trying to wrap my head around it too. We had been looking around houses that were practically falling apart up until now, so to suddenly be met with a house of this grandeur for the same price, it was unheard of. After some deliberation and another hour spent exploring the place, we had failed to find any faults with it. A week or so later, we bought it. Desperation transcended any worries or concerns we had with the unusual pricing-to-house ratio. The opportunity just seemed all too good to miss out on. Perhaps we had finally found ourselves a stroke of luck. Only our luck was hollow. Our first day moving in, we were still plagued by awe at the white marble floors and beautifully painted walls. There was a golden chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the kitchen and the bedroom. It was the same size as my parents' entire upper floor.
I can't believe it. This is really our home?
Jessica warbled, her eyes seeping crystallized tears. They were tears of joy. I paused for a moment. I thought I heard something like scratching coming from the wall. Shaking my head, I walked over to Jessica and hugged her tightly. I was crying slightly too. This was far beyond just a welcome change in our miserable lives. Both of us worked office jobs 9 until 5 every day for minimum wage. At least now we would be coming home each day to a magnificent place to sleep. And no parents whining, criticizing, shouting, and so on. Behind us, 2 men came in carrying our only piece of furniture, aside from the bed, that we owned. It was an old sofa, blackened with dust, fading with age. They set it down behind us before heading back out to grab the boxes with the rest of what little possessions we had were in. Releasing each other, Jess and I started pushing the sofa up against the wall. Suddenly, the sound of scratching came from within. It was the same noise as I had heard before, only louder. Probably the pipes? I spoke immediately, trying to block out any indication of a fault in the house. The price obviously meant something was wrong with it, but we dared not discover what it was, for our own sake. We gave each other an uneasy glance, but more boxes were coming in, so we walked away, trying to ignore the noise. The scratching was getting louder. We went to bed later that night, smiling, streams of tears dripping down our eyes as we rested in our new home. Life seemed so good. The scratching was getting louder. The next morning, we went down for breakfast and sat merrily, chomping away at our toast and butter, sipping away at the luscious cups of tea we made in our new kitchen. Scratching louder. Day after day, the routine progressed. The scratching became clawing, screaming, death amplified by sound. We caved. Something was making that noise. We called the estate agent the following morning, panic infused into our voices.
Julia here, how can I help?
She chirped, answering the phone. We spoke to her about the scratching noises coming from inside the walls, to which she gave the odd, and okay, but never anything more. It was like she already had an answer, right from when she picked up the phone. Eventually, it became clear that she wasn't listening in the slightest. Jessica didn't react so well to that.
What the hell is going on in our house?
She screeched down the phone. There was a moment of silence. Julia breathed in, and suddenly, life had embedded itself into her as she began to speak.
I'm sorry. I'm not so sure I can help you two. That house you're in, it's terrifying to me. The last estate agent who was allocated to it went missing the day he was due to tour around this guy, recently divorced, I heard, when he never came back to the office. The police hunted for him, but both he and the set of house keys were gone, and there was no word back from the divorced man either. I don't want to be any more involved with that place any more than I already am. Goodbye.
She slammed down the phone on the other end of the call. Both Jessica and I stood there, jaws open, staring at the phone in utter disbelief. We tried sleeping that night, but Julia's words had gotten to us, like an infection of sorts. The sound of the scratching had become unbearable, and there was this horrid stench reeking throughout the house. And all of it was strongest and loudest in the living room, behind our sofa. We both sat up in bed, gave each other a look of determination, and darted downstairs, heading into the garage to grab a hammer. Now, we both stood in the living room, staring at the wall behind the sofa. I grasped the hammer in my right hand, and Jessica had her phone out in hers. The flash turned on. We flicked off the lights and saw that the paint on the wall right above the sofa was a different color to the paint around it. Our suspicions were right. We flicked on the light, and taking a deep gust of air, I began smashing down the wall. It fell apart with ease. It was poorly made, hollow. As I broke away at the drywall, the stench erupted. We covered our noses to avoid asphyxiation from the dreadful aroma. All of a sudden, as I broke apart more and more of the wall, a stampede of rats came sprinting out from the space behind it. They They spread all over the floor, with blood trailing behind them. Our attention twisted back to inside the wall, and our eyes widened. Jessica instantly bolted away towards the bathroom, followed by the sound of vomit gushing from her mouth. I, however, remained still in the living room, paralyzed. I was staring into the empty eye sockets of a dead man, still suited up in the same style of outfit as our estate agent, Julia, had worn. There were keys lodged down his throat, his entire jugular displaced, still leaking with blood. The rest of his body was ripped apart, and the stench of rot filled the house with its grotesque essence. His skull had been caved in, too. Hours later, once the police had arrived, through the flood of tears and cries of horror, I overheard the police discussing that they had just found another corpse, bludgeoned to death. A pair of house keys belonging to this very house were found lodged down her throat. It didn't take a scientist to see the link. The other victim was identified to be the ex of the divorced man who had been touring around there just months before. The keys lodged down the estate agent's throat were keys to his old house, the same house his ex had still been living in. Perhaps it was a fit of rage, a coping method, a desire for revenge. We moved out the following week. We had a feeling the man wasn't finished.
Hey guys, my name is Alan. Today I want to tell you about my job. The only job I've ever had in my life, and for sure, one of the most dangerous jobs there is. I'm a truck driver. I'm sure you can imagine how difficult my job is and why it's so dangerous. I have to drive the truck for many hours, almost always without sleep and in a hurry, and to make it worse, in the dark. Apart from the fear of crashing or falling asleep at the wheel, people always ask me if I have any stories to tell, if I saw any ghosts or any strange occurrences while driving that endangered my life. Fortunately for them, I always have a story to tell them. I may not have fought any ghosts or beings from another planet, but this was a real danger. A danger that you, I, and anyone else may have experienced. That night, I was driving with my companion, Randy, a fellow I'd known my whole life, who decided to accompany me on his day off. Randy had just gotten divorced, and since he had no kids, he didn't have much to do. He was a good man, nice, pleasant, and entertaining, but he did talk his head off.
Hey, are you sure you don't want to stop for a drink? I'm driving, Randy. You know I can't have anything to drink. Well, at least have a coffee and I'll have a beer. We did that at the last stop. Are you trying to sabotage me? You're technically competition. Hey, look at that.
As I looked out the window, I could see a large number of police cars passing me. They seemed to be in a hurry, as if looking for someone.
Be careful. Maybe they're coming for you. For me. In any case, they were coming for you. Surely you didn't murder your ex-wife while you were drunk. Nah, she's more likely to murder me. I should be worried. I hope you have a good lawyer. Hey, there's some trees here. Can you stop the truck? Why? I had too much beer, man. You know. Are you peeing yourself again? Yep. Okay, man. I guess I can stop driving for a while, too.
I stopped the truck, and Randy started to walk into the trees, getting more lost.
Randy, what are you doing? Have you become selective with the trees? I can't pee if you're looking at me. What makes you think I'd like to see you? I don't know, and I don't want to take the risk. Surely no one believes him when he says he's a truck driver.
Seconds passed, and Randy didn't come back. At first, I thought it was funny. He really should have been hanging on for a long time. But when the first minutes started to pass, I started to worry.
Hey, Randy? You there? You're gonna flood the forest. Hey, man, are you there?
Randy didn't answer me, and I started to worry. He wasn't drunk enough to pass out. He had barely been drinking, but maybe he ran into a wild animal or tripped and hurt himself on the trail. I grabbed my flashlight and went down to look for my friend. With the flashlight on, I walked into the forest. How far could he have gone?
Randy, where are you?
As if in answer to my call, I heard a voice coming from a tree. At that moment, I didn't realize that this voice didn't belong to my friend and that I should have never gone to her.
Over here.
I approached where the voice was coming from, and it belonged to a girl. She was against a tree, full of blood and scared. I rushed to her aid, but I saw a knife in her hands, and I took a step back.
Hey, lady, what happened to her? Are you hurt?
I couldn't help it.
What couldn't be helped? Do you need assistance? I can call an ambulance from here. The nearest hospital is several miles away.
I just couldn't help it. I'm sick of it. But when you see them, it's so tempting.
What are you talking about?
Without any difficulty, the girl stood up with the knife firmly in her hand and stared at me for the first time.
The police are out to get me, and I can't blame them. I know I'm doing something wrong, but I can't help it. I don't want to kill anymore. But when I have someone in front of me, I just want to kill them.
Lady, you're scaring me. Put the knife down.
Nail my knife into his body. Feel his ribs break. The noise to the flesh when it's pierced. And the blood that starts coming out like a fountain of water.
Lady, you are not wounded. That's not your blood, is it?
I need to do it. One more time. One more time, and I promise this will be the last. I know I say this all the time, but I promise. With you, I will stop!
The woman lunged violently at me, but before she could thrust the knife into me, I grabbed her arm and threw her. She hit a tree, and with a huge smile, she ran into the forest, losing sight of me. Did she run away? No. She just didn't want me to see her so she could attack me again when I was unprepared. I could hear the sound of the grass, of the plants. She was close by. I ran to my truck, but on the way, I found something I didn't want to see. Randy's body was already lifeless in a tree. It was his blood running down the body of that crashed woman.
Randy, no!
Suddenly, I heard a noise in the grass near me. The woman lunges at me again with the knife in her hands, but filled with anger and sadness for my friend. I grab her hand again and stop her. We both struggled, but it was clear that I had the upper hand.
Look at my friend! Look what you did to him! You monster! He was a good man. Sure, he could stop you, and he didn't because you're a woman! I'm not that good!
I was about to pull the knife out of her, but without my expecting it, all my resistance ended when she kicked me in the crotch. I fell to the ground, exhausted and full of pain.
So you were a good person. I'm sorry. I didn't want to kill you. I always looked for a good person in my life. I'm sorry.
Was she talking to my dead friend? I got up to see what was going on, and when I did, I almost threw up. The woman was kissing Randy's corpse, while with her hand, she was still sticking the knife into him.
You're crazy! You're completely crazy!
Without paying attention to me, the woman's kisses turned into bites. I turned and ran as fast as I could, while from a distance, I watched as this woman ate my friend's face, only stopping to scream.
I'm sorry!
I got into the truck, and as I started it up, I called the police. That night, I never heard from her again. Shortly thereafter, the police contacted me to recognize my friend's body. Apparently, the police arrived very quickly. They were nearby as they were looking for Aurora, the girl who tried to kill me. When they arrived, she was still with Randy's body, eating it. When I talked with the police and told them the whole story, they were disgusted, but they weren't surprised at all. Apparently, this was the way she used to act. That same night, there were reports that she was seen where I made my last stop with Randy. She had gotten into the back of our truck and tried to get away, but the temptation to kill us came over her. The police told me that all the guilt she felt was acted out. She was a psychopath, incapable of emotion or empathy, but she loved to pretend she did. The only thing that was real about that encounter was her desire for human flesh, as she had vorophilia, a paraphilia that causes those who have it to feel the need to eat or be eaten by humans. The police tried to explain to me many other technicalities of Aurora's story, but I was not interested in knowing anything else. After I was a witness in the trial, I never got involved in the subject again. From that day on, I never stopped my truck at night, and when I did, it was always in a crowded place. I would never again expose myself to being alone at night, at the mercy of someone who wanted to harm me or my loved ones. OnlyFans used to be such a popular platform. It used to be a place where models could make a lot of money by posting videos and pictures for their fans. Maybe it was still like this for the really popular models, but not for me. I've used this platform for years, but never really made that much money. I was always just kind of scraping by. Recently, things had gotten even worse. My subscriber count was dwindling, and I was barely making enough to pay my bills. I had to do something to make some quick cash. And one day, a subscriber sent me a message that gave me a brilliant idea. Why not mesh my love for horror movies with my OnlyFans account? I could create horror stories that my subscribers could pay to watch. See, I'd mentioned my love for horror stories on my OnlyFans page before, and some of my loyal fans still knew that I loved all things horror.
Why don't you use your love for horror to make some extra cash? It's a unique business model that you could totally cash in on. Seductive horror flicks that only your subscribers like me have access to.
I read the message over and over again, and it finally clicked. That's exactly what I would do. I would create horror stories for my fans to enjoy for a price. The first few films were really basic, just some scary, shaky movie shots paired with my alluring nature. But soon, I decided to up the ante and make things more interactive. I started filming with other people, and we would act out horror scenes from some of my subscribers' fantasies. Things were going really great at first. My subscribers were loving the new content, and I was making more money than ever before. But then one day, things took a turn for the worse. It was the day I received another message from the original subscriber who had suggested the whole idea.
Do you think I could be a part of one of your horror films? I have some great ideas.
I responded with a simple,
Sure.
not thinking much of it. I mean, what harm could it do? But little did I know that this fan had something much more sinister in mind. We first met up at a Starbucks in my town. As I sat down at the table, I noticed the man in front of me was slightly pudgy with an unkempt beard. He was definitely not my type, but I didn't want to be rude. We talked for a bit, and he told me some of his ideas for the film. They were all really dark and twisted, and I have to admit that they did give me the chills. But that is what horror is really about, right?
I've got quite a lot of expensive camera equipment. We could use my place to film too. I'm a part-time landlord, so I've got an empty apartment that we could use.
I mulled it over for a bit. His ideas were good and his offer was tempting, but something inside me just didn't feel right. I had a bad feeling about this whole thing, but I couldn't shake it. Still, I ended up saying yes. Big mistake. We started filming that very night, and things were going great at first. The dude actually had a really cool setup, and the entire process was going well, until I received a notification on my phone. Why are you streaming this on OnlyFans? I thought you were making a movie. I stared at the message on my phone, confused.
What's the matter, sweet? Is everything okay? We only have a few more scenes.
Are we streaming this, Darren?
As I stared at him, a change came over his face. Anger filled every crevice of his being, and he slammed his hand on the door of the apartment.
Who told you? Who told you I was streaming this?
Before I could answer, he lunged at me, and everything went black. I woke up tied to a chair with a bright light shining on my face. I squinted against the light, trying to make out where I was. It looked like I was in some sort of basement, and then I saw him, Darren. He was sitting in a chair across from me, holding my phone.
Now, the real horror movie is going to begin, my sweet. My kitten, my model. You're going to be the star of a real horror movie, darling. I'll cut you loose now. Try to escape if you can.
He released me from the chair and I tried to run, but he was already behind me, his hand wrapping around my throat. He flung me to the ground, all the while holding his camera and pointing it at me.
And action.
I stumbled to my feet and ran away from him, but he was right behind me, laughing maniacally the whole time. He chased me through the basement, and I could hear his heavy breathing as he ran after me. I was about to give up. I stumbled to a halt, but I heard him panting behind me, a knife in his hand as he ran with the camera in the other.
Where do you think you're going? The show's just getting started.
I turned around to face him, and that's when I saw it. The glint of the knife in the light, the madness in his eyes. And then he was upon me, stabbing me over and over as I screamed for help. The last thing I remember was him holding me close as I bled out, the camera still rolling the whole time. When I woke up, I was tied to a chair again. I felt numb all over, and my vision was blurred. I could hear Darren's voice, but it sounded distant.
It's lucky I didn't get too carried away, isn't it? We still need a promo video, don't we, my sweet?
I saw Darren's sickly face in front of me, a grin spreading across his fat cheeks as he watched me. Looking down, I saw my bloodied body, roughly bandaged up in an attempt to keep me alive. He stood above me, his grin on his face and a camera still in his hand as he cackled in my face. And he taunted me again and again, making fun of me each time I felt myself drifting to the edge of reality. I could feel myself fading, feel myself slipping away as I complied with his demands and did everything he told me to.
Don't worry, the pain will go away soon. If you don't want me to make it worse, though, you'll do as I say.
Now, if you're watching this, it means that Darren has uploaded the video of my murder to OnlyFans. And if you're a subscriber, then you're one of the lucky ones who gets to see it. When I was younger, Valentine's Day used to be my favorite date of the year. My girlfriend and I had been dating for over 3 years, and things were going great. This year, I had a lot of plans for Valentine's Day, but something would come between me and my girlfriend. It started 2 days before Valentine's Day. Samantha hadn't answered my messages all day, which I thought was weird. I was about to go to her house, but suddenly she answered me. She told me she overslept, so she didn't go to work either. I offered to go see her, but she said no. Let's meet directly on Valentine's Day. At first, her messages seemed strange to me. They had a lot of spelling mistakes, which was unnatural for her. But I assumed she had just woken up, and she told me a few days before her cell phone was not working the best way. The next day went by pretty fast. I spent the day working, and Sam responded to me at very random times. She was acting weird. Did something happen to her? I decided not to insist too much, since the next day I would go to see her in the morning. When the sun came up, I got ready as I could finally see her. I put on the best perfume I had, bought her flowers and chocolates, and with a smile, I went to her house. No matter what was happening to Samantha, this day was going to be sensational. As I was arriving at her house, I received a message from Samantha. The message said that she was going to take a shower and that she left the front door open. I was surprised at how reckless she was, but I just went along with it. As I entered the house, I saw that the bathroom door was closed and there was a noise coming from behind it into the shower, so I sat down to wait for her. Suddenly, the door opened and steam came out of the bathroom, but instead of meeting my girlfriend, someone else appeared. A white, scrawny, and very tall man came out of the bathroom wearing my girlfriend's underwear. But the worst thing, what surprised me the most, was his face. That wasn't his face. He had pieces of skin stuck all over his face. It was probably sealed with a very strong glue, since the man walked with extreme tranquility without the skin falling off. Not only was the skin glued, but also the hair. But I recognized that golden hair. That was Samantha's hair.
Who are you? Where's Samantha?
What are you saying, Roy? I am Samantha. Can't you see my face? Don't you like me anymore?
My first impulse was to run as fast as I could to the door, but it wasn't going to happen. This man was a little closer, so at a great speed he arrived first, and with his body he covered the door.
Hey, my love, have you forgotten yourself at home? Why are you so upset?
You psycho! Where's Sam?
Enraged, it seems that the man didn't like my comment. So furious, he jumped at me and grabbed my head with his two huge hands, shouting at me, face to face.
What part don't you understand that I am Sam? Have you forgotten about me? Did you hit your head coming in? You know what? I'd kill you for questioning your girlfriend, but I'll spare your life for now, just because you brought me my favorite chocolates. Stay here while I change, honey. I'll be back in a while.
When the man closed the door and left me in the dark, before I could get up to turn on the light, I felt something strange next to me, like wet. Suddenly, a horrible smell came up my nose. It was disgusting. I felt like I was going to vomit at any moment. I held my nose, and in desperation, I went to turn on the light in the basement. On the way, I felt many insects hitting my face. I knew what this meant, but I didn't want to assume it, so I wanted to avoid it as much as possible. When I turned on the light, I couldn't avoid reality for another second. That was Samantha's body. The body was decomposing. Around Sam, flies seemed to be feasting. As if it wasn't enough, many parts of her face and body were disfigured or skinless. What that psycho was wearing on his face was really Samantha's face. I fell to my knees on the floor, and almost ignoring the disgusting smell that didn't let me breathe, I cried as hard as I could. After a few seconds of wailing, I tried to open the door as hard as I could. I was always a small man, strength was never my thing, and even at that moment, I felt totally useless. I was facing a simple wooden door, crying, while a man was putting on my girlfriend's clothes, who was already behind me, decomposing. I felt pathetic, and I was. From 1 second to the next, the door opened, but not because I forced it, but because the man had returned.
I'm back, honey.
You!
Ahead of me, knocking me down with absurd ease, the man who killed my girlfriend was standing in front of me. That man was wearing Samantha's favorite skirt with a black top that he couldn't even finish zipping up.
Hey, I understand that you're very upset, but let me explain what happened. This man came into my house and tried to kill me. He told me he was watching you on the street, always dreaming of being your partner. Can you believe it? He came with the intention of killing me and pretending to be me. What a psycho.
Furious, I stood up and lunged at him again. But again, it was pointless. The man grabbed me by the neck before I could hit him, and with one hand he lifted me up, only to throw me against Sam's corpse.
Hey, honey, you shouldn't be so upset. I wasn't going to let this man come between us. I killed him as soon as I saw him. You should have heard how he screamed. It was delicious. His screams still sound in my head. What an exquisite melody. I assure you, he suffered a lot before he died. You see, honey, I couldn't pass up an exquisite sound like that. So before I killed him, I tortured him. I made sure he survived until the last second he could feel pain. Anyway, honey, are we going to a nice restaurant?
Ah!
I had made it. I had escaped. I ran to the door, crying and preparing to tell the police everything. But something in me was wrong. All my fear, helplessness, and sadness turned into hatred. Pure hatred towards the monster that had taken away the most important thing in my life. Instead of running away, I turned to him. He was still alive, and confused, he spoke to me.
My love, I don't feel good. I think you hurt me.
You are not my love. You are not Samantha. You took her from me. She's never coming back because of you.
When I finished, I just fell on the floor and started crying, in shock because of everything that had happened. When the police came, I was arrested for double homicide, but after the truth came out, I was released. After that, I could never be in a couple again. I never felt I could open my heart to someone else and experience anything like that again. Every Valentine's Day is torture. Torture where in my nightmares I relive everything that happened that day. I recently started therapy. I hope someday to be able to heal, but in the meantime, I spend Valentine's Day locked up and alone, trying to face my memories.
Ever heard of the SCP Foundation? You know, the fictional universe where they supposedly have trapped many monsters and strange beings. In case you have, how would you feel if I told you it was real? Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know if it really exists, but after experiencing what I experienced that Friday afternoon in an IKEA, I refuse to believe that these are just internet stories. Some of it has to be true. It all started several years ago. I was still small and knew nothing about SCP, conspiracies, monsters, or the internet. That day, my parents took me to IKEA, and I'm not gonna lie, I was really bored. I started walking around IKEA while my parents were asking for a couch, and I remember something caught my attention. I came across an aisle that stretched way too far. There was furniture everywhere, but no one was looking. I started walking and walking until the front door was almost out of sight. When would the hallway end? I had to find out, so I just kept going.
Ace! What do you think you're doing here? What did I tell you about sneaking out while Mom and Dad are shopping?
I'm sorry, Mom.
Do you know what can happen if you get lost? You can get caught by a bad man, or even a monster. Would you rather be with a monster than with Mom and Dad?
No, Mom. I'm sorry. I knew there was no such thing as monsters, but I still nodded. My mom started walking with me in the direction of my dad, but I needed to know what was at the end of that huge hallway. I started to walk slower and slower until my mom passed me, and at that moment, I took the opportunity to turn around. As soon as I saw that my mom had gained some distance, I ran as fast as I could. I was back on track. After going a few seconds ahead, I got tired and stopped. I assumed my mother would be behind me, furious, putting her hands on her hips apprehensively as she always did. But no, there was no one behind me. I looked back and could no longer see the entrance to the IKEA, nor could I see my parents, other customers, salespeople, nothing. Somewhat confused, I kept walking forward, hoping to at least find another exit. I walked and walked, at times even ran. How many minutes had passed? How could this place be so big? I was breathing harder and harder and getting more and more nervous. I was alone in a harmless IKEA, well lit and safe, but at the same time, something was wrong. As if something inside me was telling me that I was in danger. When I felt I was about to start crying, something filled me with calmness and hope. I saw an IKEA employee with his back turned. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing there looking at some appliances.
Sir, I think I'm lost.
The man had no face. Terrified, I started walking backwards. He just followed me at a very slow pace, but without stopping. I ran and ran as much as I could.
Many times I thought I had lost him, but I could only see him far away, walking with tranquility that terrified me. Time passed and I could see that he was getting closer and closer to me. Was he walking faster? No, I was getting tired. Exhausted and full of fear, I fell to the ground. The being dressed in IKEA stood in front of me, and when I had already given up, he simply did nothing. He just stood there, watching me, without reacting. It won't do anything to you, kid. It's still daytime. They only attack at night. Who are you? You're lost, aren't you? This place is not for children. Where are we? In IKEA, I guess. I've been here for months and I still haven't found my way out, but I think I'm close. It must be around here somewhere. There are a lot of people like us. Follow me. But I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I want to be with my mom and dad. Mommy and daddy are not here, child. Come with me or you'll die.
Attention. We ask that the last customers go to the cashier area. Our business hours are now closed.
Not good. I have to go. I'm sorry, kid. You would have been a burden anyway. Sir, this area is for employees only. I'm gonna ask you to leave. It was another faceless IKEA employee. It was identical to the previous one, but this one looked different. He was much more aggressive. His voice was scary and dry, but the weirdest thing was he didn't have a mouth either. What was he talking about? You brat! You brought them! The teenager tried to hit the IKEA employee, but it was useless. From 1 second to the next, with a slight movement of the hand, the monster snapped the teenager's neck, who fell lifeless to the ground. I didn't have time to see the scene as the monster, along with 2 others that appeared behind him, were looking at me. I'm sorry, sir. This is not customer service hours. Come with us. We will have to take you to the exit. As I said these words, the 3 of them approached me, but not like the other one had done before. This time, they were walking fast, so fast that it looked like they were running. Their distorted faces seemed to be in motion as if they were changing shape with every second, and their hands, their veiny hands were hardened. It was as if they were ready to grab my little neck and do the same to me as they did to the teenager. I ran as fast as I could. I spun around. Somehow I had to lose them. Nothing worked. They were still behind me. I had turned around so many times that I had no idea where they were. I hid behind an oven and saw some men passing by. I think I lost them. I looked at them while they were leaving, and something caught my attention. There were only 2 of them. Where was the 3rd one? Sir, by being here, you are violating our work rules. This is a forbidden area. My body hurt a lot, and the man had not finished his attack. He was coming at high speeds towards me. Crying, I looked for something to defend myself, but there was nothing. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. When the man was only a few steps away, I realized that there was a door behind me. Was it covered by the appliances? With the last bit of strength I had left, I opened the door and got in. That was the exit door. Suddenly, I was outside the IKEA. There were people walking around and cops nearby. Hey, I found him! He's here! Everything happened very fast. From 1 second to the next, I had several policemen near me grabbing me. They took me to my parents, who came running a few meters away. Between tears and reprimands, my parents told me all sorts of things, but I don't remember anything. I just fell asleep, and after that, I only remember being in the hospital with a broken arm. I spent years without talking or investigating the subject. When I was older, I was encouraged to investigate, and to my surprise, I was not the only one who lived through what I lived. Apparently, there was a fictitious foundation that investigated these anomalies, and the IKEA was one called SCP-3008. This may have bothered me a lot when I was young, but To tell you the truth, I don't care anymore. Every time I remember what I experienced that day, I don't want anyone to believe me or ask me what had happened. I will never set foot in an IKEA again in my life. I inherited my grandmother's old house after she passed away. After a lot of arguments and discussions, my parents permitted me to stay there. The reason they were reluctant at first was because of what happened to my great-uncle Frank while he stayed in that house. Uncle Frank was my grandmother's only brother. He and my grandma grew up together. Uncle Frank was a pretty healthy, normal guy, a popular boy in high school, had plenty of friends. Maybe that's why no one saw it coming. Uncle Frank had a crush on a classmate. Her name was May. A day before prom, Uncle Frank finally gathered the courage to ask out May for the prom, but May rejected him. This is where the story takes a dark turn. It said that Uncle Frank didn't handle the rejection well and kidnapped May on prom night. He brought her into this house and took her to the kitchen. While my grandma and her parents slept upstairs, Great Uncle Frank severed May's head from her body and ran away. According to the reports of the locals, some anonymous caller told the cops about seeing a teenage boy dressed in a tuxedo jumping off the river bridge. May's headless body was discovered in the kitchen along with a big, bloody kitchen knife, and my uncle's body was never found. No one knows what happened to May's head. The people around the town say my uncle had her head with him while he committed suicide. So it was more than enough reason for my parents to prevent me from living in that house. But after this incident, my grandmother lived alone in this house all these years, and not once did she talk about anything weird happening to her. Within a week, I moved into the house. My parents got me some paint and basic repair tools to set up the house. One warm summer afternoon, I was working in the kitchen. I was scraping the dirty paint off the wall when I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. I quickly turned around to see no one. The long, empty hallway stood behind me. I didn't bother. Even though I ignored the footsteps, I couldn't ignore the thud. I grabbed the hammer and headed up. The sound came from my grandma's bedroom. I pushed the door and it opened with a loud creaking sound. The room was in darkness. Even though it was daytime, the big curtains over the windows stopped the light outside from piercing in.
Hello? Anyone here?
I scanned the room and got sure that no one was there. The rest of the day, the weird feeling of not being alone stayed with me. After a tiresome day, I filled myself with leftover lasagna and went to bed. I decided to sleep in my grandma's bedroom as it had the biggest window. I left the window open, curtains are drawn to one corner of the room to cool down. I don't exactly remember the time, but I woke up hearing heavy breathing. The moonlight from the window made the room visible in the dark. As I looked around me, my eyes suddenly noticed the curtains. A head was peeking behind the curtains, looking directly at me. It had wide, glowing eyes and its mouth opened. I've never been that scared in my whole life. Whatever was watching me sleep behind the curtains wasn't supposed to be in my room. The glowing eyes didn't blink. I couldn't scream. All I knew was that I locked my room before coming in, and it was impossible for someone to get in from that window. The creature made a growl, and I got back to my senses. I screamed and jumped from the bed. Without wasting a single second, I unlocked the door and ran downstairs. The entire night, I remained awake, sitting in the living room. In the morning, I checked the entire room and didn't find any proof of a third-person presence in the house. Soon, I started to believe that the house is probably haunted. I didn't tell my parents anything because I have already invested money in this house and I can't move out. Many times, I've seen in movies that a deceased soul tortures the living because they want to convey a message. Long back, my cousin gave me a Ouija board. I knew it was risky and to some people makes no sense, but that evening I sat down in my grandma's room to get some answers. I turned all the lights of the shadow, lit up the candles, and started the seance.
Is anyone here?
My voice trembled. Except for the hooting owl and crickets outside, I heard nothing. The wind around the house never felt this heavy before. I sat in the dark, waiting for something supernatural to happen, thinking that the malevolent entity that visited me last night might reappear to give its message. Maybe it's the unfulfilled spirit of May who was murdered in this house at the prom night. Minutes went by and nothing happened. I was all set to give up when I watched the closet door open. A clattering sound came from inside, and then I saw the entity from last night. An average height human figure, extremely skinny like it was only made of bones, coming out of the closet. It walked like a four-legged animal. The sight gave me chills. I was going to scream when I noticed the dark figure with glowing eyes holding something in its hand. As it surfaced into the dim candlelight, I found out what it was holding. A human skull. Suddenly, the creature ran to me at full speed. I screamed, and it lunged at me, making me fall on the floor. I turned on the flashlight of my phone, and at last, got a good look at the creature. It was a miserable, creepy-looking old man.
Oh my god! Who are you?
The man looked at me in the eyes and said in a groggy voice,
"Where is my sister?"
Who is your sister?
Matilda.
Matilda was my grandmother's name. The mystery of the haunted house became clear in front of my eyes. This man is none other than my great-uncle Frank. I pushed him over and he fell on the ground, making a painful grunt. I ran out of the room and locked it behind me. I called my parents and they called the cops. A decades-old murder investigation finally reached its end. Great-uncle Frank was finally put behind bars for the murder of May Summers, his high school crush. He admitted that after killing May and was caught by my grandma in the act. But what shocked the hell out of all of us was the fact that Grandma, instead of calling the cops, hid his brother in the attic. Once the case turned cold, she built a secret space behind the walls of her bedroom where Uncle Frank stayed all these years. She was the anonymous caller who misled the entire investigation to save her brother. It creeps me out to think that till her death, she shared the house with her killer brother, who lived in the walls and kept his victim's skull as an asset. Yes, that skull belonged to May Summers. Great-uncle Frank died in jail 2 years after getting caught. We demolished the house and sold it to a proprietor of a law firm. I now live in my own house with my girlfriend, but often at night I wake up having bad dreams. In my dreams, I see my uncle standing near my bed and staring at me with his flowing eyes and wide open mouth. This happened during my struggling years. I had just moved out, working in a car wash. I lived in a small studio apartment. The apartment had no air conditioning. In the summers, the room used to get pretty heated up. Also, the constant worries about how the new life will turn out to be kept me awake. One night, I wasn't able to sleep due to previous reasons, so I decided to go for a night stroll. All the tenants in my building had their keys to the main entrance. Needless to say, the neighborhood was sketchy, and random robbery was an everyday occurrence in the area, so we had to lock the main door after leaving or entering the building. It was 2 a.m. and late enough, but I was young and needed some fresh air. I came out of the building and started walking by the sidewalks. The streets were mostly empty, with some addicts and homeless people passing out in the dark corner. A woman was eating from the garbage when she looked up, hearing my footsteps. She was clawing at a half-eaten sandwich, which had maggots crawling all over it. It wasn't my first time seeing someone eat from a dumpster. I ignored her and she went back to her sick picnic. Once in a while, cars drove by, but it was mostly quiet, accompanied by the night sounds. After walking for 10 minutes straight, I reached the city park. Thinking it would be better to kill time in the park than wander on these streets, I entered. The full moon illuminated the park quite well. Also, the light from the lamppost created a spooky atmosphere. I was sure that there was no one in the park except me until I saw a man sitting on a park bench. The bench was right under the lamppost, hence I could see the man. His head was down like he was sleeping. He wore a brown jacket, paired with oddly red leather pants. From his attire, he didn't seem like the other homeless people, so I thought he came for some air, just like me. There was a water fountain across the park, and I was thinking of visiting that, so I walked ahead. I was probably inches away from walking past him when he suddenly lifted his head to the sky. I stopped. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring at the clear night sky. Suddenly, he smiled and started counting the stars like a 9-year-old. He was pointing his fingers to each star and counting in a whispering voice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The way he was smiling and counting the stars and looking at the sky kinda creeped me out. Not once, he looked at me. He behaved as if I didn't exist at that moment. I thought he must be high, so I walked past him. No sooner I stepped ahead, I heard a crunching noise behind me, like someone stepping on a twig. Turning around, I saw the man had now stood up from the bench. His arms were stretched out. He was still staring at the sky. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked in a fearful voice. I could feel the lump of tension curling up in my throat. What the hell is wrong with this dude? The man chuckled. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go if you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. And then he stopped and faced me. Our eyes met, and I got a clear glimpse of his face. I'd never seen such a calm yet scary face in my life. He had this blank stare that pierced into my soul. I couldn't stand him anymore. It was time to go back home. Standing in this stranded city park with a creepy, strange man that too, at this hour of the night, made me terrified for my life. I increased my pace and was constantly looking back to see if the man was following me, but he was standing under the lamppost, still watching me walk away. When I was about to leave the park, the sound of footsteps gave me goosebumps. As I turned around, I saw the man running at me at full speed. An ear-to-ear grin had now altered his calm face to a cruel one. I started running as well. I left the park and went on the sidewalks. The man did the same. There wasn't a single person on the street whom I could ask for help. I just kept running. I grabbed the keys beforehand because I knew if he catches me, that will be the end of my life. What seemed more horrifying was the fact that he was just running with a scary smile, not yelling, not laughing, not saying a single thing, just running behind me like he was enjoying this cat and mouse chase. I stomped on the building entrance. The key was in my hand. The man was behind me, and my hands were trembling. I went to unlock the door and the key fell. I panicked but quickly picked it up. The man was inches away when I succeeded in opening the door and slammed it hard once I got in. I was out of breath and drenched in sweat. The man stopped right outside the building door. The door was the only thing between us creating separation. He was still staring at me with his hawk eyes. I was so stunned with panic and fear that my legs went numb. I too kept standing there, staring at him. He brought his face extremely close to the glass and said in a spine-chilling voice, "You are pretty. I bet you have a pretty scream." And then he walked away. His creepy singing echoed into the night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world, so high, like a diamond in the sky. That was the last time I ever left the house at night alone. I never saw that man again. I'm still living in the same neighborhood, though I have changed the apartment. Often at night when I can't sleep, this most terrifying incident of my life keeps coming back to me. Scary singing man, I hope we never meet again.
At the beginning of my career, I once shared this small apartment with a girl named Joy. The day this incident happened, Joy and I was eating pizza, lying in bed and watching Purge on my laptop. We were so into the movie that we jumped when someone rang the doorbell.
Jesus! Who is it now? I'll go check.
I got up and walked through the door. I looked through the eye hole and saw an average height, healthy-looking man standing outside. He was a fireman. Thinking it might have been some emergency in the building, I answered the door.
Yes, is everything all right?
The man stared at me with a blank face.
I need to check your gas pipeline, part of a routine check for building safety.
Oh, so Mrs. Williams sent you?
Yes.
What's going on?
I heard Joy's voice. She came out and saw me talking to this fireman. I told her everything, and she told them, the firemen, that she will first contact Mrs. William for confirmation.
Hi, Mrs. William, it's Joy. Did you send someone for a routine gas pipe check?
Yes, just some casual formalities. He won't take long, though.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
We moved out of the door and let the man in. He didn't say anything, just gave us a weird smile. Joy and I went back to our room. We just waited for the man to get done and leave.
You know, Mrs. Williams sounded strange. What? Why do you say that? Her voice was odd. She even hiccuped and
I started laughing.
Come on, Joy. You're overthinking a small incident. The poor lady might not be feeling well. She is 76. Maybe you're right.
We started watching the movie again and kept hearing the sound of tools rattling in the kitchen. After a time, we got restless from the fireman taking so long and thinking about what to do when we heard him calling out to us.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Both of us walked fast, thinking finally he was about to leave. But as we stepped into the living room, we saw another man in the apartment dressed exactly like the fireman, locking our door from the inside.
I needed a little help here, so I called my partner.
Now, I could feel drops of sweat on my forehead. The man didn't even bother to ask for our permission before inviting another guy into our apartment. The second guy now looked at me. We locked eyes, and he grinned, flashing yellow teeth. A pungent smell of tobacco and cheap alcohol was coming from his clothes. Joy looked at me. She was scared as well.
How long would it take?
Just a few minutes more.
I stood there, having no clue. Joy started dialing back for Mrs. William when suddenly the second guy hiccuped and said,
Can I have some water, ma'am?
Joy grabbed my hand tightly. Her body was shaking. The call to Mrs. William kept on ringing and no one picked up.
It was him. He took the previous call pretending to be Mrs. William.
As soon as we realized what grave danger we have invited in, our lives flashed in front of our eyes.
Why don't you guys come tomorrow? We need to go out.
It won't take long, miss.
Yeah, we'll be done in no time.
Suddenly, they both lunged in our direction. The second fireman, who was taller and stronger built, went to grab me, and I turned around to run inside the bedroom. He got a tight hold of my hair. Still, I gave all my strength to pull away. He ripped a good patch of hair with skin and blood.
Run, Joy!
I screamed and ran. Joy was too stunned to move at first, but then she also turned back to run. I got inside the bedroom and Joy followed me. She was halfway in when both men pulled her from behind, and I had no choice but to close the door.
No! No! Leave me! Let me go, you jerks!
I could hear Joy's cry for help, and the two men grunted.
Tie her hands and gag her mouth. Her screams will get us in trouble.
I'm trying. The witch won't stop moving.
Help! Help! Help!
Hey, shut up! Shut your damn mouth!
That's when I heard a punch take place, and Joy's voice died down. I realized they had just knocked out my roommate, and now they were going to come for me. I dialed 911, and the operator picked up.
911, what's your emergency? We're getting attacked by these two men. They just hurt my friend, and now they're coming for me. Okay, don't worry, the cops will be at your location in no time. Just give me the address. It's 33 Rodeo Block, 12th Street. Please help us.
That's when the loud banging began.
Open the damn door, or we'll torture your friend so much that you will hear her pleading for death.
Open the door!
They were kicking and punching the door. At one point, I even thought they would break it down. I was scared, paranoid, and almost ready to jump out of the window, but I couldn't leave Joy.
They're trying to get in. I have to open the door, or they're going to kill my friend. Calm down. Listen to me. Do you see any sharp objects near you? I'm inside the bedroom. There's a bed, laptop, and pizza, that's all. All the knives are in the kitchen. Did you say pizza? Please do something.
The man stopped kicking on the door and threatened me one last time.
I will count to 3. If you do not open this door, I will start skinning your friend alive. 1.
What should I do? Pour the chili flakes on your palm and open the door. Don't give them any chance and just blow the flakes onto their faces. Remember, you have to be really quick.
2. You're getting on my nerves, you stupid witch.
Joy is Mexican, so she loves spices 10 times more than me. She would always ask for extra chili flakes whenever we ordered pizza, and thank God for that day too, she did the same. I tore the packs and grabbed a handful.
3. That's it. Your friends are going to die horribly, and you will be the reason why.
Wait!
I slowly walked to the door and opened it just a little. The tall fireman inserted his head in one hand from the gap, trying to push the door, but before he could do that, I smudged his face with chili flakes. Chili seeds went inside his eyes and nostrils. He could feel the heat burning his face.
Oh! Oh, my eyes! My eyes!
What? What happened?
It's burning!
The man fell on the floor, grabbing his face. He could barely see. The first guy panicked and tried to run away when I came out of my room, pushing him with all of my strength. He fell, and I sat on him and started rubbing his face with my chili flakes hand. I just didn't care anymore. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. Seeing me fight back, Joy too got back her lost courage. She was bleeding from her broken nose, but got up, gathering her remaining strength. She ran and opened the main door.
Help us! These men are trying to kill us!
One by one, she rang all the doorbells of the apartments on our floors, and the tenants came to our rescue. When the cops took those men away, their faces were unrecognizable. It was all red and swollen, and they could barely speak. The cops also found our landlord, Mrs. William, murdered in her ground floor apartment. Seems like these 2 robbers pretending to be firemen entered her apartment. They killed her and decided to go on with the robbery, invading every single apartment. To make things more believable, one even stayed at Mrs. Williams just to answer calls in case any tenants doubted them. Joy and I moved out to a girls' hostel within the month. I've never opened doors to strangers while being alone in my apartment ever since. The world of OnlyFans has always caught my attention. Not to consume it, but for the money that can be earned there. I have a lot of female friends who have OnlyFans, and all of them are troubled by the same things. The stalkers, the competition, and the misogyny. That always made me think, what if I opened my OnlyFans? Being a man, I wouldn't have to put up with any of this. On the platform, men are much fewer, and the women who enter OnlyFans are usually calmer. If one of them decided to harass me, I could quietly contain her, or so I thought. My success was almost instantaneous. Soon, I started to make a lot of money. I didn't even have to strip completely naked, but I was willing to do it. My only regret was that I didn't do this sooner. Or at least, that was until Gabby showed up. The day I met her, I was walking down the street and she jumped out at me. She told me her name was Gabby and that she was a big fan of mine and that she was one of the first people to send me money. I, of course, was nice to her and chatted for a while, but as I was leaving, I noticed that she kept looking at me as if she was waiting for something else to happen with that encounter. During the following days, something strange started to happen. I started receiving very violent messages from a Miss G. Some said that it was her fantasy to tie me to a bed and set me on fire. Other messages said that she wanted to beat me until she disfigured my beautiful face and then feed me to her dogs. And others said she was watching me, always. Some of them described how I was dressed and what I did that day. Others described what was going on in the privacy of my home. This person was a stalker, and although I admit I was a little afraid of her,
Miss Gabby.
For the next few days, I walked the streets a little worried, watching for anyone who might be watching me. It wasn't many days before I saw her again.
Hey, I can't believe I ran into you again.
Cut it! Who do you think you are to send me those messages? So, you're gonna set me on fire. Are you gonna feed me to the dogs?
I don't know what you're talking about. I never wrote anything like that.
Oh, come on, Miss G. Do you think I don't have a brain? Every day you send me these messages and, oh surprise, you're the only person I come across. The only person who knows where I live. If you send me one more message, I swear you'll pay for it. Understand?
Crying, Gabby just nodded and left. At that moment, I had a lot of doubts. Maybe I shouldn't have grabbed her jacket like that. I must admit, I got very upset. I was scared. However, all my doubts were cleared up when I saw Gabby from a distance. She was rubbing the part of her jacket I grabbed with her face with a sickly smile. When I got home, I decided this was no longer my ideal job. After taking a day to think about it, I decided to close my OnlyFans account for good. But a few hours after I did, my doorbell rang. For a moment, I thought it might be Gabby, but when I looked through the camera, it was a grandmother.
Excuse me, young man. I think I got lost. I was walking with my son and suddenly he was no longer there.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You are a young and carefree boy. May I take the liberty of asking you to accompany me to look for him? I know he's nearby.
Of course. Let me get my keys.
Before I go, could I ask you for a glass of water? I'm very shocked.
Of course. Come in. I'll get you a glass right away.
I have a grandmother her age too, so I understand the desperation of losing her. I had to help this lady. As I poured the glass of water, thinking about where to go, my thoughts were interrupted when I felt cold water on my neck. Suddenly, I began to feel dizzy and lose consciousness. When I turned around, Grandma was behind me with a huge smile on her face.
You shouldn't have closed your account. I'm Miss G, but you can call me Miss Granny. Nice to meet you.
After that, I fell to the floor and hit my head, but I didn't feel anything. When I opened my eyes, I felt like I had slept for hours. I was still dizzy. I couldn't think clearly. What had they injected me with? I tried to move my body, but it did not react. This time, it wasn't because of the effects of the syringe though. I was tied up on a bed.
You finally woke up.
What you doing?
I was still having trouble speaking.
I'm just living my fantasies. I told you I was going to tie you up and set you on fire. Remember?
No.
Unfortunately, I don't have dogs to throw you to. I'm not an animal lady. I'm sorry I lied to you. What I do have is a lighter and some alcohol.
I wanna live.
Oh, don't be selfish, boy. It's enough that you closed your account without my permission.
The old woman throws some alcohol on the back of the mattress with a lighter and lights it. The fire advances very slowly. I tried to move and escape, but it was useless. My body was too weak.
Oh, are you trying to escape? That's not very polite. You know, I was going to inject you with another dose, so that you don't suffer. But as I see so much energy in you, I think I won't use it.
The fire was slowly advancing across the mattress. It was not near me, but the heat was beginning to reach my feet. In my last moments, I stared into Grandma's eyes, full of joy. But to my surprise, a silhouette was behind her.
Gabby?
When the lady turned around, a knife pierced her neck. It was Gabby.
Get away from him, witch!
Without resisting, the lady just fell to the floor.
I'm sorry I came into your house, but I saw everything. I couldn't leave you alone with her.
Thank you. Please, help me.
Quickly, Gabby slashed the knots with the knife. I was free, I jumped off the bed and, still dizzy, began to crawl out.
Hey, maybe it's not as bad as you think.
What?
You don't love me the way I love you. And that won't change, even after I've saved you. I disgust you.
Gabby. No.
But I still have a chance to stay with you forever. If we both burn together, our bodies will be one. We could be immortalized in that bed. It's already decided. You'll go back to bed, but with me.
As she said this, Gabby rushed to me and tried to lift me. I had regained some strength, but not enough to escape. She started dragging me towards the burning bed, but I found one last glimmer of hope. On my way to the bed, I grabbed the syringe from the old woman's lifeless hand and stuck it into Gabby's leg. She fell, and I began to crawl out of the house faster and faster. Behind me, Gabby refused to faint. She stood up and was limping towards my position at great speed. She was catching up, but when she was in front of me, she gave way and fell, and with my last effort, I escaped from the house. Neighbors came quickly to help me and pulled me away from the house that was beginning to burn. A few minutes later, the firemen arrived before the house burned to the ground. Gabby survived the fire, but with several burns and was about to face a murder and harassment trial. Even though she saved me, I will not forgive her for trying to kill me, so I plan to follow this trial to its conclusion. Who knows what she would do to me if she were to go free. For my part, I will never create an OnlyFans account again. If there's one thing I learned from this experience, it's that madness has no face, no gender, and no age. It can be behind anyone, and when you least expect it, it can catch up with you. Even 20 years later, I hate being in small enclosed spaces. My name is Jason, and about 20 years ago, something happened that remains vivid in my mind. I still wake up clammy, and my heart pounds as I feel the familiar presence of her next to me. Her breathing labored together with me in the darkness. I remember that day vividly. It was like any other day. Classes were dragging on, and I was eager to get out of school. But then my teacher, Mrs. Kravitz, said I had to stay after class for homework. She had always been a bit of a buzzkill, but I think her husband had gotten into a fight with her that morning. Talk about a major buzzkill. Walking back into the classroom after a phone call, her demeanor told me everything I needed to know about the rest of the day.
Jason, have you completed your homework?
Not yet, Mrs. Kravitz.
Well, then I'm afraid you'll have to stay after class today.
I tried to protest, but she wasn't having any of it. So I resigned myself to my fate and began packing up my things. As I was putting my books in my backpack, I noticed that Mrs. Kravitz was looking at me funny. It was the kind of look that told me I was in for a seriously trashy time this afternoon.
Is there something wrong, Mrs. Kravitz?
Your grades have been slipping, Jason. Do you want to be a failure?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kravitz. I'll try harder.
See that you do. Now, let's get started on your homework.
And so we began working on my homework. The minutes turned into hours, and the hours turned into what felt like days. Mrs. Kravitz was a tough taskmaster, but I slogged through it. Finally, however, we were nearing the end of the assignment.
Just a few more problems and you'll be free to go, Jason.
Now, let me explain something about the school to you. This was a private school, see, so there were only a handful of students. And the school was located in a remote area, so there weren't any other buildings nearby. In other words, there was no one else around as I studied with Mrs. Kravitz. For this reason, the rest of the lights in the building had already been turned off, giving the entire school a bit of a creepy feeling. I wasn't paying any attention to that though, since I was just happy to be done with my homework. As I stood up to put away my things, the hallway light, which was off, suddenly turned on.
What the?
I turned to Mrs. Kravitz, but she just shrugged her shoulders.
The janitor must have left it on. Go turn it off, Jason.
Sighing, I walked out into the hallway. The light switch was several yards away, so I had to walk down the length of the hallway. As I did, I couldn't help but feel like someone was watching me. It was a feeling that gave me the creeps, but I told myself that it was just my imagination. Finally, I reached the light switch and turned it off. As I did, I heard a noise behind me. Turning around, I looked down the length of the hallway. At the very end of the hallway, a figure stood there in the dark, its silhouette illuminated by the soft light coming from the windows. Long, frazzled hair was the defining feature I could make out, along with some kind of long dress.
Who's there?
There was no answer, but the figure began walking towards me, slowly but methodically. I squirmed uncomfortably, but assured myself it was probably just one of my classmates playing a prank on me. As the silhouette neared the classroom door, however, Mrs. Kravitz poked her head out.
Jason, what are you doing out there? Get in here.
As she did, the figure sprung into action. Lurching towards Mrs. Kravitz, it grabbed her around the throat and dragged her, kicking and screaming, back into the classroom. I heard the classroom light switch flick as the room went dark, blood-curdling screams echoing through the hallway. I stood there, frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. I thought about running away, but I didn't want to leave Mrs. Kravitz behind. I also thought about going into the classroom to see if I could help her, but I was too scared. In the end, I just stood there like a deer in headlights. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually, the screams stopped. The only sound I could hear was the sound of heavy breathing coming from the classroom, and then the figure emerged from the darkness. Her face was covered in blood, and her eyes were wild. It was a girl, about my age, but I didn't recognize her. She looked at me for a moment, and I could see the madness in her eyes. Finally, my body gave way as I screamed, my voice echoing through the empty hall.
Ah! Get away from me!
Turning, I lunged down the hallway towards the exit. I could hear the girl laughing maniacally as she gave chase. My heart pounded in my chest as I turned the corner, expecting to run out of the door and into the safety of the outside world. Instead, I ran into a brick wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I fell to the ground. In the terror, I had taken the wrong turn and headed deeper into the school rather than toward the exit. And then I heard her laughter, a freaky sort of cackle that sent shivers down my spine. It was the laughter of someone who is truly insane, a person on the edge of the void. I picked myself up and began to run once more, stumbling as I realized I had sprained one of my ankles in the fall. Her laughter suddenly stopped. I continued to run though, till I saw a janitor's closet. I quickly ran inside, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. I kept the light off, silently trembling as I stayed there in the darkness. I don't know how long I was in there, but my senses began to heighten as I listened. And as I did, my heart sank as I heard the steady but heavy breathing from right next to me, inside the janitor's closet. To this day, I don't know how she got in there with me. I don't know if there was another entrance to the closet, or if she simply slipped in there as I ran in. All I know is that she was in there with me, and I could feel her insanity next to my body. Her breathing, her raspy breathing, it was like nails on a chalkboard. Screaming, I threw myself out of the closet and into the hallway. I sprinted towards the exit, not looking back as I heard her laughter following me.
Get the hell away from me!
I screamed those words, but I don't know if anyone heard me. Finally, I found the exit and I ran out of the school and into the parking lot where my car was parked. The door was unlocked as I had left it, and I scrambled to grab my phone and call the police. As I did, I glanced up and I saw her figure standing at the door of the school. The police told me later that she was an escapee from a mental institution. They never did catch her, at least last time I checked. To this day, I half expect her to show up at my door, that freaky cackle of hers still echoing in my ears. Hey, my name is Rob. I'm 21 years old, and unfortunately, like many other people's lives have dealt them an unfortunate turn, I have to take care of my 2 little brothers since our parents are no longer with us. It has been more than 2 years since the day they were involved in a tragic car accident that took their lives. That day, I had been asked to babysit my brothers. I didn't want to worry them, so I did my best to make them proud. What I didn't know was the one to be worried about was me. A drunk man hit them with his truck as they were coming back from dinner together. They died instantly. We have no other family, and I was adamantly opposed to them being orphaned and adopted. I couldn't imagine us being separated. Luckily, I had a very good freelance job and was able to support us and care for them at the same time. Besides, we were always a very wealthy family. Despite the tragedy, we were able to support ourselves as best we could. Luckily, in these 2 years my siblings helped me out a lot and even matured and grew up, but nothing could prepare them for what they were about to experience one hot summer night. To be honest, I consider it a miracle that I am here telling you this story, since there is no night where I don't wake up sweating, clutching my face, and wondering if this is a dream, since I feel that after what I lived through, I shouldn't be alive. To be exact, I can't say it happened one night. The days before that happened, something strange was happening. Every day I would wake up around 3 a.m. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but after a week, I started to get scared. I'm not very Catholic, but I knew what that time meant. That was the time of the devil, the time when paranormal activity was strongest. Every time a thought like that came into my head, I would laugh. But when I woke up at that time, I would look around in fear and feel it. I'd feel like someone was watching me, like I wasn't alone. I would turn on the lights and there was nothing, so I would go back to sleep with difficulty. Every night went on like that until one day, something strange started to happen. That night I woke up at 3:32 a.m. My shock was much greater than the other times. This time I didn't wake up randomly. I heard a noise. I opened my eyes in agitation and began to explore my room. I could swear I saw something move, but when I turned on the light, there was nothing. Had my brothers played a joke on me? The next day, I questioned them.
No, it wasn't us. Oh, so it was you. I can very easily tell when you're lying.
It wasn't us.
Don't pay attention to him. He's playing with you. What do you mean by that?
Oh, come on. We see you every night. We're too old to fall for that stuff.
At those words, my blood froze.
What do you see during the night?
Around 3 a.m., you always open our door and stare at us. Sometimes we pretend to be asleep and we see you making little noises to wake us up. When we open our eyes pretending that you woke us up, you run away. You don't scare us.
At that confession, I was totally perplexed. My face turned white and my mouth fell open. I knew my brothers. I knew they weren't lying this time, but I simply couldn't digest what they were telling me.
Rob, what's going on? That's you at night, isn't it?
That night, the kids slept in my bed, and come 3 a.m., I was ready. I spent that night awake and kept a huge knife by my side. I must admit that the night did not start in the best way, as at 3 a.m. sharp, the power went out in the whole block. Was this a coincidence? I grabbed a flashlight and put it next to me. A few minutes later, my body was full of caffeine and I was not sleepy at all. While the children slept, I lay there, attentive. Suddenly, I heard a loud noise coming from the other side of the house, from the children's room. It had already started. I went quickly with the flashlight and the knife and started to look. My room, the hallway, the boys' room. I found nothing. I was about to go back, disappointed, but I thought I heard a noise coming from under the bed of one of the boys. I slowly approached the bed with my knife at the ready. Every step I took filled me with anticipation. I felt that these could be the last seconds of my life. It was a nightmare I didn't want to confront, and it was getting closer and closer to becoming a reality. I reached the bed, and terrified, prepared the knife and pointed the flashlight under the bed. It was a simple bug. I went back to my room, more relieved. But when I got there, something caught my attention. My cell phone was on, and it was vibrating. I ran to it. Who could be calling me at this hour? When I opened it, an unknown number was in front of my WhatsApp box, and in our chat, there were several photo files. All those pictures were mine. There were several pictures of me sleeping on different nights, waking up at dawn, and looking confused in the dark. There were also pictures of the kids sleeping. What kind of psychopath were we dealing with? Suddenly, one last message appeared on my cell phone at that very moment. It was a new picture whose caption read, "Hi, Rob." When I opened the picture, my heart stopped. It was a picture taken at this moment. In it, I was standing scared, looking at my cell phone. I dropped my phone and pointed behind me with the flashlight to where the picture was taken. There was nothing there. Suddenly, a voice rang next to me, startling me.
What's going on, Rob? Get away from him!
At my scream, the face quickly went back under the bed, and in desperation, I grabbed my two brothers and pulled them out of bed. The three of us headed for the door, escaping as quickly as possible from that room. But something caught my foot and I fell to the floor, dropping my knife and the flashlight. My brothers turned around and, frightened, looked at me.
What are you waiting for? Get out of the house and tell a neighbor to call the police, now!
When the children obeyed me, I turned around, and above me, with my knife in his hand, was my attacker. Although it was difficult because of the darkness, this time I could make him out better. His whole body was covered. His mask was terrifying, and it was so close to his body that it looked like his own face. The man raised my knife in front of me, and when he did, I knew it was over. Every second felt like minutes. I felt like my whole life flashed before my eyes. I was defeated. I had no strength to resist, and it was all over.
It's payback time, Rob. Payback?
When the man raised his gun, I heard a new sound that left me shocked. The man was no longer in front of me, but on the ground, lying next to me unconscious. Behind me, my older brother was agitated, holding a broken baseball bat in his hands. My brothers disobeyed me. Instead of running away, they just reached for a weapon to save themselves. When this guy woke up a few minutes later, the police had already handcuffed him. A little later, I found out who this man was. His father was under arrest, as he was the one who drove drunk and killed my parents. Can you believe that after leaving my brothers orphaned, his son thought he should take revenge on us because his father had been arrested? Clearly, both father and son were totally insane and were now imprisoned. Since that day, my brothers and I are closer than ever. They're older now and need me less and less. We still live together. We are a team and we take care of each other. We lived through enough tragedies. We will never let anyone mess with us again. I don't know how to tell this story. Very few people in life get the chance to witness something this horrible as I did that night. I was driving home from an office party. I was a little drunk and feeling tipsy. At one point, I almost dozed off behind the steering wheel when a loud honk of a pickup truck scared the bejesus out of me. I realized this is high time to stop for food and a strong cup of coffee, but after driving for half an hour, I didn't find any fast food chains or restaurants. I was losing hope when I noticed a 7-Eleven store down the road. I stopped right in front of it and with stumbling footsteps entered the store. The old cashier behind the counter was sitting with his eyes closed.
Excuse me? What?
He replied without opening his eyes.
Do you have any coffee?
I asked.
Is this your first time into a 7-Eleven?
Still kept his eyes closed.
Oh, kind of.
I replied in a drunken voice. He opened his drowsy eyes, looked at me with great disappointment, and pointed to the left-end corner.
Welcome to 7-Eleven. The coffee machine is there.
I felt a little embarrassed because, honestly, it was indeed my first time in a 7-Eleven. Why? Because I never got the chance to visit one until that night. I walked up to the coffee machine and on my way grabbed a few munchies to go with. The coffee machine was pouring very slowly, or maybe it felt like that because I was drunk. While I waited for the process to be over, I heard the store door open and close. I looked at the counter and saw a woman in her late 50s wearing a pink dress with huge sunflowers printed on it. She stopped at the counter and asked the cashier something. The cashier was already sailing in his dreamland, so he didn't open his eyes this time. The woman turned around when our eyes met. She let out a freaky smile. I know I was intoxicated, but believe me when I say this, the woman had a huge set of teeth. Her teeth were so sharp and pointy that it felt like she filed them artificially. The color of her teeth was a sick yellow, which made me nauseous. I turned my face away from her and concentrated on my coffee. I must have taken one sip of my cup when I heard her footsteps coming towards me. I kept a straight face, trying my best not to get agitated by her. She came close to me and said in a squeaky voice,
I don't mean to disturb you, but can you tell me where I can find the dental floss? The cashier seems to be too busy for the customers.
At any other time, I would have ignored her, but I needed to finish the coffee before going back to the car. And I wanted her off my back, so I pointed to the shelf ahead where I could see some toothbrushes hanging.
I think you might find it there.
You are drunk.
I got embarrassed when she said it, but I smiled awkwardly.
My husband used to get drunk like you.
She thought for a few seconds, like she was trying hard to remember when the last time her husband got drunk, and then said,
Until he died.
What?
I exclaimed in shock. She smiled again, flashing her disgusting teeth, and went back to get dental floss. Honestly, she did need some dental care, along with a mental checkup. I watched her. She stopped at the shelf, picked up a dental floss, and to my surprise, started flossing right there. Yeah, like literally pulled the thread out and started flossing her teeth. Her eyes were set on me, and mine on her. We were caught in each other's stare. After a point, I did look away. I finished my coffee and was all set to leave when I heard a small tingling sound. The sound of a bead dropping on the floor. What happened next will forever be imprinted in my memory. I looked down to see what she dropped and saw a big, sharp yellow tooth with blood stains on its ends lying on the floor. The woman wasn't just flossing her teeth, she was flossing them violently enough for them to fall out one by one. She was chopping her tooth one by one from her gums. Her face looked horrifying. There were no signs of pain, even though her gums bled. She was staring at me without blinking and continuing to floss like a barbarian. I don't know why she was doing this, but fear choked my throat and I forgot to scream. My legs were frozen, palms were sweating. I wanted to scream and run away, but couldn't. I don't know how long I stood like that and watched the woman getting rid of her teeth. Once she was done, she wiped her bleeding mouth with a handkerchief and then smiled at me one last time. But this time, her smile was even freakier. A set of swollen, empty gums forming the most petrifying smile in the world. She calmly walked back to the counter, kept $1 in front of the sleepy cashier, and left the store. The pile of bloody teeth was still scattered on the floor, and I could feel my stomach churn. I ran outside and vomited my butt off. I somehow drove back home and got very bad dreams throughout the night. But the story doesn't end there. A month later, I was sitting in my living room, sipping morning coffee, when I turned to the news. I saw her again, but this time with more context. The caption read, "Cannibal wife ate husband and then pulled out her teeth." Yes, that psycho woman was a murderer turned cannibal who killed her husband and then feasted on her husband's flesh. The news reporter also said that when the cops asked her why she pulled out her teeth, she laughed, saying,
I punished myself for being a bad wife, but I swear, he tasted so mouthwatering.
As I offloaded the last of our belongings from the moving truck, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It had been a long few weeks packing up our old house and getting everything ready for the move. Now, standing in front of our new home, I couldn't have been happier. It was perfect. Exactly what we'd been looking for. My little boy and girl were running around in the yard, playing with each other and laughing. After my wife had died, it was moments like these that I cherished the most. As I watched them, my daughter suddenly stopped and looked toward the house next door.
Daddy, who's that?
She asked, pointing at the house. I followed her gaze and saw a young girl standing in the window, staring back at us. She looked sickly and her skin was a yellow hue with yellow eyes. I smiled and waved, but she didn't respond. Instead, she stared at me happily with a strange smile on her face, for a reason I couldn't quite figure out. I wasn't really sure why she seemed to be so eager, but she stared at me with a grin smiling on her face. Maybe she was just excited to play with the new kids on the block, I told myself.
That's the neighbor's daughter. Maybe you can go over and introduce yourself later.
My daughter nodded and went back to playing with her brother. I didn't think much of it then, but I should have in retrospect. Especially because the neighbor's house was vacant, as I would realize when I saw the for sale sign in the yard a while later. A few days later, as I was unpacking boxes in the living room, I heard my son running down the stairs. He eagerly asked me if he could go play outside. As soon as I had told him yes, he darted out the door and was away before I could ask him my next question. Where was my daughter? The two children usually hung out closely and were inseparable, so I wondered where she was. Sighing, I got up and walked up the stairs to go find my daughter and see what she had gotten up to. I looked in her bedroom, but she wasn't there. Then I checked the bathroom, but she wasn't there either. Where could she be? I was starting to feel a little worried, so I went to check my son's room to see if she was in there. Nope, she wasn't in there either. I was starting to panic and had already reached the stairs before I heard a noise. I heard her voice. Running from room to room, I followed the sound of her talking before I realized where it was coming from. The open attic door. I slowly walked up to the door and peeked inside. My daughter was sitting in the middle of the room, talking to someone in the dark, but I didn't see anyone.
Who are you talking to, sweetie?
Daddy, come here. Say hello to my new friends.
She pointed in the direction of the dark attic. As I stared into the darkness, I dismissed her words as the product of an overactive imagination. But then I saw it, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. 3 pairs of eyes stared at me from the darkness of the attic. 3 human pairs of eyes.
Anna, listen to me. I need to talk to your friends. Go downstairs right away.
Okay, Daddy.
I tried to keep my voice from being panicked, but I was terrified. What were 3 people doing in our attic, and how long had they been there? I waited until I heard Anna running down the stairs before I began to slowly back up. I would call the police as soon as I gotten out of the house. But as I retreated toward the attic doorway, I saw the 3 pairs of eyes grow nearer to me. They were following me. I was about a yard or 2 from the door when I turned and began to run. I heard their feet pounding the floor behind me as they chased me. I was about to reach the door when I felt something grab my ankle, tripping me. I fell hard and hit my head on the floor. As I drifted into unconsciousness, I heard the footsteps getting closer to me. I woke up and jumped back involuntarily. I was bound to a chair, and just a few inches from my face was one of the most disturbing faces I had ever seen. A thin, hollow face with sunken, sickly yellow eyes and yellow teeth bared at me in a grin.
What the heck do you want?
Food. It was just one word, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. The man in front of me, his hair long and tangled yet sickly thin, pointed toward me with a bony finger. Food! He repeated the word, but suddenly I understood. He wasn't just saying the word, he meant me. The hunger in his eyes was too much to bear, and I couldn't help but cry out in terror.
Please, no. Please, don't eat me.
But it was too late. The man lunged forward, his teeth sinking into my flesh. I screamed and writhed in pain as he tore a chunk off my arm, wildly grinning as he held the flesh in his hands. He gestured toward me. Food! And the two other pairs of eyes emerged from the darkness, their sickly skin similar to that of the man who was devouring my arm. They began to advance on me as I screamed and begged for mercy. Suddenly, however, I heard sirens from outside. The police had arrived. The three figures in the attic froze and then scattered like rats, running in different directions. I was found bleeding and barely conscious, but I survived. The police never did catch the three people who attacked me, but they did have previous information about them. Apparently these people had lived in the walls in the attic of the house I had bought, and had since been connected to a string of disappearances in the area. Apparently, they moved from house to house, living in the walls, the attics, or even abandoned houses in the area. They would live in houses that were for sale and wait for newcomers to fall into their trap. I was lucky to be alive, but I will never forget the hunger in their eyes. I owe my life to my daughter. She was smart enough to run and call the police, but I will never forget the terror I felt when I realized that these people were after me. It's just something to think about, isn't it? Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I saw their eyes in my dream. The worst part about it is that sometimes, on very rare occasions, I think I can see their sickly yellow eyes even when I'm not dreaming. The police never did find them after all, and from the look on that crazed face, I think that he really enjoyed the taste of my flesh. Maybe he wants more. I don't think I'm ever going to feel comfortable staying at home alone ever again. My name is Susan, and I had a horrifying experience several years back that has led me to fear a few things. Romance, for one, and being alone at night for another. It all started on a Tuesday night. My husband had texted me earlier that day saying he was stuck in a terrible traffic jam and wouldn't be able to make it home in time. He said he was booking a motel just outside the town and would be back the next day.
I'm super sorry, sweetie. I'm so tired, and this traffic is insane. I won't be able to make it in time,
he said on the phone.
I'll call you when I get there.
Okay, darling. Be safe.
I will. You know, I'm always safe when I'm thinking of you,
he said before hanging up. I sighed and went back to my book. I wasn't scared of being alone at night. I was used to it. But as the hours dragged on, I began to feel more bored and restless. I had done all the chores and errands that needed to be done, so I was left with nothing to do but sit in my room and wait for my husband to call. Knowing I'd have the whole house to myself, I decided to take a long hot bath and relax for the night. It had been a stressful few weeks, and I was looking forward to some peace and quiet. I stretched and yawned before heading to the bathroom. I grabbed the bath salt and poured it into the tub. I lit some candles and incense, and soon the bathroom was steaming with a warm, calming scent. As I stepped into the bubble-filled bathtub and began to relax, I heard a knock downstairs. A sort of thud, as if someone was trying to get in or something had fallen. Walking downstairs, I felt slightly uncomfortable, but I continued. Something had probably just fallen over, and I was sure that it was nothing to be afraid of. I slowly opened the door to the living room, where I saw nothing. Everything was as it should have been, and I was relieved. I turned around to go back upstairs, but as I did, I felt this chill on my back that made me freeze, as if a cold wind caressed my skin. The window was open, and I stared at it as the curtains gently swayed in the wind. The night was cold, and I could feel it coming in through the window. I hurried to close it, but before I could do so, a dark figure appeared outside. My heart stopped when I saw the face of the man outside. He was wearing a cheap Halloween mask and a black hoodie. He stood at the window, staring at me as I clutched the open window.
"Come outside, Susan!"
he said, his voice garbled and menacing as if he was chewing on something to disguise his voice. Slamming the window frame shut, I screamed and ran for my life. I felt his eyes following me from the window as I ran away from the window and heard a crash moments later as the glass shattered. The man, with his knife glowing in the moonlight, stepped through the window with his mask on and his hood up. I had desperately shut and latched the living room door and ran up the stairs to the second floor, clutching my towel around my body. I felt, at least right then, that I had the home field advantage at least. I knew the layout of the house. The intruder did not. I ran through each room, trying to make it impossible for him to get me. With a cold chill running down my spine, I found a place to hide and settled in. Our house had a pretty unique layout, but there was one thing I was sure the intruder wouldn't find. In one of the rooms, we had a wall where my husband and I cut out an entryway to the attic, and I was sure it wouldn't be visible to an outsider. Flattening myself against the wall, I heard the intruder's steps come closer and closer. Creaking, the door to the room I was in opened, and I heard his heavy breathing. I held my breath, fear coursing through my veins. A voice spoke directly outside the door to the attic where I was hidden.
"Oh, Susan, I know you're here."
The voice sounded eerily familiar. I heard the creaking of his footsteps coming closer and closer before the masked man finally stepped inside the room. In a split second, he was standing right in front of me, and I screamed, turning to run. As I did, however, I tripped and fell, my towel falling off my body as I hit the ground. The intruder laughed, and as I stumbled to my feet, I glanced towards his face. Perhaps it was the excitement of the moment, but the mask had partially slipped from his face, and what I saw made the recognition even more terrifying. My husband stood before me, his knife raised as he laughed.
What are you doing? Jeff, what is wrong with you?
I managed to ask, though my voice was shaking. He simply laughed even harder and stepped forward, pushing me back against the wall. His eyes were like I had never seen them before. Eyes of a pure maniac, and it was then I knew that Jeff had lost his grip on reality and sanity.
"Don't worry, Susan. I'm doing this for us,"
he said as he pulled out a syringe from his pocket with one hand, still holding the knife in the other. Screaming in terror, I kicked his shins, making him trip as I dragged myself away. I could hear him cursing behind me as I ran to the door to the attic, shoving myself through and running down the stairs of my house as I heard him scream in anger. As I ran down the stairs, though, I heard his footsteps following me rapidly as he ran, the knife poised above his head. I screamed in fear. Suddenly, though, I heard a loud bang and turned around to see him tripping, falling down the stairs as he wildly tossed the knife towards me in a desperate bid to make me stop. Thud. He fell at the bottom of the stairs, motionless. I didn't stop running, though, until I got to the neighbor's house and dialed 911. My husband, Jeff, was eventually arrested and sentenced to a psychiatric hospital. The doctors said that he had been suffering from severe paranoia and delusions, which caused him to become violent and irrational. Since then, I have had an almost constant fear of being alone at night. It's a fear that has grown so large that I now suffer from agoraphobia and panic attacks when I have to stay home alone. You're probably wondering why. Or maybe you think it's just because of that situation that I can barely sleep, and because of that one night that I keep a loaded gun under my pillow. No, it's not just because of that one night. It's because a while back, I got a phone call from the hospital where Jeff is staying. They said he'd escaped and gone missing, and that the only information they had was that he had written over and over on the walls of his cell,
"I'll help her."
Call me crazy, but sometimes I think I hear things in my house moving around, and I feel as if several times my bed has been moved while I was sleeping in it. It might just be my overactive imagination, but it's enough to make me feel uneasy and more than a little afraid of being alone in my house at night. I don't know where he is. All I know is that he's coming back. It was a mundane Tuesday afternoon. I was yawning, standing in the vast IKEA store, when a teenaged boy walked in. He wore a purple hoodie with a pair of black joggers. His hair was parted in the middle, which kind of gave his sharp face a creepy look. He probably had too much gel on his hair, which is why his head shined like fine silk. I have been working in IKEA for the past 3 months, and this was the first time I saw this boy. He stopped right in the middle of the store and looked around like he was searching for something. I wanted to ask him if he was looking for something, but our manager had this strict policy of not bothering a customer until they ask for help themselves. So I patiently waited for him to come up to me. He stood like that for a few minutes, then looked at me. As our eyes met, he kept staring at me. I called out to him without leaving the counter.
Can I help you?"
He pointed to a corner and said,
"There was a red high-back chair here last night. Where is it?"
So, he did come here before. I generally worked the day shift, so it wasn't a shock that I didn't recognize him. I politely replied,
"The armchairs and Chase Lounges collection has been shifted to the business place sections. So you go straight, take a left, and you'll find it there."
I expected him to go look for it, but instead, he got really angry and asked me a pretty weird question.
"But why did you move him?"
Him? I was now even more shocked to hear him personify a lounge chair.
Sorry, but we're remodeling this place, hence the store manager decided to arrange it per his convenience."
"He doesn't like that, stupid people!"
He didn't wait for my answer and went to the business section looking for his high-back chair. I was blown away by his strange behavior. What the hell is wrong with this kid? I waited at the counter, thinking he would come back and ask me to do the billing for his favorite chair. But after half an hour, I saw him leaving the store without saying anything. I was handling another customer, so I couldn't ask him what exactly was his purpose to come here. I felt curious. What is so special about that common high-back chair? During my break, I went back to take a look. The chair was standing in the corner, just like every other piece of furniture in the store. There was nothing around it or on it that could tell me what the boy did when he came this afternoon looking for it. The store has a security camera, so I decided to check the footage. Carl, our store security, was watching funny videos in the CCTV room when I entered and asked him to show me the footage of this afternoon. He played the particular segment where the boy is seen walking to the business place. He came near the high-back chair and hugged it. Yes, I'm not lying. The grown-up teenage boy hugged a chair like it was some human being. For the rest of his stay, he talked to that chair. It was so creepy to watch. He was laughing and making a funny face at the chair like it was a human being. There's this one time, he even looked at the camera with the same angry face. His expression showed that the fact he was being recorded while talking to a chair pissed him off.
What the hell's wrong with him? I have no idea.
That night, I could barely sleep. The boy was so mysterious. His actions made no sense. I was definite that the next time he comes in, I will follow him secretly. The next day, I went for my lunch break. When I came back, Carl rushed to me and said,
"The boy's back."
Without wasting a single second, I went to the business place right where the high-back chair was kept. I pretended to clean a nearby corner so I could overhear him. Surprisingly, he was so into the one-sided conversation that he barely noticed me. He was sitting on the floor.
"But Dad, Mom won't believe me. I know she loves me, but why did she keep saying you're gone? Why can't they see you as I do? I miss you. I'm saving up so I can take you home. I won't let you stay here longer." Yeah, it was fun to hit him with that rock. But he said you died. You're not dead. You can't die. I won't let you. I will fight everyone who will say things like that about you.
Suddenly, I knocked the mop on the wooden table, and the boy turned around. His eyes were bloodshot. It felt like he was going to lunge at me and stab me to death for eavesdropping. I got so awkward that I quickly walked away. I couldn't hear the rest of his talk, but when the boy left the store, he gave me a death stare. What the hell was he talking about? Does he think the chair is his dad? But why? I could tell that his dad passed away, but that was an unusual way of dealing with grief. I secretly followed him. He walked to the next block and then took a right. I did the same. He stopped in front of a small 2-story house and then got inside. So, this is where he lives. I knew it was none of my business, but I was concerned about this young fellow. Gathering all my courage, I rang the doorbell. I was expecting him to open the door, but instead, a woman in her late 40s came out. Her eyes looked puffed from a lot of crying.
Yes?
You don't know me, ma'am, but there's something I need to tell you. The boy who lives here, is he your son?
Yes, but why? Did he do something?
I told her everything. As soon as she got to know about it, she broke down in tears. And finally, I got to know the other side of the story. The boy's name is Jason, and 5 days back he lost his father to a heart attack. They were all watching TV after dinner, and his father was smoking, sitting near the fireplace on his favorite high-back red chair. His father passed away on that chair, and since then, he developed this freaky habit of talking to their chair like his dad still sits on it. He was sent to a psychiatrist who advised the family to get rid of that chair, but once they did, the matter turned to worse. Jason now keeps searching for the same kind of high-back chair and talks to it like it's his father. Now I understood why he hugged that chair and came every day to the IKEA store to spend time with it. There was nothing I could do to help that poor boy, but after that day, he came to the store twice. I didn't disturb him and let him have his space, but the story doesn't end in a good way. I was on sick leave for a week when Jason came to the store with a gun, sat on the chair, and shot himself. He couldn't handle the grief of losing his father unexpectedly. I'm still working in that store, and the manager burnt the chair after this incident. Whenever I get time, I visit Jason's mom because she is now all alone in this world. I hope wherever Jason is now, he has finally reunited with his dad. May God rest their soul in peace. My name is Emily. I'm 26 years old, and I hate Valentine's Day. I know. What's not to love about a day dedicated to love and romance? But for me, it's sort of a reminder that I'm alone, and I'm genuinely too scared to ever be with anyone again. I've been single for years now, ever since my Valentine's Day ended in what can only be described as an experience that will make your skin crawl. It was my second year of college. I was young and naive, and honestly, I just wanted somebody to spend the day with. I had just broken up with my boyfriend of several months, and I was really feeling down about it. As I walked to class, one of my friends came up to me and handed me her phone. She had something to show me.
What's this? It's a new dating app. I just signed up for it, and I've already got a date for Valentine's Day. Girl, you better as well.
I took the phone and looked at it. I don't remember for sure what the app was called, but I know it wasn't one of the mainstream ones. I think it was some off-brand dating app. Well, I thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to download it. I figured, what could it hurt? Sitting in classes all day, I began to get rather excited about the prospect of going on a date with someone new. As Valentine's Day neared, I matched with a guy who seemed really nice. We talked for a few days and then we decided to meet up. He told me he would pick me up from my dorm at 7 p.m. Let me stress, this guy had like no red flags. I had no reason to believe that he wasn't perfect. Okay, so his pictures were a bit hot, but I figured he was just trying to show off his best side, you know? Still, our chats had barely a dull moment, and as we continued to talk, I couldn't help but think that I had finally found someone who I could connect with. I liked funny cat videos, and he had an adorable one of his own. He liked hiking, and I love nature. It seemed like we were a match made in heaven. So, when he came to pick me up on Valentine's Day, I was beyond excited. I remember waiting in my room, staring at the clock as it ticked closer and closer to 7 p.m. I was so nervous, I could barely sit still. Finally, there was a knock at my door. I leaped up to answer it, and there he was. He was even more handsome in person. He had dark hair and piercing gray eyes. He was wearing a black leather jacket and jeans. He looked like he belonged in a motorcycle gang, but I didn't care. I still like bad boys.
Emily?
Yes, it's so nice to finally meet you, Nicholas. Come in, please.
I stepped aside to let him in, my heart racing the entire time. I closed the door behind him, and then we just kind of stood there, staring at each other for a few awkward moments. As we stood there, I couldn't help but notice a strange tattoo on his neck. It looked like a prison number.
Whoa, that's a cool tattoo. What does it mean?
Although I was too absorbed at the moment to notice his discomfort, I did hear the shift in his voice as he answered.
Nothing, just thought it was cool back in the day. Let's get out of here.
As we walked out of my dorm, he put his arm around me and I leaned into him. I felt so safe and comfortable with him. We walked to his car, a black SUV, and got in.
So, where are we going?
I thought we could go for a walk in the park. It's such a beautiful night outside.
I agreed, and we headed to the park. We walked and talked, and I told him all about myself. I told him about my family, my friends, and my hobbies. He listened intently, and I felt like he really cared about what I had to say. That's when I began to notice that the park was eerily empty. There wasn't a soul in sight.
Where is everyone? It's so quiet and empty.
He looked at me with a strange expression on his face, but he didn't answer. He just kept walking, his arm around my waist. We came to a stop in front of a large tree. This was when I began to feel really uneasy. I tried to take a step back, but he held me close. I looked up at him, and he was staring at me with an intensity that I can only describe as hunger. His piercing gray eyes had taken on an almost insane quality as he stared at me with them widened, and the red veins at the very edges of his eyes became more pronounced.
What's wrong?
I tried to pull away, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. He didn't answer me, but his grip tightened. He just stared at me, his eyes drilling into mine. And then, without warning, he attacked me. Grabbing my throat, he began to choke me. I struggled against him, but I couldn't break free. I could feel my vision start to fade as I gasped for air. Just when I thought I was going to pass out, he released me. I fell to the ground, coughing and gasping for air. He loomed over me, a sickening grin on his face, and that's when I saw it again. He grabbed his jacket and tossed it to the side. His prison number flashed in my mind as I saw what he had been wearing under his jacket, an orange jumpsuit.
You're an inmate!
He just laughed, a cold, maniac laugh that sent chills down my spine. Grabbing his face with his nails, he dug them into his skin and began to slowly scratch his face, starting from directly below his eyes till he reached his lips. As blood began to run down his face, he just kept laughing. I was in pure terror at this point, and I scrambled to my feet and started to run, but he was too fast. He caught up to me and tackled me to the ground. I screamed as he began to choke me again. I thought for sure that this was it, that I was going to die. But then, just as suddenly as he had attacked me, he stopped. He got up and dusted himself off and looked down at me again. Finally, he spoke, and with each word, the blood from his face splattered down into my face.
Let's play a game, Emily. I escaped just so I could have some fun on Valentine's Day. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes. Try to make it out of the park before I catch you. But if I do catch you, you'll never be alone on Valentine's Day again.
Staring at me, he began to count down from 3. I struggled to my feet and began to run. I could hear him counting behind me as he stood there in the park with blood streaming from his face. As I glanced back, I saw what looked like a trail of blood following him as he slowly began to walk after me. I ran as fast as I could, but I knew he was going to catch me. There was no way I could outrun him.
3, 2, 1.
His voice stopped, and suddenly, I heard crazed footsteps pounding behind me as he began to run. I was about to give up. As I ran, my legs were seared with the cold pain of exercise such as this. Just as he was about to catch up to me though, I saw a ranger's car drive into the park. I think they were there to close up for the night, but to this day, I still don't care.
Help me!
I ran toward them shouting as the man who had been chasing me darted into the bushes. I heard a scream of anger from his direction as he realized that he had lost me. The ranger got out of his car and ran toward me as I collapsed into his arms, sobbing and shaking uncontrollably.
What happened, miss? You're safe now.
Maybe I am, but they never found him. They never caught the man who had tried to kill me. And ever since that day, I've been terrified of being alone on Valentine's Day, and just as equally terrified of trying to find a date for fear that he or someone like him shows up again.
I work as a gas station employee in the state of Maine. It's a pretty quiet job, but I don't mind it. It's just another day when a man in a thick coat and a hat comes into the store and asks for a pack of bubble gum. Anything else I can get for you? That'll be all. All right, sir. Your total is $3.92. Have a great day. I ring him up and he pays cash and leaves. That happens every day. You feel me? Well, it happened differently today. Maine is a state that you can't ever really describe unless you've been there. The cold, desolate gray fog rolled in from the Atlantic, a blizzard setting in just as I was about to close up shop. It's nights like these that make me wonder if I'm really cut out for this job. Anyway, I digress. Let me explain to you what happened to me today and why I'm never going back to that 7-Eleven again. I waved goodbye to the customer as he went out into the cold night, and I followed him out the door. The clock was a few minutes before the time I had to close anyway, so I'd figured I'd close early and bid farewell to that 7-Eleven. After all, nobody would be out in a blizzard like this, and I wouldn't be too long. It was then that I noticed the man had stopped at the corner of the lot, just staring at me. Nodding to him, I made my way back toward my car, but the man started loitering towards me. "Hey boy," he said. "You finished up at that 7-Eleven? Mind giving me a ride home?" "Isn't that your truck over there?" I asked, pointing to the black pickup parked a few feet away. I could feel the hairs standing on the back of my neck, but I tried to stay calm. He smiled and shook his head, mumbling something about the cold being too much. I sighed and started to unlock my car door, but something made me look back. The man was still standing there, his eyes boring into me with an expression I can only describe as hungry. I rushed to the car and locked the doors, my heart pounding in my chest. I thought I heard him say something, but I was too scared to stay around and find out. Starting my car, I swiveled my head to make sure he wasn't following me. To my relief, I heard the engine of a truck rev as he pulled out of the parking lot, the smoke from his exhaust clouding the night sky. I drove home faster than I ever had before, watching the shadows of the trees as they danced in my rearview mirror. The skies quickly darkened as I settled in for my near-hour drive into the Maine wilderness to the next town over, where I lived. For those who don't live in Maine, I want you to imagine it. The cold, the darkness, and the silence. I never felt so alone in my life. As I got closer to home, a voice in my head told me to look into my rearview mirror one last time before turning down my lane. A chill ran up my spine, and I froze. The man in the hat was following me. His truck was barely visible in the darkness, but I recognized it easily. It was a dirty white, with dents and scratches all over the hood. I felt chilled, and although I figured it was a coincidence, something inside me told me that it definitely wasn't. There's no chance he lives in the same direction as I do, right? I whispered to myself, my stomach tied in knots. He had to. As I drove, though, I didn't turn into my driveway like I wanted to, and I instead turned down a street on the opposite side of the road. I looked into my rearview mirror, and to my relief, he had vanished. My relief was short-lived, though, as around the corner I saw headlights and the faint silhouette of the truck in my rearview mirror. He had followed my turn, and I felt fear grip my heart. I drove faster, my hands shaking on the wheel as I took another turn, making sure this time that it was down an alley that was known to not have streetlights. Parking quickly and turning off my engine, I sat there staring behind me. In a few seconds, I heard his truck idling now as he slowly drove past the alleyway. With my heart in my chest, I waited another few seconds before I dared start my car and drive home. As I cautiously backed my car out of the alleyway, I felt chills on my spine, as if someone was watching me, and I quickly drove back as fast as I could. Suddenly, however, as I turned my head away from the back of my car and faced the front windshield, my heart stopped and my blood ran cold. The same man in the hat and coat was standing there, with a look in his eyes that I can only describe as pure evil. He stared at me as I sped away, and I have to say that I'm still shivering thinking about his eyes. They were black and brown with red bloodshot lines running across them. A look of pure horror and malice that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I had enough, and perhaps the cold air drove me a bit crazy. Rolling down my window, I screamed over to him.
What the heck do you want from me?
Nothing, he replied. Nothing came from his red and brutalized lips as they cracked into a smile. It was a simple response, but you never expect it. Think about it. Whenever somebody asks the question in the movies, they expect some sort of answer, but this man simply said nothing and continued to stare at me with those eyes of pure evil. He did respond in another way, though. He began to walk towards me, his strides slowing as he got closer. I hit the gas and sped away, not looking back until I was halfway home. Pulling up at my house, I hurriedly got out of the car and quickly locked all the windows and doors. I was terrified, with images of that man filling my head as I stared through the window looking for any sign of him. As I write this, I'm keeping the lights on in the house, and I'm not venturing out for anything. I'm not sure what he wanted, but it was enough to make me never want to go back to that 7-Eleven again. And the worst part about all this is that he might still be out there, lurking in the night somewhere, waiting for his next victim. Or even worse, he could be right outside of my house as I'm writing this. It might just be my imagination, but I swear I heard the soft idling of a truck just beyond the streetlight that I pass by every night. If he somehow found my driveway, he's not getting in, and I'm not leaving my house. Not until the sun rises, at least.
I like social media, although at first I used a pseudonym for all of my social media platforms. I ended up switching to my name, Adrian, a few years down the road. It just felt more natural after I had built up a following. Recently, a trend had gained attraction on the internet. People were staying overnight in stores, filming their experience and uploading it to YouTube, so I decided to try it out. Big mistake, guys. Don't try this. I decided to pick IKEA for my overnight challenge because of its sheer size and the fact that there were no surveillance cameras. I thought that since I was doing the challenge by myself, it would be safer. Little did I know that I was wrong. For this reason, I began carefully building my plan as to how I was going to stay the night in such a large store. I decided to hide in one of the wardrobes until closing time. My trusty cameraman, Jason, volunteered to tag along with me to the store.
Adrian, this vid is going to be so sick, man. I really think we'll hit it big time, viral with this one. I agree, dude. People eat this type of content up, and I want to be the one who brings them something they're never gonna forget. Now, let's get this show on the road.
We chatted as we were packing the car, taking cameras and a few other items with us, like snacks and a few blankets. When we arrived at IKEA, it was already dark. We both felt an uneasy feeling in the air as soon as we stepped foot inside the store. I made sure to keep Jason busy for the better part of an hour as I went around and surveyed the place before finally settling in on our hiding spot, the wardrobe section. I made sure to be extra careful as I slipped into one of the wardrobes, making sure that Jason had locked it behind him as we climbed in. We waited for an hour, both giggling and pulling some bits for the camera every once in a while, pretending we almost got caught. In reality, just playing a recording from some other video to make it seem like an employee almost opened the door. The time passed quickly, especially since we had plenty of setup things to do and cameras to position in the wardrobe for when we would come out. As we finished setting up, the lights finally dimmed and the store closed. Jason and I exchanged looks of excitement and almost simultaneously hopped out of the wardrobe.
Whoa, guys, take a look at this. We're all alone in IKEA at night, and it's creepy as hell.
We began to explore the store, taking in all the empty aisles and the eerie silence that followed us. Still, both Jason and I chatted up a storm, so it didn't seem all that bad. As we walked, however, an eerie feeling began to settle in as we noticed subtle movements in the corner of our eyes.
What the hell? What is it, Jason?
I heard Jason yell and turn around to see him pointing toward one of the aisles of IKEA, an empty and black abyss that looked no different than the rest of the store. Jason, however, looked stricken with terror.
What is it, man? Dude, there was a dude there. I saw a pair of eyes. They were glowing in the dark. I swear to God, Adrian, there's someone here.
My heart instantly began to rush with excitement. Jason was playing this up so well. He hadn't told me about this bit, but I was certainly going to enjoy it. I was absolutely going to play along with this and let it carry this video to the top. As I walked toward the dark aisle, though, I glanced back at Jason. His face was white, and he was looking at me like I was crazy.
No, seriously, man, there's someone here.
I laughed, still not taking him seriously, and turned back toward the aisle. There, staring back at me, were a pair of eyes floating in the darkness.
What the?
I asked, my voice echoing through the empty store. Before I knew it, a figure emerged from the darkness and ran past me. I could tell it was a man, but I couldn't make out his face. He was wearing raggedy clothes and had long hair that was matted to his head. Screaming what seemed like jumbled nonsense, he launched himself at Jason, tackling him to the ground. Screaming, I ran toward them and tried to help Jason up as the man ran away into the darkness.
Dude, are you okay? Let's get out of here, man.
We both turned and began to run toward the exit. Our only thought was to get away from the store as quickly as possible. As we ran, though, I quickly began to outpace Jason. He was panting and struggling to keep up with me, clearly shaken by the experience. The door was right in front of me. I began to feel a sense of relief. We'd made it, and the content was going to be incredible. Suddenly, though, I heard a soft thud and a grunt from Jason. I turned around and saw the eyes of the old man, his raggedy clothes, as he grabbed Jason by the neck with long and gray fingers, pushing what seemed like a chef's knife directly through Jason's chest. Jason gurgled, his eyes widening in the shock as he slowly collapsed. The breath left his body without him ever being capable of saying another word. His eyes slowly becoming lifeless as I watched helplessly. I was frozen, unable to do anything but watch as the old man bent down and began to lap in the blood spilling out of Jason's body. The old, frazzled man squatted there with his hands holding the body of my friend, his eyes filled with the sort of hunger that only a starving man would have. Pulling the knife from the body of my friend, he began to lick his tongue down the blade as he let the sharp edge run into the surface of his tongue, cutting him as more blood began to drip onto the ground and paint the floor red. I snapped back to reality and began to run as fast as I could away from the store, screaming for help. I'm never going to forget the image of Jason lying there, lifeless, with the old man gulping his blood down his throat. And it's a lesson to all of us. Never underestimate the risks associated with these so-called overnight challenges. Be safe out there. As soon as I left the building, I contacted the police, who quickly responded and arrested the old man. It turns out that he was a homeless man who had been living in the store, using it as shelter. It was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, and I'm still haunted by the image of Jason lying there in the aisle, lifeless. Still, I can't help but think about it in a pretty positive light. I mean, the video got like 1 million views and even made the news. I guess like all bad things, there are some advantages to them. I desperately want to move out of here. I know what happened was an unfortunate coincidence, but I can't stand it. What if it happens again? I feel in danger all the time in the place where I should be safe. The night everything happened, I was alone at home, doing a school assignment on my computer in the bedroom. I was really focused.
What the heck?
I got up, left my bedroom, and went down half the stairs, since from there I could see the entrance and the living room from my home. A few seconds later, it happened again. I stood still, analyzing what was happening. My heart started to beat fast. I imagined the danger I was in, but I couldn't believe it. Is this really happening? I thought. No, it's over. That was what I wanted to think, since the seconds had passed and everything had gone back to completely silent. But soon, with the little lighting that there was, I managed to see a silhouette in front of the window of the living room. The person raised their hand, with which they held an object. It was at that moment I reacted and ran up the stairs without giving it much thought. Seconds later, I heard it. Quickly, before the person could notice, I turned off the light in my room and grabbed my cell phone, but I didn't stay there. Since my bedroom was located next to the stairs, I ran as quietly as possible to my parents' room, which was down the hall on the second floor. I soon went in as it was open. It was all so quiet that it seemed like no one else was there, which was really a disadvantage for me. I needed to close the door, but what if the invader heard me? What would they do to me? What did they want? My hand was shaking just above the door handle, but I finally managed to get a firm grip on it and turned it. Feeling how a great bead of sweat was running down my face, I pulled the door closer and released the handle. It had sounded much louder than I would have liked, so I just hoped the invader was far enough away. On weak legs, I walked away and hid behind my parents' bed. My hands were so covered in sweat that when I turned my phone on, they were fogging up the screen. Without waiting any longer, I dialed 911. Soon, a voice was heard.
911, what's your emergency?
I immediately turned the sound down a lot more, but my hands were shaking so much that it took me longer than it should have.
911, what's your emergency?
The moment I put the phone close to my ear and heard her again, I remained silent.
You can't speak?
I don't know where they are.
Who?
I waited a few seconds before answering.
A person is in my house.
Do you know who that person is?
I could barely focus on her questions as the amount of thoughts going through my head was abysmal.
I don't know. I don't think so. I could barely see them.
Where are you?
In my parents' room. I locked the door.
Is anyone else with you?
No. I think the person is in my bedroom.
Are you okay? Where are you?
I froze like a statue when I heard him. His voice was filled with fury. Was so nervous I couldn't take it anymore.
I don't know what he wants. Do something.
I need to know where you are.
I quickly told her my home's address.
The police are on the way.
Will they take long?
There are many officers taking care of another matter, but soon a patrol will go to your house.
Where the fuck are you?
Stay with me and keep calm.
I moved the phone away from my ear so I could hear the invader better. After all, she wasn't really helping.
Do you think I'm stupid? I saw the lamp on from outside, mother...
Immediately after hearing him, I covered my mouth.
I need something, and you're going to give it to me. You can't hide in your pathetic house.
I brought the cell phone up to my ear again.
Are you there?
He's gonna find me. He's gonna kill me.
Please?
I hung up the call, put the phone on the floor, and hugged my own legs, just almost like in the fetal position. My body didn't stop trembling due to uncertainty, since everything was completely silent again. Now there was only one room left. I heard the man's footsteps getting closer and closer until they reached their destination, the door of my parents' room.
Are you done playing hide and seek yet?
The entire room fell silent after his question.
Open the door! Did you hear me? Open the door or I'll shoot!
I started to cry silently, but I didn't answer him.
You're only making everything more difficult!
Suddenly, just as he had done with the front door, he started kicking the one to my parents' room. I put both hands over my mouth to keep from making noise. It was almost as if screaming was inevitable. My hands fell to the sides of my body involuntarily, and I let out all the air I had in my lungs as soon as I realized what had happened.
Look who's there.
I was so shocked that I hadn't noticed he was already in the room until we were face to face.
Give me all your money.
He was pointing a gun at me.
We don't have much here.
I'm only gonna ask one more time. Give me all the cash you have. Your cell phone too. I know you have it in there.
As requested, I gave him my cell phone and then led him to my bedroom to find my wallet and give him the money.
Good boy. Now you're gonna let me go without saying anything. Understand?
I will.
I'm sure you will. Turn around.
I did as he asked, hoping that soon the nightmare would end. That's when I heard it. Click, click, click.
Shit!
Then the man ran away and left the house. Once the police arrived, I knew what was happening. A criminal had escaped from jail, and it turns out that he was the one who invaded my house. But that's not what terrifies me the most. What keeps me up at night is knowing that I could have died that day since he tried to shoot me 3 times. There was nothing special about that night except for the fact that it was Valentine's Day, and I wanted to take Julia out for dinner. It's been weeks since we have spoken to each other properly. She has changed since our daughter Dorothy died in an accident. You see, the loss has affected her differently. The way she is coping with this loss will surely destroy what is left of our marriage. Ever since the day our daughter died, she's been detached from reality. I suppose in a way, we all were, but my wife was different. She couldn't, or wouldn't come to terms with the fact that Dorothy was gone. Julia didn't sit in her bed crying for hours, nor did she spend every waking moment surrounded by photo albums or Dorothy's clothes. She didn't cry at all when the cops called to inform us that Dorothy was run over by a pickup truck while hitchhiking to a rock concert. Julia and I cremated our daughter. Yes, Julia insisted on it. I wish I never agreed. Now, she carries the urn around. She talked to it as if it was a real person.
Comfortable?
she murmured, as she strapped it into the baby seat of our car just the other week. I watched her through the rearview mirror, and my skin crawled. Needless to say, after that I stopped going out with my wife. I could see people talking about her everywhere we went. They would point her out silently and whisper among themselves. I used to feel bad for my wife, but now this routine is getting on my nerves. I am heartbroken and exhausted pretending our daughter is alive. So that night, I decided to put a stop to this. I ordered food and set the table in Valentine's theme. When Julia came downstairs and noticed all the red balloons and heart-shaped candles, I saw her eyes dazzle up. After all these gloomy days, I finally felt my wife noticing me.
Did you do this all by yourself?
Yep. Happy Valentine's Day, dear.
I went close to her. She was holding the urn to her chest. I said in a soft voice,
I know, Julia. We're going through a tough phase and you're in no mood to celebrate, but we need to live. Dorothy would have wanted us to celebrate tonight. Let's sit down and have a proper dinner, okay?
She gave me a surprised look, like I've said something weird.
Is it okay if Dorothy eats with us too?
God, Julia, please, let's not do this tonight.
Do what?
At this point, I was secretly hoping that tonight will be the night when things go back to normal.
How will Dorothy eat with us?
I asked, and the tiring, sad voice repeated. For a moment, the room was enveloped in stunned silence. Then Julia spoke.
Like she does every other night.
She sat down on the table and put the urn right next to her dinner plate. Just think about it. Candles were lit. Valentine's Day dinner it was, and I was sitting with my wife and the ashes of my dead daughter at the same table. But still, I kept calm. At least she has agreed to eat dinner at the table and not in her room after days. It still progresses. Slowly, she will accept. It takes time to heal, I know that. But then she started talking to the urn.
Look how romantic Daddy is, Dorothy. Yeah, he is glad that you could join us. I'll set up a plate for you. Wait!
Julia, please. You don't have to go through this every night.
Pass me the mashed potato. Dorothy wants some.
As she started cutting the steak, disregarding that I existed, I finally lost it.
Why can't you just talk to me, huh? Dorothy is dead. We lost our daughter to a car crash, Julia. Accept it. She's dead. Stop this insanity. It's hurting both of us. This is not healthy. Why can't you see that?
Caught in a fit of rage, I grasped the tablecloth and pulled it towards me, sending the dishes crashing to the floor. Dorothy's urn, sitting atop one of the plates, succumbed to the same fate. It fell on the hard concrete and shattered.
Dory!
My wife screamed, leaping to her feet and dashing around the dining table.
No, baby, no!
Tears rolled down my eyes, realizing what damage I had done. Amidst the porcelain shards and utensils, the urn lay cracked in half, its lid nowhere to be found. Dorothy's ashes were scattered in those broken pieces. Julia landed knees first on the shards, the porcelain crunching under her weight. Nothing could have prepared me for what she did next. I watched in horror as my frantic wife snatched one half of the urn and stuck her tongue out to lick it, her fingers desperately searching for the remains left on the floor. She swept her hands across the ground, cutting her skin up in the process, and shoved the whole lot in her mouth, her eyes rolling back inside her head. I wanted to vomit. No, I wanted to run. My heart was pounding at 10 times its normal rate, threatening to leap out of my throat. My skin was clammy and my vision blurred, but not enough to stop me from seeing the monster that was my wife, stuffing ashes, blood, and porcelain shards down her throat.
Julia?
She slowly turned her head towards me, and a sick smile appeared on her face. Her bleeding mouth with ashes smearing on her white teeth gave me chills.
She will be with me now, forever.
and went back to doing what she was doing. I ran to her and tried my best to pull her away. She kicked in the air and screamed.
No, baby! Don't be scared. Mommy's here.
I pleaded with Julia to stop this madness, but she didn't. I somehow dragged her away and locked her in our bedroom. She kept banging on the door until the paramedics arrived. It's been 3 years now since Julia has been put in a mental institution. Every Valentine's Day, I go to visit my wife with a bouquet of red roses. I will go this year as well, but I know she won't talk to me. She only talks to herself now. The doctor says she sometimes imitates Dorothy's voice and pretends to be her own daughter, as if she has these dual personalities. She has completely lost it, and I know I'm not getting my family back. So, if you have someone special to spend your Valentine's Day with, you better make it memorable for them. Life has never been kind to the hearts filled with love. How much do you know about Japanese traditions? This is a question I ask everyone who hears my story, more than anything else, so that they know what I'm talking about. Why we do what we do, so that they understand the dimension of the mistake that my friends and I made that day. The day we opened a door we shouldn't have opened. Let me put it in context. Surely you know Candyman or Bloody Mary, right? The game to summon Hanako-san is quite similar. To start the game, you must go into the third bathroom on the third floor of the school. When you are standing in front of the door, you must say, Hanako-san, 3 times in a row. After doing so, you will hear a girl's voice telling you that she is inside the restroom. After that, you will hear someone flush the toilet, and at that moment, Hanako-san will disappear. On the other hand, there is a possibility that before you flush the toilet, a demonic hand will grab your head and pull you into the toilet together with Hanako-san, condemning you to a fate worse than death. There are some other rules, of course. It is said that you can see Hanako-san in the toilet as a little girl with a red skirt and black hair. It is also said that Hanako-san will not kill you if you are the top girl in your class. Whatever the rules are, one thing is clear. In Japan, it is normal that summoning Hanako-san, whether she appears or not, is a necessary rite when you are new in school.
Aiko, are you sure you want to do this? I must, otherwise I won't be integrated as part of the group. But what if Hanako-san catches you? Hey, don't worry, May, I'll be fine. Everyone goes through this. Hanako-san doesn't even exist. Yeah, you're right. You'll be fine, Aiko. You're here, Aiko. Yes, I'm ready. Great. Do you know the rules? Yes, I learned them. Excellent. Let's go in together.
We all went to the bathroom together, but when we were getting to the third door, the other girls stayed behind, and I fearfully went into the bathroom and sat on the toilet, closing the door in the process.
You can do it, Aiko. We trust you. Okay, I can do this. Hanako-san. Hanako-san. Hanako-san.
With these words said, the bathroom went into a huge silence. It was as if the cubicle had been transported to a different dimension, totally silent. I could hear nothing but my breathing. I felt that in the bathroom, I was alone.
Girls, nothing happened. Can I come out? Hey, tell me something. Hanako-san didn't show up. I should go, right? Please, answer me.
I didn't know what was going on, but out of nowhere, I started to hear a lot of banging on the door. My friends weren't there. What was going on? From one second to the next, the door slowly opened and the source of the sound was revealed.
You scared me! I'm sorry, it was so tempting. We should have filmed it. Right, Peng? I didn't want to be a part of this. It's disrespectful. We're sorry, Aiko. Come on, let's get out of here. What was that? It's coming from next door. Let me see. No! Fang, no, it's dangerous!
When the door opened, we all screamed with fright and fell backward in fear. It was Hanota. She was just standing next to us, laughing. Her face was totally deformed. Her skin was gray, and her eyes were wild.
Ah! Hanota! No!
Terrified, May and I ran to the door, screaming in despair as Fang stared at her friend's body. We banged on the door as hard as we could, but it was locked. What was happening? Were we locked in? Suddenly, we heard the sound of the toilet in the second cubicle. It rattled non-stop as if it was stuck.
Fang! Oh no!
I ran desperately to the source of the sound, and when we arrived, there it was. Fang was drowning in the toilet. I tried to pull her head out, but I couldn't. It was as if something invisible was holding her head, choking her. I backed away, scared, until suddenly, May said something very strange.
You don't feel like disrespecting me anymore, do you?
What? May, what are you saying?
As soon as I turned around, I fell to the floor in terror. That wasn't May. That was a young girl with black hair and a red skirt. That was Hanako-san.
Little Aiko, you shouldn't have provoked me. You shouldn't play with things that you don't understand.
I didn't do anything! Everyone calls you. I didn't know I was disrespecting you.
Oh, but you do. Calling me for such trivial things as a game? That'll be your first and last mistake with me.
I kept my eyes closed for a few seconds, but nothing happened. In fear, I opened them. I was standing in front of the third bathroom door, about to perform the ritual.
Hanako-san.
None of my friends were here. It was all a dream.
Hanako-san.
No, it didn't feel like a dream. It was all very real.
Hanako-san.
It was as if I had been transported to a parallel universe and came back here.
Hanako-san.
At that moment, I realized something terrible. While I was thinking about what was happening, my mouth was saying Hanako-san in front of the door.
Hanako-san.
I couldn't stop saying it. I tried to run to get out of there, but nothing worked.
Hanako-san. Hanako-san. Hanako-san.
It was as if my body was not mine. As if something was controlling it to say Hanako-san in front of the door.
Hanako-san.
Suddenly, my body stopped and stopped saying things. I just froze in front of the bathroom door.
Hanako-san. 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 Hanako-san.
It began to open slowly, and from inside, I heard a tetric voice.
I'm here.
Before I could react, a terrifying hand came out from inside the toilet and grabbed my head, trying to pull me inside the toilet, trying to drown me. I used all the resistance I could, but nothing worked. I was exhausted. I was swallowing so much water, I couldn't do anything. I alone had entered a game I was never going to win. I had provoked something I didn't even understand, just to make other girls like me. Desperate, I was losing the last of my breath, when as if nothing had happened, it was all over. The hand had stopped. I ran out of the bathroom, pushing the door, and on the other side, my friends were there, scared.
Hey, Aiko! Are you okay? Girl, what's wrong?
Did you see Hanako-san? Did she spare your life?
Overwhelmed by the situation, the only thing I could do was cry with all my strength. When I told my friends everything, they thought I was playing a joke, but after seeing my face, they believed me. They were all terrified and promised themselves never to do anything like that again. When I got to class, the teacher came up to me with a big smile and congratulated me for obtaining the highest grade in the class. Terrified, I received the grade and looked at my friends, who understood what was going on in my head. Hanako-san spares the lives of the girls who get the highest grade. If I hadn't have done so well on this exam, who knows what would have happened to me. For as long as I can remember, I have always been a person who cherishes my freedom. While other people my age were happy with the comfort of living with their parents, I fantasized about living on my own from a very young age. While some people fantasized about dream jobs, fame, and money, all I wanted was to stand on my own 2 feet. My father passed away when I was very young, so from then on, it was just me and my mother. We had no family or contact with anyone else. It was just the 2 of us. This would normally form a great bond between me and her, but to tell the truth, the opposite happened, as she was a monster. My mother always mistreated me and forbid me to have friends or talk to women. I'm not going to lie to you, I had a very complicated childhood, but luckily, everything was over, because when I was 21 years old, I was moving to a new house. My problems started in the middle of the move. You would think that with such a bad relationship with my mother, I wouldn't talk to her anymore the moment I stepped foot out of the house. But it wasn't like that. Growing up with her, it was very hard for me to lose contact. I wanted to keep her in my life, but she was acting very strangely and unnaturally, even for her.
Mom, you didn't have to come with me. I could have invited you after I moved out.
Oh, but I did. I could never leave my only son alone.
Okay. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome, son. You know I'll always be there for you.
Whatever I lived through with her, my mother never made me feel this way. It was as if she had stopped being my mother and had become a character in a horror movie. Always staring at me with a creepy smile, constantly moving her fingers as if she was up to something. She was making me feel very uncomfortable. Maybe she was having a psychotic break. When the move was done, she had to go back to work, so I could finally have some peace and enjoy being alone. I laid down, closed my eyes, and without rearranging the furniture, I fell asleep. My sleep in my new home was suddenly interrupted. I didn't know the sounds of this house yet, but I remember that was the intruder alarm. I approached the front door, but it was locked. No one had entered. Was it failing?
Hello, we just noticed that your alarm went on. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it was a mistake.
Please tell me your password.
Apple 3223.
Thank you.
As soon as I cut the call, another strange noise caught my attention. This time, it was coming from my room. Had some boxes fallen down. I thought about calling the operator again, but it didn't make sense. I knew I was being paranoid. I've never lived alone. Strange noises and unwarranted fear is normal, right? I nervously walked to my room, and to my surprise, my fears had been justified. Someone was crouched down next to the bed, with his back towards me. I was about to quickly call 911, but that person revealed her face.
Mom? What are you doing here?
What a nice house you picked out for us. This will be our room.
What? Mom, I'm gonna live here by myself. How did you get in?
You will never live alone. A son always needs his mother. You'll never get rid of me. You'll never get rid of me. You will never get rid of me.
I didn't know what was going on, but that wasn't my mother. I ran out of the room and closed the door. Luckily, I still had the keys in my pocket, so while whoever that person was banging on the door, I managed to lock it. After that, I just walked backward and, terrified, stood there watching the door take more and more knocks until suddenly, it opened.
Mom knows better. Ah! Hey, you woke up. Are you okay? What happened?
Mom? I'm home. You have no idea what a nightmare I had. I dreamt that I moved out, but a demon version of you replaced you, and her face started to melt, and... Oh my god, what a real and terrible nightmare.
Oh, sweetie, stay calm. That will never happen. You will never move out.
What? What am I doing here? I was really moving out. That wasn't a dream.
You see, son, I called the realtor. You can't move in. You need someone to take care of you after your accident.
Accident? What?
I'm really sorry about what happened. The fact that I was driving makes it so much worse. But I'll make up for my mistake, my baby. I'll take care of you forever. A child always needs its mother.
But when I recover, I can just go, won't I?
I think you're still in shock, silly. You're missing the point. You'll never get better. Not as long as I'm alive.
Shocked, I couldn't scream or fight. I just stared at the wall without understanding what was happening. Eventually, I understood that my mom was right. I was never going to be able to live alone. I was never going to be able to be calm. There were no relatives to rescue me, and we lived in the middle of nowhere. No one could hear my screams. Most of the time, I was either dozed or crying. It was really a dead end. Today, I have something similar to a normal life. I finally live alone. But that cost me more than 30 years of my life. My mother is no longer with us, but I still see her in my nightmares. Every day I dream that I'm young again. I dream that I can live a normal life. But she is always back, ready to torment me until the end of my life. Starting an OnlyFans was a spur-of-the-moment decision I made. I was unemployed, drowning in debt. This is why I cared for the money so much that I was ready to do anything for it. It was Friday night. I had put on a cute costume and was all set to go live with my OnlyFans. Suddenly, I got a DM from a client.
Respond if you want a quick $1,000 bucks.
Lucifer333. I clicked on the profile. Just a username I didn't recognize. No picture, no details, and I couldn't remember if I had interacted with him before. I don't usually respond to DMs, and I was busy getting ready for a live stream, but that amount of money got my attention. I asked.
What's the request?
The reply came immediately.
I want you to draw something.
I stared at the message for a second.
What? You're joking.
No, I'm serious. Draw me a picture. $1,000, no joke. Trust me.
I'd been an adult content creator for 5 years. Honestly, I've gotten a lot over that period, but this was maybe the weirdest request I've ever gotten. $1,000 just for some stupid drawing. This guy intrigued me.
I don't draw. I'm not an artist.
You don't need to be. I just want you to draw this. Do it and the money will be yours.
Fine. What do I have to draw?
This.
He sent an image attached. I expected it to be some explicit photo, but once I opened it, I was surprised. It was a scanned image of a page from a very old book, a big circle with a pentagram inside, and a big blue eye right in the middle. I'd never seen anything like it.
What is this?
No answer. I waited, kept staring at the image, and then my eyes glanced up at the message chain, at the promised $1,000. Probably 8 streaming sessions worth of work, and if this is his kink, who am I to judge?
You just want me to draw this? Like, on paint or something?
No, on your floor, with chalk.
You sure this isn't a joke?
No, it's not.
$50 was credited to my account. This guy was a freaking trip, but he wasn't kidding.
I don't have chalk.
No, need it now.
It never fails. When the mood strikes, the mood strikes. They got to get off right away. I rummaged through the desk next to my cam setup, pushed aside random things, makeup, papers, and my toys. I found a pencil. I looked at the hardwood floor in my apartment. No way that was going to work. Then I remembered and found my old purse on the floor in my closet. and inside it, a thick black Sharpie. I tested it on the floor. Bingo. I messaged him back.
Will a marker work?
Again, the reply was immediate.
Yes, as long as I can see it. Draw big.
Calm down, my guy. Horniness does strange things to a man. Well, fine. It wouldn't take me more than a minute.
Okay, drawing now.
I pulled up the pic he sent me on my phone and kneeled on the floor next to my bed, pulled aside the carpet, put the Sharpie to the hard wood, and began to draw. It showed up pretty well. I turned down the lights and took a photo of it with a flash, then sent it to Lucifer 333.
How's this?
No reply.
Huh?
Still nothing. Then my phone buzzed. $1,000 credited to my account. He then replied,
Yes! You did so well!
Bloody hell. I just made more money than I did in the last month of camming.
I'm glad you like it.
This guy was probably pleasuring himself to a circle I just drew in Sharpie on my dirty apartment floor right now, I thought. Thinking we were done, I moved to start my live stream, but then he surprised me.
Want to make 5K tonight?
What? You mean 3K more?
No, I mean 5K more.
Okay, duck the live stream. This guy could pay my bills for life.
Anything for you, Lucifer.
Awesome. I just need you to say something and videotape it.
I'm not gonna lie, this request was another curveball.
What do you want me to say, Daddy?
I replied to spice things up a bit. Okay, it was a shot in the dark, but a pretty substantial portion of my clients like it, and I kind of like it too. Suddenly, a message popped up. I wrinkled my brow reading it, because it looked like complete nonsense.
Rege Satanas. Ave Satanas. Hail Satanas. Say it. Say it 3 times.
I started thinking about this. Maybe this dude is into gothic stuff. I mean, people are into weird things, and this wasn't my first time dealing with it. But still, something felt off. This was weird. Another message snapped me out of it.
Please, I need it.
Another $500 credited to my account.
That's just for you. I'll give you 5K more.
Man, he is desperate. I couldn't say no anymore. I started the recording and began saying the lines.
Rege Satanas. Ave Satanas. Hail Satanas. Rege Satanas. Ave Satanas. Hail Satanas.
As I got done with the 3rd time, my night lamp exploded. The power went out and I stood in the darkness in front of my laptop. A shiver ran down my spine as my room suddenly got too cold. I messaged the guy.
What is all this? What did you make me do?
But he didn't reply. My head began to feel dizzy. My stomach hurt like something was trying to come out of me. I rushed to the bathroom, but fell on the floor even before reaching it. My eyes rolled into my head, and a stroke of bile hit my throat. As I vomited, I saw in my inner vision I was floating in an infinite space filled with nothing but fire. The writhing flame touched my skin and started burning it. I could smell the smoky flesh and felt excruciating pain. It was like I was thrown into an incinerator to burn alive. I wanted to scream, but instead of voice, molten lava came out of my mouth. The fire was eating me inside out. Suddenly, the face of my mom flashed in front of my eyes, and I screamed.
Dear Lord, save me!
Everything went black after that. I woke up hours later on the floor. My skin had red, burnt wounds. My head was throbbing, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't get up. Suddenly my eyes went to the floor, and I saw a curled up piece of fleshy discharge, reeking like death. What the hell came out of my mouth? I was beyond terrified. I somehow got up and went to my laptop. The guy was still there and had sent me tons of messages.
Did you do it? Send me the audio clip. Where did you go? Hello? Don't you want my money?
But I had enough. I blocked him and went offline. For the next few days, I suffered from fever, sudden vomiting, and severe headaches. A week later, when I finally got well, I rubbed off the symbol he made me draw. I also deleted the recording from my phone. Not just that, I even did some research on the symbol. What I found gave me chills. It was a symbol to summon the dark spirits. Basically, the freak made me perform a satanic occult ritual in my own house without my knowledge. Those out there, storming your life through the world of the internet, I only have one thing to say to you. No matter what anyone says, learn to set boundaries in your life online, or else, God knows where will you end up.
Hey, my name is Elodie, and believe me when I tell you I would do anything for my kids. I know all mothers say that, but I had a chance to prove it at 7-Eleven. It all happened one afternoon when I went with my kids to 7-Eleven. Their father abandoned us when I was pregnant with the twins, so I had to take them everywhere when my parents couldn't take care of them. That day, the boys had not gone to school because one of them was sick, and I suspected that the sister might get sick and infect her classmates. When we arrived at 7-Eleven, let's just say he didn't look sick anymore. Mom, I want ice cream.
Mom, if he eats ice cream, I want ice cream too.
It's not fair. I'm sick.
Liar, you're not sick. Look how well you are.
Guys.
Mom, Claudette is bothering me. Tell her I'm sick.
Don't call me by my full name.
I'll call you whatever I want to, Claudette.
Guys.
You're so mean.
I'm sick and you still yell at me?
Kids, stop it. As soon as we get out of here, I'll buy you ice cream, okay? But only if you behave yourselves.
Okay, Mom.
Kids, am I right? When I turned around, a man was behind me. He had a generous face and a friendly smile. His eyes were wide open, and waiting for a response, he froze, staring at me.
Oh, I'm sorry. You scared me. Yes, they are terrible.
They're twins, aren't they? Hey, you should behave yourselves and not get Mom in trouble.
Yes, sir. They seem out of control, but they're very good children. Well, we should get going. A pleasure, sir.
My pleasure. Do you come here often?
Sometimes. Have a nice day.
Very uncomfortable, I left with my children from that section. That man was really awkward.
Didn't you like that man, Mom?
I think the man liked Mom.
No way. Don't talk with people like that. That man was a creep.
The next few minutes were normal. I didn't see the man anymore, and by the time I got to the checkout line, I had forgotten all about him. A few seconds after I arrived, the man stood behind me. Nice day, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
A little annoyed, I ignored him. You know, I'm new to the neighborhood and I really know few places to shop. I'm a very lonely man who can't have children, so it's a pleasure to see friendly people like you. My mom thinks you're a—
Alphonse! Ignore him, sir. He's just a boy. I hope you can adapt to the neighborhood as soon as possible.
I have to admit that his little speech gave me some pity, but I was still very uncomfortable with his presence. I wanted him to get away as soon as possible. No problem. I understand that children can behave very badly. Sometimes, don't you wish they were dead? Hearing those words, my blood ran cold. I turned around, furious.
What did you say?
Oh, calm down, dear. It was just a metaphor. No one would want these angels to die, right?
Sir, you are a sick man. Don't ever speak to me or my children again. Do you understand?
Of course. Still smiling, as if what I had to say had not affected him. I am sorry for having such a big imagination. I will not bother you anymore. Still furious, I was about to turn away, but something caught my attention, and I had to tell him.
Wait a minute. Is your little bag empty? You've been here for almost 20 minutes and you haven't bought anything? Besides, what are you doing in line? Are you following us?
At this point, I was already screaming. Not only did I not care if anyone heard us, but I wanted them to. Oh, I guess I didn't get anything, did I? That means I don't have to wait in line to leave. Have a nice day. And with that, he simply left. When I went to turn it off, the cashier offered me to go with someone from security, which I accepted, and a man escorted us to the car. When we arrived, the security man greeted us and I opened my car door. I knew nothing was wrong, that the man was gone, but I still felt very uncomfortable. I put all my shopping bags into my SUV, and before I left, my son asked me to close it.
Al, it's not a good time for this.
But you promised me, Mom. Please, let me close the back door.
You promised, Mom. Don't be a liar.
Ugh. All right, but make it quick. I'll go start the engine.
Yay!
While Al was closing the trunk, I was looking at ice cream shop locations on my cell phone with Claudette. I knew it wasn't the best time, but if I didn't do it now, she was going to yell at me while I was driving, and that was going to be a problem.
Mom, are you going to get lemon ice cream?
Al? When did you get here?
Long ago. I just finished closing the door.
But honey, the trunk is still open.
What?
You didn't close it all the way and it opened. Let me close it.
After closing the trunk, I started the SUV and we left. We were going to go to an ice cream shop a few blocks away and order ice cream to eat at home, but something caught my attention.
Kids, what are you looking at back there?
Mom, there's something moving under the doggy padding.
Is it a rat?
What? Kids, get out of there.
Oh, I'm busted.
Ah!
I couldn't believe my eyes. The man from before with the maniacal, terrifying smile was in the car. My children tried to run away, but they were both wearing seatbelts.
What are you doing here? I'm calling the police. Get out of here now!
No, don't stop the car. The kids want to eat ice cream.
Yora, leave him alone. He's just a kid.
I know, isn't that lovely? I love kids. I could never do anything bad to little Al.
Please let me go.
Hey, how about instead of eating ice cream, let's go straight home? I'd love to get to know them better.
Listen to me, you psycho. If you think I'm taking you to my house, you're too—
No! You listen to me! If you ever yell at me or disrespect me again, I will use this knife to open the child like a fish. Do you understand?
Please, don't do anything to him.
No, I wouldn't do anything to him. I'm sorry I got angry like that. What's your name?
Elodie.
Listen to me, Elodie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like your children. Not romantically, of course.
Mom, I'm scared.
Take it easy, Claudette. Everything will be all right.
Indeed. Look, I'm not gonna hurt you or your children. I just want you to give me little Al.
What?
Oh, come on. I've always wanted a child, and nobody wants to have one with me. They won't even let me adopt. You have two. You can give me one. I promise I'll take care of it.
I won't give you any of my children. Leave us alone or you'll pay.
What am I gonna pay for? How can you be so selfish? You know what? I warned you not to disrespect me. Now I'll be left with one child and you with none.
Filled with rage, the psychopath lunged at Claudette. Terrified, I did the only thing I could do to save her. In the last few minutes, I had driven to a longer, uninhabited road, so I was able to increase the speed of the SUV. I did it so that at this moment, when everything came to its worst, I could do this. I had made it. My children were safe. But as I looked out the window, I saw the psychopath was not only moving, but also standing up.
Oh no, you're not standing up anymore.
Unable to control my anger, I ran over the man at full speed. After that, he didn't move anymore. Soon after, the police stopped me until they could figure out what was going on. Since this happened recently, I still don't know if I can go to jail for what happened, but I have no regrets. Shortly after, I found out that the man I hit had charges of sexual abuse. The police told me that there probably won't be any problems, but whatever the outcome, I'm happy to make this world a better place for my children.
At the beginning of my career, I taught English in a local high school. I had just gotten married and was one of the youngest teachers in that school. It was my first day, and I was going to my class when I saw two boys bullying a girl.
Stop it! Stop it!
She screamed so loud that everyone went quiet. Other teachers came out of their classes, Students gathered in the corridor, and all eyes were on her. The boys who were bullying stepped back in fear. To take control of the situation, I rushed to them.
Boys, go to your classes now, and make sure you two see me with your parents after school.
They ran away. Everyone got back to their job, and I walked to my class. I started writing my name on the board to introduce myself to my first batch of students when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around and saw that same girl walk into my class. She sat down on the last bench, and I continued with the class. The day went well. A few days later, when I had finally settled down with my new job and new place, a weird thing started happening. Someone left small notes stuck to my car windshield. Nothing was written on them, only a picture of a boy and a girl standing side by side holding hands. The boy had the same hair and clothes as mine, but the girl wore a wedding dress. No matter how weird the notes were, I brushed them off as a prank by a student. By the 5th note, I got a message. The sender of these notes wrote,
"Why don't you notice me?"
I quickly looked around. All the kids were leaving. Some were walking home in groups. Suddenly, my eyes spotted this big bushy tree on the opposite side of the street. The girl from the first day was standing there. She had this big smile on her face. Her eyes were wide open. It felt so creepy the way she was watching me. I realized she was the one sending me all these love notes. Damn, I think she developed a crush on me. I was a married man and wanted no trouble with a teenage girl. So, I curled the note into a ball, threw it on the gutter, and got in my car. The girl's smile faded as she watched me drive off. I didn't tell my wife because I thought she might misinterpret the situation. The next day, I took off and spent the entire day with my wife. We went to the club, danced, and got drunk. We had a wild night after that. The next day was a Sunday. I went to buy some groceries at the local market. My wife went along. We were picking up apples when I heard a woman call out to my wife.
Rhonda, how have you been? Hello, Mrs. Dempsey.
She introduced me to this woman who had happened to be the mayor's wife. I went to shake hands with her when that girl from school marched behind her.
You must be the new English teacher. Pamela said you helped her stand up to her bullies.
I awkwardly smiled, and the girl watched my wife from tip to toe with a blank face. My wife could sense the tension on my face, so I told the woman it was nothing huge, just my duty as a teacher.
Why didn't you come yesterday, Mr. Tamara?
As shocked as we all were by the question, my discomfort grew further.
I just need some rest. Thanks for asking, Pamela.
Will you be at school tomorrow?
Yes, I will.
She walked away with her mom, and my wife and I finished the rest of shopping. Once we got in the car, my wife asked what happened to that girl. I told her everything except for the love notes. She nodded her head and said that the girl was weird. She didn't like the way Pamela checked her out. The next day, I had just finished the class and was going to the teacher's room for lunch when I heard my name.
Mr. Tamara?
I turned around and the girl was standing right behind me, almost giving me a heart attack.
I brought cookies for you. I tried for the first time.
Thanks, but I can't take them, Pamela.
Why not? It's for you.
I don't like cookies. Thanks, anyway.
Her face shook down and she got quiet. I stood there awkwardly and then turned around to walk back.
Did your wife tell you to stay away from me?
What?
Why don't you understand?
What are you talking about?
You have to leave your wife. She's coming between us.
My patience drew the line there. I looked her in the eye and said in a strict tone,
I'm your teacher, Pamela. You better remember that or I will call your parents.
Her eyes burned in anger. She ground her teeth like a wolf, then left me alone. I made up my mind that today, once I get home, I will tell my wife about this psycho girl. But the principal held a meeting on an upcoming exam, so I had to stay a little late. Once I finally got off work, I rushed home. As I arrived on the front porch, I found the door half open. I entered the house, and it was in drop-dead silent.
Rhonda, I'm home.
I might have called out a little loud. Suddenly, I heard whimpering sobs coming from the kitchen. I followed it and saw Pamela was holding a knife at Rhonda, and she was barely trying not to cry. Our eyes met, and I realized the gravity of the situation. I started talking to Pamela.
Pamela, put down the knife.
Why? So you can ditch me for her?
Okay. I'll divorce her and be with you.
Will you?
I nodded my head up and down, saying,
Yes.
Pamela slowly backed off to come towards me. When she was close, I jumped to grab the knife away, and she panicked. I got stabbed in the shoulder. When the paramedics were taking me away on the stretcher, I heard Rhonda crying and Pamela ranting to the cops like a maniac.
He will live, right?
The lady cops grabbed her and started taking her away. I could hear her screams until the ambulance doors closed. She was kicking in the air, screaming at the top.
Mr. Tamara! I swear, I didn't mean to hurt you! Please! Don't hate me!
I was discharged after a month. I wanted to quit my job and shift to another place, but Rhonda stopped me. She told me that Pamela was sent to a juvenile mental institution and her family went with her. I still get nightmares where I see Pamela standing next to my bed, leaning over my face and saying,
Why don't you notice me? I don't know who might be on the other end of this, but if you're listening to this message, then I might already be dead. I know. You think I'm being too dramatic, but I promise you, I'm really not. Something seriously messed up is going on here. Something dark and twisted. And now that I've found out, I don't think they'll let me get out of here alive. I can hear them outside, hunting for me. It's so dark. I'm hiding in a closet, and I don't know how much time I have left, so... Okay, deep breaths. Deep breaths. I must sound freaking crazy to you, and maybe I am, but I'd like you to hear me out, okay? Please, just hear me out. My name is Abigail Walters. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a senior at William Davis High, and... You know what? That isn't important. I don't have time to go into all the details. I'll try, but I think I should focus on telling you how I got here. The winter break just rolled around, and school is out for the next few weeks. Everyone was excited. I mean, who isn't excited about Christmas? The lights, the snow, Mariah Carey. The holidays were set to go great. Until last week. You see, I live alone with my mom. Always have, for as long as I can remember. My father was just some drunk who ran away a couple of years after I was born. It's just been me and my mom since then, and we've always spent Christmas together. This year, though, it was different. Mom got a fancy new job at some insurance company in town a few months ago, and the company called her up to attend a 2-week conference out of town over the holidays. She was flown out across the country, leaving me all alone at home for Christmas. She had wanted me to tag along with her, but attending a corporate conference halfway across the country sounded even more dreary than spending the holiday alone. So, I told her I'd stay. Why on earth did I tell her that? If only I hadn't... It's no use crying. Tears won't save me now. I've got to stay strong. Okay, deep breaths. So, before Mom left, Caroline Baker came over for dinner at our place. Caroline is... well, I don't know who Caroline is anymore. She used to be my best friend. We met in freshman year and we've been super tight ever since. She'd spend every winter with her family in the woods. Her parents liked to hunt. She said it was a family tradition. Something they'd been doing for ages, apparently. They'd built a nice little cottage in the woods where they'd camp out for about a week before driving back to town when Christmas was over. This time, Caroline offered to take me along. It was a no-brainer. With Mom being gone and Caroline offering, it was the only logical course of action for me to take. A fun Christmas in the woods with my best friend and her family. What could go wrong? We've been searching the house for almost an hour now, Dad. Where is she?
Patience, love. She's still in here. I'm sure of that.
Maybe you're mistaken. Picking up an old scent or something?
Nah, it's her. You don't forget the smell of young blood. It's different. Richer. Trust me, she's close.
All right then. But I'll be damned if I spend another 30 minutes searching for her when there's stew getting cold in the kitchen. We can always warm the stew back up. Not a big deal. But this? Come on. No use standing around. Let's keep looking. Ugh. Whew. That was close. Too close, if I'm being honest. I left home on the night of the 21st. Caroline came to pick me up. We hung out at her house for a couple of hours before her parents got back from work. They were so happy to see me. Looking back now, it felt a bit unnatural. Their excitement was so out of place. Parents don't usually get that excited when their kids' friends come over. But then again, it had been quite a while since I went over to Caroline's place, and so I thought... I don't know what I thought. I remember Mrs. Baker sniffing my hair when she hugged me. And I couldn't be sure at the time, but now I'm pretty sure I heard Mr. Baker's stomach rumble. Like he was hungry or something. I should have known something was wrong back then. I should have made up some excuse right then and bolted out their front door. But no, I stayed. On the morning of the 22nd, Mr. Baker informed us that we'd be driving up to their cabin in the woods. Caroline had told me once that usually they left town on Christmas Eve. That was the second red flag. We were leaving 3 days early, and it was frantic, almost desperate. When I asked Caroline about the change, she simply told me that plans had changed. What plans? I had no idea, but I tagged along regardless. This was my best friend. I had nothing to fear. I remember pulling up into the dirt track that led to the cabin and seeing it for the first time. It stood at the end of the narrow road, its dark windows like gaping sores on a corpse. I remember our conversation on the way to the house. Real quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why we love it. The perfect place for a hunt.
At this point, I knew something was definitely wrong. They lit the candles in the cabin and led me to the dinner table. The next thing I felt was a strike to my head by some blunt object. I think it was a candelabra. I didn't really get a good look at it before I passed out. I woke up in the kitchen sometime later, strapped to a creaky wooden table in a dimly lit kitchen. In the dark, I could make out forms of what looked like other humans, strapped to tables like me. None of them were moving. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to wiggle my way out, but the binds would not budge. Mrs. Baker walked into the kitchen, sharpening a pair of butchering knives.
Ah, little Caroline brought us a good one this year, didn't she? We always wanted a taste of you. Oh, yes. How juicy you'll be in the stew.
Mrs. Baker, what are you doing? I don't understand.
Christmas came early, love. Perhaps not for you. But when we're done, I'm sure you won't mind one bit.
She turned around to inspect a pot of stew with pieces of meat bubbling over a fire. I gagged as soon as I realized what was going on. These people were going to eat me. Mrs. Baker went to one of the other tables and began hacking and slicing. I saw an opportunity in her absence. One leg of the table I was tied to was shaky, creaking in protest as I struggled. Luckily, as I was next to a wall, I managed to gently rock back and forth until I gathered enough momentum to push myself off of it. The table landed on its side, with me still on it. It splintered with a loud crack, loosening the ropes that bound me. Mrs. Baker turned around when she heard the sound. She screamed like an animal and charged at me with her knives. I reached for the broken leg of the wooden table and swung at her head with all the force I could muster. She folded to the floor, but I didn't wait around to see the extent of the damage. I bolted out of the kitchen and towards the front door. Unfortunately, Carol and her dad were on the front porch. There was no way I could sneak by unnoticed. I had to get out of sight as soon as possible. so I ran upstairs to the attic. It was dark and dusty and quiet, but at least it was safe. I found an old drawer big enough to crawl into, and I've been here ever since. Thankfully, my phone was still in my jacket pocket. It has a low battery and there's barely any signal out here, so I don't know what good it'll do. At least I was able to tell this story. Maybe someone, sometime in the future, will find it and hear my story. Or maybe not. It's just past midnight. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I'm sore. I don't know how much longer I can hold out here. It's been a little over an hour and they haven't found me yet. Maybe they think I managed to run away, which is a good thing, I guess. But how on earth am I going to get out of here without being seen?
Bye, Sarah.
Have a lovely weekend.
You too, dear.
Our accountant Martha left for the elevator. I packed my stuff, set my hair with a bunch of bobby pins, and got up from my chair. It was finally time to go home. Everyone has left already. I sat at the bus stop. I always take the last bus home. It's only been a few weeks since I joined this new advertising agency. I can't afford to rent a car yet. Having not much to do, I was checking my phone when my eyes went to the other side of the street. Under the light posts, there stood a man. A homeless man with disheveled hair and dirty, raggy clothes. He was watching me. I ignored him and carried on scrolling on my newsfeed. A few seconds later, I looked up again. The man was now sitting on the sidewalk in a crouched position and smiling at me. He had a big, creepy smile that gave me goosebumps. That's when I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, Sarah?
Huh?
It was my colleague, Nerdy Larry. Everyone calls him that because he works with the tech team.
Oh, Larry, still here?
Yeah, I had some last moments mailing to do. You alright?
Yes, just waiting for the last bus.
I see. Listen, I have my car. I can drop you home if you want.
That's so kind of you, but I'll wait for the bus anyway. Thanks for the gesture, though.
You sure? I mean, it won't be any trouble.
I will be fine. You go home, Larry.
Okay. See you Monday then.
Yeah, good night.
I watched Larry walk towards the parking lot. Honestly, it's about a half an hour ride to my house, and the last thing I would want is to bore myself with Nerdy Larry. Also, the bus would be here any minute, and I didn't like people treating me as a damsel in distress. My eyes went back to the guy across the street, and he wasn't there. I searched, but the man was gone. I let out a big sigh of relief when suddenly I heard a chuckle close to me. I slowly turned my head to the right, and there he was. Standing 10 feet away from me, his rotten teeth and greedy eyes formed an evil face. He licked his lips disgustingly and then started coming towards me. I got up, feeling scared. There was no one around except me and this scary stranger. I started walking too. I thought if I go away, he would stop following me. I took a few steps ahead, leaving the bus stand behind me, and then turned around. He was still following me, and his smile got even bigger now. I increased my pace when I suddenly heard running footsteps behind me. I looked back and saw the homeless man running to me at full speed, stretching his filthy hands to grab me. I lost it and started running for my life.
Help! Help! Somebody!
But there was no one, not a single person nearby. That's when I saw Larry's car pulling out of the parking lot. Not wasting a single second, I ran to him. He turned the car around and was heading in my direction, but before he could pick up speed, I bumped into his bonnet. He hit the brakes, making the tires screech. I opened the driver's side door and hopped in his car, panting heavily.
Please, that man, he was trying to...
Hey, calm down. Calm down.
Suddenly, the man came in front of the car and stopped. He looked at me with furious anger, like I've robbed him of the ideal chance of sick pleasure. He then looked at Larry, cursed him for being there to rescue me, and disappeared into the dark parking lot.
Looks like he was desperate for you.
You don't say.
This area isn't safe after dark, Sarah. You should get a car.
I know. If it's not too much trouble, will you drop me home tonight?
Larry's face lit up in joy.
Of course. It's no trouble at all.
He started the car and I rolled down the window to get some fresh air.
Still scared, huh?
I don't know what would have happened if you left early.
Don't think about it anymore. You're safe now. Here, drink some water.
I chugged the water as if it was my last day on Earth.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Would you like me to turn on the music? It's going to be a long ride after all.
Sure, music will be good.
The car radio turned on, playing some old 70s song. I rested my head on the seat. I was determined that for the next 2 days, I will only eat, sleep, and drink without getting out of my house. I couldn't wait to get home. After 5 minutes, Larry started chatting about his weekend plans.
I'm gonna buy a dog tomorrow. I was planning for it for a long time, you know?
Oh, that's great.
He was talking, and I was trying my best to take part in the conversation, but suddenly my vision started to blur.
Hey, what's happening to me?
Sorry? What do you mean?
My eyes. I can't... What was in the water?
I looked at Larry, trying my best to keep my eyes open. He didn't answer my question, just increased the volume of the car radio.
So, as I was saying, I'm thinking about getting a pit bull. You know they're super smart and get highly motivated by food. Isn't that cool?
Larry? What did you give me?
Do you like dogs? I'm sure they'll like you. Everyone likes you. You're so beautiful.
What was in the water? What did you...
I fainted. I woke up in a dimly lit basement. I could barely move my body. It was now evident that Larry drugged me. A mild, scary growl could be heard from a close distance, but it was too dark to see anything. Suddenly, the lights turned on. I first noticed Larry in his pajamas. He was holding a leash in his hand, which led to the collar of a giant-sized pit bull. The creature took out its huge, drooling tongue and kept watching me.
Good morning, Sarah. Meet Andy. He's my new friend.
Larry let out a creepy smile, and his eyes sparkled. For the first time, I noticed that I've been handcuffed and tied to a sewage pipe.
Help me! Somebody! I'm down here! Please help me!
Ow! Stop screaming! I've already soundproofed the basement a week ago.
Tears rolled down my eyes in shock. Larry crouched down to my level and touched my face with his filthy hand. He caressed my cheek like a kid treats his new toy.
You're so beautiful. No wonder I went crazy for you.
What is happening? Where am I?
You're in my house. I brought you here after you got sick last night.
You drugged me?
Okay, fine. The water I gave you in the car last night had sleeping pills, but I only did it so I could bring you here. That's all.
Are you going to rape me?
What? No! I could never think of hurting you.
He started walking back and forth while trying to explain himself.
Look, Sarah, all I want is you to be my girlfriend. I fell for you since the day you walked into the office. Remember that red dress you wore? It's only a shame that dress got burnt while ironing and you had to throw it away.
How do you know that?
Well, I watched you for days with my binoculars. I followed you home every night after work and watched you going on with your life from your window. I saw you eating alone, drinking alone, sleeping alone. That's when I realized that you're just like me. We both need each other to complete our lives.
Larry rushed to the other side of the room and came back with a shoebox. He took out some Polaroid photos. Those were pictures of me snapped on regular days. Me taking the bus from the office, unlocking the door, and even changing my clothes. Now I got sure, Nerdy Larry is a dangerous man. He's been stalking me for a very long time.
See? You turned my world upside down, Sarah. Now I can only think about you. Only you.
He came really close and smelled my face and hair in a very scary way. I could see the crazy in his eyes.
Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Please, Larry.
Don't say that.
We can pretend this never happened. Just let me go, please.
Stop saying that, Sarah.
I'm begging you, please. I just want to go home.
Shut up! I'm not letting you go anywhere! You're mine, and you belong with me! Everything's going to be fine. Once you get to know me, you'll like it here. Now, who's hungry?
Larry let go of me and grabbed the dog's leash.
Was all of this pre-planned?
He turned around to look at me. His face formed a huge grin.
The homeless man didn't chase you on purpose. I paid him $20 to scare you enough so that you'd get inside my car. I didn't want to force you, you know. I honestly care for you, Sarah. Someday you'll understand. I'll be back with your favorite egg salad sandwich. I love you, Sarah McLovin.
Larry left with his giant dog and turned the lights off, leaving me in the dark to suffer. I cried until my tears dried up. No one has the slightest idea that I've been held captive in a crazy freak's basement. God, how did I end up here? I was beginning to give up because my hands were cuffed and without a key, there was no way I could free myself. If I could just have a key. Wait, a key. I touched my hair. The bobby pins are still there. I plucked one. It was difficult with tied hands, but I managed somehow. I said to myself,
Okay, you can do this.
I inserted the tip of the pin into the keyhole of the handcuff. I struggled for a minute straight, and then I heard the click. The handcuffs came off. I jumped to my feet. I was finally free. I wanted to scream, but it wasn't the best time. I grabbed a spanner from the shelf in the basement. My heartbeat got faster. Slowly and quietly, I walked up the stairs. Luckily, the basement door was open. I turned the doorknob as quietly as possible. I could hear music coming from the hallway. Nerdy Larry must be cooking in the kitchen, having the best time of his life. I peeked from the door, trying to locate the pit bull. I couldn't see it anywhere. The narrow hallway stood in front of me, and at the end stood the main door of the house. All I need to do now is run for my life, open that door, and scream for help. I braced myself. 1, 2, 3. I started running at full speed. I ran past the living room and heard the dog bark once, and then the pit bull was running behind me. It was after me, and I feared for my life. The main door was inches away, and I had no intention to stop. I grabbed the doorknob and twisted it. The door slightly opened, and I saw this truck passing by.
Where do you think you're going?
Larry lunged from the back, grabbing my mouth and blocking my screams, pulling me inside the house once again. He started pulling me back to the basement when I hit him on the head with a spanner.
Ah, you witch!
He almost let go of me, but the pit bull blocked my way. Yes, that damn dog ruined my perfect plan. It started barking like a hound from hell. There was no way I could tackle that beast on my own, so I gave up.
Please, just let me go.
Holding his bleeding head, Larry put a knife to my throat.
Keep your voice down, or I will slit your throat. No one will know what happened to your body, Sarah.
My cry died inside my throat. I was brought back into the basement. Larry didn't know I unlocked it using my bobby pin. He thought the handcuff was broken, so he put on a new set of handcuffs, and for extra caution, another set on my legs. He then looked at his pit bull with a highly proud face. He threw a piece of meat at him, and the dog chomped on it with great joy.
Didn't I tell you how motivated they are about food? Now you know. He's a good dog. A great dog to keep an eye on you. No doubt. Damn it! You hit me hard, Sarah. Why did you do that? I didn't even touch you.
I hope you burn in hell, Larry. People will find out. Everyone will start looking for me when I won't arrive at work, and then they will talk to the cops. You'll be in big trouble, Larry. I swear. You freak.
Oh, no. Don't worry about that. You see this?
He took out a bunch of keys tied to a Batman keychain. My stomach dropped. It was my house keys.
I'll quickly drop by your house and mail from your laptop that you're quitting your job over some family issues and that you're going back to your parents' house.
What?
I will also leave a letter for your landlord, whom you've already paid in advance, so he won't be looking for you at least. People in the office will mention you for a week or so, and then everybody will believe you went home. Whatever happens next, I will dutifully take care of them. As I said, you belong here. I will make sure you never leave.
I was numb with fear. This man had thought it all through. God knows how long he has been planning to kidnap me.
I better get started. And since you didn't behave, you aren't going to get your sandwich. I'll be back in an hour or so. Till then, Andy here will watch you. And trust me, he won't back down with one hit. Love. So better not piss him off.
He left the dog with me and left the house. I could hear the fading sound of his car engine. Is this how my life ends? Rotting in this basement, enslaved by my stalker for the rest of my life. The pit bull was sitting in the corner. Its eyes were on target. I tried to stand up and the dog barked. My mom's face flashed in front of my eyes. It was then I realized how ungrateful we are about life. When we have everything, we hardly appreciate them. And now that I'm tied to this psycho's house, I fully realize the worth of being alive, the value of being free, the freedom of doing as you please. I looked at the dog one more time. It was looking back at me.
You only care for food, huh? That's what motivates you the most? Fine.
I took out one more bobby pin from my hair and unlocked both handcuffs in the next 10 minutes. Now I was free to move, but if I did, I knew the dog would bite me, and he will for sure. So, I did what it took to be free. I bit my arm. I took out a chunk of my own flesh with my very own teeth. Yes, it hurt. It hurt like a bitch, but I was adamant now. This was my last chance. I knew if Larry comes back, I will be doomed here forever. I took the final straw. Blood rushed from the vein, but I ignored the excruciating pain. I grabbed the piece of pink flesh and called out to the dog.
Hey, Andy. Want some meat? Come here. Come on, boy.
The dog got up. He probably sensed the air. A low growl came from his mouth, and then he walked up to me. I threw the meat at him, and he licked the meat like a treat. Finally, he wagged his tail at me, and I knew I had him on my team. While he ate the rest, I slowly got up and came out of the basement. Larry wasn't home yet, and I had the perfect chance. Holding my bleeding arm, I reached for the main door. I twisted it open and turned around to take one last look at the house. The dog didn't follow me this time. So here I am, finally set to escape my stalker. But what after that? I can call the cops. They'll arrest Larry, and he will be behind bars for some years, and that's it. The man has given me enough trauma to sleep with a gun under my pillow for the rest of my life. I literally chewed my own flesh and tasted my own blood just to escape him. Staying behind bars will never be enough for a psycho like him. I didn't leave. I closed the door and searched the house. I found a baseball bat under the couch. I ate the sandwich Larry made for me, and I dressed my wound using his first aid kit. I fed Andy his dog food as well. And then I waited. I waited for him to come back.
How did you get up here? Did you learn to open doors now?
Not him. Me!
I hit Andy with the baseball bat hard enough to knock him out. I'm back at work now. I took Monday off because I had to soundproof my basement and do a couple duties. I've given Andy to the dog shelter. I'm not gonna trust a creature that can easily be manipulated with food. Now I go home, and I don't feel lonely anymore. I pour myself a glass of wine, go to the basement and talk to my friend, Nerdy Larry. He can't see me though. I suppose that's what happens when you pour acid into someone's eyes. But Larry can hear me well. He can't speak either, as I had to get rid of his tongue. It's safe that way. I have emailed the office from his home computer saying that he quit his job. He never really existed for the world, so no one's looking for him. That's a relief. He now lives in a cage. I don't like handcuffing. It's not effective enough. What can I say? I learned from my stalker's mistakes. I clean after him, I bathe him, I feed him. No matter how you see it, I think I am pretty more humane than him. It felt a little weird to have a human pet, but now, now I'm having the best time of my life. Being a horror writer can seem like a terrifying thing, and I'm not gonna lie to you, it is. At least in the beginning. When I was just starting to write, I would look for inspiration by writing at 4 or 5 a.m. And when the ideas were flowing and the stories were good, I couldn't help but close all the doors of my closet or my bathroom because I was scared of my own stories. As time went by, I started writing about real cases on a YouTube channel, and as I found out about real cases, I got more and more into horrifying and unbelievable cases. As I delved deeper into the minds of the killers, the fear increased. But all that didn't last long. When a writer gets too deep into the world of horror, he loses all sensibility about it. He writes about the most terrible cases without a drop of sweat, without feeling anything at all. My name is Gustavo, and this used to happen to me until I had an experience like the one I wrote about that made me understand the real terror suffered by all the real victims of whom we wrote the story. I may not have been locked in a back room with an evil cat that day. I may not have summoned a demon playing Ouija on Halloween, or been stalked by someone from the deep web on Omegle. But on that day, my life was as much at risk as any of them. It all started on a summer night, and I have to tell you that I hate the heat. So I started writing so I wouldn't have to think about running out of air. I know a lot of writers who still use typewriters, but since all my stories were destined for my blog or a YouTube channel, I obviously preferred my computer. I got up from my chair and headed for the fridge to get a cold drink. What I didn't know at the time, and wouldn't find out by watching the cameras hours later, is that I wasn't alone. There was someone watching me through the window. With my mind on a case I was researching for my next story, I headed to my computer and after sipping my apple soda, continued typing. At that point, it wasn't too late, so I got a call from my girlfriend, unaware of what was going on behind me.
Hey, how are you? Of course I can accompany you. I'll wait for you at the bus stop tomorrow morning. Great. Let me just finish this story and I'll call you on Skype, okay? Sure. Love ya.
Again, it wasn't until I saw the cameras several hours later that I understood that my life was at the mercy of a psychopath. I continued to write, but suddenly, and without being able to save anything I wrote, the power in my house went out.
Come on, really?
This sometimes happened in my house, as the fuse box was a bit old, and I had to go down to the basement to fix it. What I didn't know was that the person who was behind me before had not only walked in the direction of the basement, but he was the one who cut the light. In the dark, I descended the stairs to the basement. I went in slow motion so as not to fall, but I had to admit that I felt a little scared. Until now, I had been lucky that the power outages were usually during the day. As this caught me off guard, I didn't even have time to prepare my flashlight, as I didn't know where I had left it. I continued down the stairs one by one and in slow motion, telling myself that it was just my house, that I had nothing to do with it, when in reality, my life was at risk with every step I took down those stairs. After descending those steps that took forever, I walked slowly in the dark to the fuse box. I didn't need light for this, just to lift a switch that was just a few steps away from me, but that felt like it was miles away. When I got there, I reached out with my fingers and found the switch. The light was back on, and I breathed a sigh of comfort. I walked relieved towards the stairs, again thinking about the story and how much I had lost of it because of the cut, when suddenly, I heard a noise coming from the fuse box, so I turned and looked at it. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A person was inside my house. I couldn't see anything and I got desperate, so I ran as fast as I could up the stairs. But in an attempt to go faster, my foot slipped and I fell to the bottom of the basement with the invader. Terrified and with an extremely sore leg, I couldn't muster the strength to stand up and climb the stairs, so I crawled backwards and stayed against the wall, hiding. The only source of light coming into the basement was a small trickle of light coming from a small window at the top of the basement, but that didn't help me at all to know where I was. I tried to keep quiet, not to make the slightest noise. I closed my eyes to sharpen my senses and heard him better than ever. That person was still standing next to the fuse box, but now he was coming in my direction. Every step felt like a huge rumble. I took a deep breath and clutched my chest, trying not to make any noise that would give me away, trying not to breathe loudly or cry from fear. Meanwhile, the terror continued and was getting closer and closer to me. Step, step, step. He was getting closer and closer to me. Meanwhile, I could feel everything. I felt my heart beating violently, my blood rushing desperately through my veins. I felt that for every second that passed, I was getting older. The footsteps stopped next to me. Had the invader seen me? I didn't hear the footsteps anymore. Instead, I heard him breathing. His breathing sounded agitated. Surely he was not getting much air, not with that huge mask he was wearing. I thought about fighting him, but I'm not gonna lie to you, I was really scared. The footsteps began to move away. He was looking for me. I took advantage of the fact that he moved away from me and started to crawl up the stairs, very slowly. I was going to make it. I was going to escape from there. Desperate, I didn't realize that the keys to the basement were still in my pocket. Because of the friction, they slipped out of my pants and hit a step. I managed to catch them before they continued falling, but the damage was already done. The intruder ran, so I made a last effort to go for the door, but the man jumped at my leg and started pulling me back. I grabbed the door, and with several kicks, I managed to hit him until he let me go and fell. When he got to the bottom, he made no effort to climb back up. As the thread of light coming from outside pointed at his mask, he just stared at me, frozen. I locked the door and called the police, who soon arrived. When they came down, the man was still in the same position he was in when I had escaped. Outside the mask, he was just a normal man. Nothing striking, a face that could be that of a neighbor, a friend, or even a relative. When the police questioned him, he confessed that he was a fan of mine, that he had found out where I lived, and that he wanted to leave a mark on my life forever. You're wondering if this person was going to kill me. The only thing I will tell you was that this man was a killer on the run, with more than 10 fatal victims. I never heard from him again, nor did I care to. But as much as I hated to admit it, he had succeeded. From that day on, every time I wrote a horror story, I thought of him. In the fear I felt when he was next to me, and in that horrible moment when, even for a few seconds, I thought I would not get out of that situation alive. My name is Lily, and at almost 40 years old, you could say I've done it all in my life. I've been a police officer, a volunteer firefighter, and even a traffic officer. Of all the jobs I've had, would you believe me if I told you that the most dangerous of them was babysitting? Seems hard to believe, doesn't it? Well, maybe when I tell you this story, you will understand why. That was my first day as a nanny, and the last thing I imagined that day would be my last. I had to take care of my neighbor's family, people I had known all my life. Their children were a bit naughty, but they felt comfortable with me. They knew me since they were born.
Lily, are you going to take care of us today?
Yes, Angie. Are you happy?
Yes!
Hey, Lily, can we play a scary game?
We'll see.
Well, kids, looks like you're getting along already.
I promise to take care of them, Mr. and Mrs. Willis.
Don't worry, Lily. We trust you. Much more than anyone else we may have called.
We'll be back in a couple of hours. Be sure to send them to bed early, yes?
No, it's a Saturday.
I don't want to go to sleep early.
Sorry, guys. My hands are tied.
You guys listen to Lily. Behave yourselves. Yeah, Mom.
Okay.
And so, the Willis family left, leaving me alone with the two who started bombarding me with questions.
Lily, I'm hungry.
Lily, can we have ice cream before dinner?
Lily, I don't want to take a bath.
Lily? Lily, I'm talking to you. Lily?
You guys, stop it. I've only got 2 ears.
But there's 2 of us.
But you're talking like there's 2,000 of you. Talk to me one at a time. You first, Angie.
I'm hungry.
Okay, I'll get the food ready. Now you, James.
I want to play Bloody Mary.
What?
Bloody Mary, the horror game I told you about before. All we have to do is go to the bathroom, turn off all the lights, and say her name 3 times in the mirror. And if you do...
Bloody Mary will appear. I know, I used to play it with my friends when I was younger.
Wow! And have you ever seen anything weird?
Nope. It's just a myth. Guys, you shouldn't waste your time with it.
But you promised me we were gonna play.
But I also told Angie I was gonna make dinner.
No, I want to play too.
What? Angie, you're only 12. This is not for you.
I said I want to play. You promised.
Ugh, okay, guys, but just for a little while, and then we eat, okay?
Yeah!
You're the best, Lily.
I know.
At that moment, I didn't feel like the best. I knew I had to have more authority and send the kids to lunch, but my inexperience made me nervous, and I accepted what the kids told me so that they would put in a good word for me with the parents. Somewhat regretful and uncomfortable, I went along with them and helped them set up the game.
Hey, what are you doing with those scissors?
It's part of the game. You have to leave Bloody Mary a pair of scissors to come and kill you. Otherwise, she won't show up.
Why would you want her to kill you?
Because she won't come otherwise.
All right, but I'll handle the scissors. Don't touch them, understand?
Yes.
We set everything up, and I must admit that when I played it, we didn't even do half of what we had to do, so I was a little scared. We turned off all the lights, and with some candles lit, we walked to the bathroom mirror.
Lily, remember that if Bloody Mary shows up and blows out the candles, you have to light them again to make her go away.
I know. Don't worry. As I told you, it's just a game.
With a lot of doubts, I started to play the game. I approached the mirror and started to say,
Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary. Bloody Angie, what's wrong?
I don't want to play anymore. This is too scary.
Okay, let's stop here.
But we were so close.
James, that's enough. Can't you see that your sister's terrified? Come on, sweetie, let's go to eat. What? How did they all go out at the same time?
It's Bloody Mary. It's Bloody Mary.
Stay calm. It can't be Bloody Mary. I didn't even finish saying her name.
Lily, behind us.
When I turned around, I couldn't believe it. It was true. A being with an indescribable figure was behind us. It looked like a woman, but there was something on her face. Something was completely wrong. I began to feel a strange atmosphere, like pressure. Fear took hold of me, and holding the children's hands tightly, I began to walk backwards.
Kids, run!
Desperate, we all ran together and hid in the dining room. On the way, I tried to turn on the lights, but they didn't work. I tried my best to open the door, but it was stuck too. It was as if we were trapped in another world. When we got behind the curtains on the couch, I realized that at a slow and terrifying pace, Bloody Mary was walking towards us. Hiding was pointless. Somehow she knew where we were, and it wasn't with her sight, as she didn't have any eyes.
Kids, if I light the candles, the game will be over. Go to the kitchen to hide. I'll run to the bathroom.
No, you mustn't go! She'll kill you!
There's no other choice, James. I have to.
You don't understand! You can't—
Without letting James finish speaking, I ran toward the bathroom, leaving behind the entity that was following us. I quickly grabbed the lighter from my pocket and noticed how the scissors that were here had disappeared. I grabbed the candles and began to light them. My only advantage in this situation was that Bloody Mary was quite slow. I felt I was about to defeat her when I realized something terrifying. No matter how much fire there was, the candles would not light. I tried again and again, but it was too late. I was already locked in with Bloody Mary in front of me. Terrified, I dropped my lighter and crawled back crying, begging uselessly for mercy. When I saw the demon's eyes, a feeling of pain and sadness came over my whole body. As she approached, I could do nothing but stare into her eyes. Every second I did so, I felt a sensation worse than death. I felt I was lost in an endless emptiness of suffering that did not even belong to me. I felt that I didn't want to be alive anymore. It was a feeling that I didn't even know could exist, but at the same time, it was the definition of something worse than death. Surrendered, I watched as the scissors slowly approached my body, ready to open my skin to take my life. Suddenly, the light returned, and as if nothing, Bloody Mary disappeared. Behind her, I heard the voice of a crying child with lit candles in his hand.
Sorry, Lily. I summoned her. I said her name 3 times when you guys went to the kitchen. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, James. You saved us.
After that, the children went straight to bed. They didn't want to eat, they didn't want to bathe, but they didn't want to sleep either. They laid there with the light on, asking me not to leave all night. When the parents arrived, they were proud of my work, but instead of going home safely, I asked them if I could spend the night with them, to which they happily agreed. And that was my first and last day as a babysitter. Many years later, I still see them. I'm like their big sister, but I would never consider babysitting again. I'm not interested in being famous with this story, much less convincing you that the paranormal is real. I tell you this for one reason only, to warn you. Do not play Bloody Mary. Never play Bloody Mary. Even if you don't believe in the ritual, I assure you that you should not risk it being real, because for just an innocent game, Bloody Mary will appear, and I assure you that a fate worse than death awaits you. A few years ago, when I was in my mid-20s, I was working at my job as a manager at KFC. It was a slow afternoon, and we only had one order. A middle-aged man was standing next to the counter. I went over and handed him his tray. The man stuck out his hand and suddenly asked,
"How much does a polar bear weigh?"
Sorry?
I had heard this line before, and internally groaned.
Enough to break the ice. Hi, I'm Barry. You must be...
He leaned close, looking at my name tag, which made me pretty uncomfortable.
Tatiana. Did I read it right?
Yes. I have to get back to work now.
I smiled and turned away.
Wait!
The man said loudly. I turned back towards him, trying my best to keep my smile in place. I'd had enough creepers in my day to know one when I saw him. He had too much confidence, and he wasn't even all that attractive looking. Still, he was going to go ahead with this, and I was at work, so I had to be nice.
Would you go on a date with me?
My mind started reeling with the possibility to reject him. I didn't see it coming straight like that, so I tried to come up with a reasonable rejection. Should I say that I have a boyfriend? Or I'm a lesbian? I just didn't want to date some strange guy I never saw before in my life.
Not right now. Enjoy your food, Barry.
I ended up stumbling out, still trying to be polite and get him away from me. He wouldn't take no for an answer. I kept saying it, and eventually, a few more customers walked in, giving me a chance to end the conversation with Creepy Barry.
Just give me your number so I can get back to you if you change your mind.
I have to go now. Bye,
I said, turning away and just leaving him standing there, trying to call me back. One of my employees asked if I knew him.
Nope, never seen him before. I hope he never comes back.
If only that hope could come true. Shortly after the incident, I started working nights for extra pay. During the nighttime, only the drive-thru was open, so no guests were inside. It was kind of nice working those shifts, if it wasn't for Barry. For the next few weeks, this man kept coming through my drive-thru, bringing me things. Like a rose, a box of chocolates. I kept turning down his advances the best way I could. I'm not all that forceful of a person, but there are only so many ways you can say no. He also kept calling the store at all shifts to see if I was there. He would not leave me alone. And I'm not lying about me rejecting him constantly. I kept telling him I did not want to date him. He still kept coming back. I can't tell you how much he just creeped me out either. One night, when I was driving home from work, I saw his car behind me. He flickered his headlights, gesturing for me to stop. I freaked out. Why is he following me? There's no way I can drive home now, or else this creep will know where I live. So, I increased my speed to dodge and confuse him. I took the highway, and Barry was still behind. He began honking his horn like crazy. My hands were numb, and I felt that I would crash as I was going at a high speed. There was no other car to whom I could ask for help. Suddenly, I spotted this cop car patrolling from the other side, and I intentionally increased my speed even more so that he could follow me. My plan worked, and the cop took a quick U-turn and followed me. Barry by then realized that I wasn't alone anymore, so he drove past me. When his car crossed over me, I saw his face. He gave me a death stare for tricking him. Once he was gone, I pulled over the car and told the cops everything. They escorted me home safely. It was hard for me to fall asleep that night. I could only imagine Barry's creepy face staring at me from the window. I even had a nightmare that Barry was watching me sleep standing next to my bed. The next morning, I decided to put an end to this. Barry came through my drive-thru again. Yes, he was one tough mother kicker, and I had finally had enough. In front of all the customers and employees of KFC, I screamed at him before he could even open his mouth.
Barry, I will never date you. Never. Please leave me alone. Do not mistake this for me being coy or something. I do not like you. Leave me alone.
The hurt on his face was apparent.
Really?
He asked, like he never thought he could get rejected.
Yes, really. And if you ever follow me or try to come near me, I will call the cops on you. I already told them about you last night, so you better watch out. Bloody creep.
I let it all out and walked away. It was getting to the point where I wanted to call the cops on him, although it was doubtful they'd do anything since he wasn't violent or anything against me. Barry shook his head down and left the KFC outlet. When I thought it was all over, life shocked me. Sometime later that night, Barry again pulled up to the drive-thru. I heard his voice through the speaker again.
Tatiana, I need to tell you something.
He pulled up to the window. I refused to even go near it, and one of my male employees spoke with him. The male employee gave me a letter when Barry pulled away. I opened the letter, and it was a card. Inside was written,
Tatiana, you have the prettiest eyes I have ever seen. I would like to put them in a jar on my desk so I can look at them all day.
I finally called the cops on him and later got a restraining order. I changed my address and my job. I had to, or else I wouldn't have felt safe. I still don't. Whenever I drive home alone, I keep watching over my shoulder if any car is following me. So far, I haven't even seen Barry after that incident, and I hope I never do. Peter Grimrose looked back at the surgeon who just did his wife's delivery.
When can I take them home? After 24 hours. Look, Mr. Grimrose, she will be no less than any normal child. It's nothing but an unfortunate occurrence that your daughter has been born with a partial face. I'm happy that you're accepting her the way she is. Congratulations.
The new father smiled, but only the gods heard his heart.
People of Moorview are in the mood for celebrations right now. Today, one of their own has taken the seat of town mayor after a successful win at the town hall elections. Mayor Peter Grimrose addressed his people at the local churchyard and got applause and cheer in return. Despite having a disfigured daughter, he didn't hide her inside the house. He is quite proud of her and thinks she is more than capable to live a normal life. People of this town raised their voices in support. They said this is exactly how a strong and supportive father should be. Irrespective of his inherited family wealth, the mayor chose to put his daughter in public school so that she could have a normal life like every kid in this town. This shows the robustness and broad-minded mentality of the mayor. No doubt his impressive character won people's hearts. Stay tuned for more news. We'll be back after a short break.
Alice was getting her lunch from the locker when a big damn basketball hit her head. With the sudden attack, she lost her balance and fell on the floor. Her lunchbox broke, and the noodles from it scattered everywhere.
Look at that freak. Poor Alice Grimrose.
She got up and saw Edmund and his gang standing behind her. They laughed.
Leave me alone, Edmund!
Like the rest of your face?
Alice slammed the locker and ran into the girls' washroom crying. She stopped in front of the bathroom mirror. Her long, black hair covered her partial face. She never cuts her hair. She lets it grow waist length. Her shaking hand swiped the hair behind her ears, and her scary face flashed in the mirror. 1,000 times she tried to imagine how her face would look if she had the rest.
You are ugly! You are hideous, Alice!
She spent the rest of her day inside the bathroom. She kept waiting for the final bell so she could end this horrible day and go home. When the bell rang, she waited for 10 minutes and came out of the washroom. All the kids were gone by then. Alice heaved a sigh of relief. She can go home now. That night at the dinner table, Alice asked her father,
Dad, why can't I be homeschooled?
Mr. Grimrose looked at his wife, who was eating quietly.
That's not possible, Alice. You're already enrolled in the town school.
But they hate me, Dad. They call me a freak and treat me like shit.
I will not tolerate such language in this house, so think before speaking.
Please, Dad, I swear I will study hard even if I get homeschooled. Mom can teach me.
A rush of anger clouded Mayor Grimrose's face.
Is this all you're doing?
What are you saying?
You're secretly manipulating Alice to leave the public school.
No, Peter. Can't you see how miserable she feels there? If she isn't comfortable there, then we as parents should listen.
I know my duty as a parent, Missy. No way my daughter is going to hide from this world. Why don't you see that the town looks up to our family? We have an image to uphold. If she quits now, everyone will call us weak.
You mean they will realize how you used my illness for your sympathy vote, Dad?
Shut up!
Mayor Grimrose slapped Alice, and the house sank into darkness.
You'll graduate from Moorview High School, and that's the end of this discussion.
Peter Grimrose left the room, and poor Alice threw away her dinner plate. It broke into pieces. Mrs. Grimrose held her hand, trying her best to comfort their suffering daughter.
Alice, your father wants what's best for you. I will see your teacher, and we'll punish those kids who are tormenting you. Everything will be all right then. Really? You mean like last time? When you complained and they made my life even worse?
She got up from the table and stormed upstairs. Missy Grimrose followed her, like a heartbroken caregiver.
Alice, listen to me.
Alice went straight into her room.
I wish I was never born. I'm like a monster to everyone.
She slammed the door in her mother's face. Mrs. Grimrose sat on the stairs crying. She knows very well that she has no power to go against her husband. If she had, she could have taken Alice to a plastic surgeon long ago. She too knows very well how her husband used their dysfunctional daughter to climb up to the seat of town mayor, whom the town worships as the ideal father is the most selfish parent in reality. Alice looked around and saw Edmund with his ruthless gang standing in the corner laughing at her like usual. She wanted no trouble today, so she skillfully avoided them the entire day. When the final bell rang, she came up with a plan. Instead of leaving the usual exit, she took the back door. Alice walked down the hallway, constantly looking over her shoulders. Just as she stepped outside the school gate, the 3 demons blocked her way.
We have some unfinished business, ugly.
You didn't forget, did you, Alice?
Let's get her.
Before Alice could turn back and run, the 2 girls jumped and grabbed her hands. They held her tightly while Edmund took out a pair of scissors from his backpack.
Why are you so scared to show your face to this world? Come, let's make things easy for you. Let everyone see how filthy your face is.
Edmund chopped Alice's long black hair from wherever he could. Sam put her hand over Alice's mouth so that no one could hear her scream. The 3 cruel kids robbed her of the only chance she had to appear normal in front of the world. With her hair cut to inches from waist length, her entire face was now exposed.
Look at the ugliest girl in the world.
Die, you pig.
They kept cursing and insulting her while she sat on the floor crying. Just then, she noticed the broken window above her. Pieces of glass were still hanging on it. She picked one up and attacked Edmund with it. Her first blow cut him in the arm. Then she kicked Trisha on the leg, which made her fall to the ground.
You witch! I'm gonna kill you now!
Alice realized they were going to kill her if she stayed here a second more. She turned around and ran straight to the woods. Edmund's footsteps mixed with Trisha's and Samantha's vengeful screams made Alice fear for her life. The woods were deep. Alice didn't care where she was going. She just wanted to go home and never come out of her room again. She ran and ran until the chasing footsteps faded away. After running for quite some time, she finally stopped to look back. She didn't see her bullies. Her scared eyes kept searching for them, though. Alice was looking everywhere. The woods are completely silent now. Only Alice's panting breath can be heard amidst the tall trees. Just when she began thinking that she was safe now, a hand pulled her from behind, and her scream echoed. The Grimroses were sitting in their living room with worried faces. 2 cops standing next to them, constantly asking questions.
When was the last time you saw your daughter?
Right before she left for school.
Is it possible she left with a friend?
She has no friends!
Control yourself, Missy.
Don't tell me what to do. Our daughter hasn't come home for 3 days, Peter. 3 frickin' days!
Mrs. Grimrose left the room. Mayor Grimrose tried to handle the situation so the cops don't blame him for his daughter's disappearance.
Please excuse my wife, officer. She's having difficulty dealing with the current situation.
Understandable. Any parent who hasn't seen their child for 3 days would react exactly like your wife, Mr. Grimrose.
An average-height woman with a sharp face and bright eyes entered the room and sat next to the mayor.
And you are?
I'm Detective Cooper, assigned to your daughter's case. The higher authorities said you were adamant to bring her home as soon as possible. But now, to my surprise, you seem calm.
What does that mean?
It means, Mr. Mayor, that you don't look as heartbroken as your wife.
How dare you say that? I love Alice more than anything in this world. The entire town knows how much she means to me.
The entire town knows how much you have advertised her defect to gain the sympathy of your people. Did you know she was bullied in school?
This is outrageous. You can't talk to me like this.
Did you know she was bullied?
Yes, Alice mentioned.
And what did you do about it?
There's nothing I could do about it. She needs to toughen up. I won't be around to save her from every trouble for the rest of her life.
We found Alice's chopped up hair in the school backyard. I think her bullies took things too far this time. We are questioning each one of her classmates. I'm confident we will find out what happened to your daughter soon. Do you think she's dead?
Detective Cooper turned her face towards Mrs. Grimrose. She was looking at her with a scared, painful face.
We certainly haven't found a body, Mrs. Grimrose. But in case of missing person cases, if the individual is not found within 24 hours, then the statistics say, "Oh my God! No! Alice!"
Mrs. Grimrose broke into tears. Alice's grandmother came and escorted her inside the bedroom while trying her best to console the poor mother. Mayor Grimrose's face turned pale for the first time. He looked genuinely scared. The sudden change in his body language depicted that he wasn't ready for a shock like this. The cops left with Detective Cooper. The entire police department ran 4 to 5 area searches to find Alice Grimrose's body, but nothing surfaced. Detective Cooper was just about to get inside her car when she heard an officer yelling her name while running towards her.
Detective! I found a body.
Without any more ado, everyone drove to Moorview High. On the school ground, the cops were lined up under this big oak tree. Under the tree laid the body of Edmund Fisher.
Who found him?
The watchman. He said he heard a snapping sound followed by a scream.
Call him.
The officer brought the school security, and after 15 minutes of interrogation, a few shocking pieces of information surfaced. It seemed like Edmund climbed this tree, and the branch he relied on for support backstabbed him. The branch broke, sending Edmund plummeting. After a particularly nasty drop, he landed on a strong upright branch that split his entire body down the middle. It was a grisly sight. What sounded more shocking is that the watchman saw a girl with long black hair walking into the school. The news of the death of Edmund Fisher spread all over town like wildfire. His dear friends Trisha and Samantha couldn't believe their ears. They also felt weird that Edmund went behind the school all alone. Upon questioning, both Trisha and Samantha told the cops that Edmund told them his dad is on the way to pick him up, so he was going to wait in the school. The girls left for home knowing their friend will be picked up by his parents, and then he was found dead. Even though Edmund's death got ruled out as an accident, Detective Cooper couldn't wrap her mind around it. Is Alice still alive? And if yes, then did she have any part in Edmund's death? Trisha used to come here with Edmund. They both loved swings, and today she is alone here for the first time. Not even in her wildest dreams she thought she would lose Edmund. Are the rumors true? Did Alice visit him when he died? What if Edmund died because of the horrible things they did to Alice? She didn't tell her parents or the cops about how they used to bully Alice every day since middle school. Trisha sat on one of the swings, the sadness curled up inside of her chest. She felt heavy and broken. The more she swung, the more Edmund's face flashed in front of her teary eyes. In the spur of the moment, she didn't realize she was going too high. Suddenly, she heard a metallic creak and everything went black.
I was walking my dog and saw her swinging. Suddenly, the frame collapsed. I ran to catch her, but she instantly fell to the ground. Her face struck hard on that rock. Her brain splattered on my shoes. And then I saw this girl with long black hair standing across the lot, watching this poor girl die. I couldn't see her face.
Okay, you can go now.
A big frown appeared on Detective Cooper's forehead. A young officer with a worried face came to her.
What's happening to this town, Detective? Everyone's saying...
Saying what?
That Alice's ghost's taking revenge on her bullies. I mean, there's no doubt both deaths are accidents. We even have a witness. Those who saw the dead bodies also saw Alice in the same spot. If she was alive, someone would have seen her. A 12-year-old girl can't hide in this town without being seen for 4 straight days.
So, you want me to tell the authorities that a girl's ghost is killing the kids of this town?
The officer immediately went quiet. Cooper looked at the swing frame. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The second swing, which was still attached to the frame, caught her eyes. The bolt looked sturdy and strong enough to hold the swing in place. No way this could have loosened up on its own. She quickly looked at the broken swing. Its bolt had a few marks on it.
What do you think this is?
Probably tool marks. When the workers fixed the swing, the wrench they used might have resulted in these marks.
Or when someone loosened the screw on purpose, knowing that Trisha often comes here.
But how could they know she'll sit on this particular swing? She could have sat on this one, too.
You're right. Let's check. Sit on this one.
What?
Just sit on it, Miller.
Officer Miller sat on the swing, and as he took one leap, the bolts broke down, making him fall, along with the second swing.
You're right. Both the screws are loosened up. It's a trap.
Come with me.
Detective Cooper drove to the school's backyard with Officer Miller. She parked the car outside the fence and then entered the ground from the small back gate. Her eyes were constantly checking out the tree. She took off her boots and started climbing. Officer Miller watched the respected detective climbing the tree like a kid. When she reached the broken branch from where Edmund fell, she got goosebumps. Without a single doubt, she realized before Edmund climbed onto this tree, someone cut it halfway with a saw. So when the poor boy sat on it, his weight snapped the branch right away. these aren't the works of any ghost. These are well-executed murders.
Didn't one girl's parents say she was a close friend of Trisha and Edmund?
Yes, the daughter of the town pastor.
Drive to their house. Right now.
They jumped in the car and took up full speed. The setting sun is slowly pushing the town into the darkness of the night. When they reached the town pastor's house, they heard a scream. A woman was screaming. Detective Cooper ran inside the house and found the inevitable has already taken place. The pastor's daughter is missing. She was in her room the entire day, but when her mom went to call for her for dinner, she found her room window open and the study table lamp lying on the floor.
Someone took her away! I bet it's the killer, Detective!
Did Samantha have any favorite place in this town?
What? I don't...
This is not time to think, Pastor. Your daughter's life is in danger.
She loved the lake. She often visits it on holidays.
Miller, get in the car and call for backup.
When they reached the lake, they could hear the screams of the little girl coming from the lake. Detective Cooper took out her gun, and so did Officer Miller. They both ran to the end of the lake, following the screams. What they saw swept the ground beneath their feet. Samantha was held to the ground by an unknown attacker. The light post illuminated the scene. At some distance stood Alice, the disfigured daughter of the town mayor. She had a wig on her head, which was already out of place, and she was staring at Samantha with wide, still eyes.
Stop! Throw the knife away and back away from Samantha. I swear I won't say it again. One wrong move and I will shoot you, Mrs. Grimrose.
Mrs. Grimrose turned back at Detective Cooper with hungry eyes and a demonic face. The sweet, heartbroken mother has suddenly turned into a demon from hell. Seeing the gun pointed at her, she slowly let go of Samantha.
The moment I saw red nail polish on the tree branch, I knew it was you. I remembered the crumbled nail polish on your right hand the first day we met. It's hard to climb a tree with such long nails, I suppose.
The backup arrived within 5 minutes and escorted the girl back to her house safely. Mrs. Grimrose was taken into custody, and Alice was sent to the hospital for further checkups. Detective Cooper was sitting opposite of Mrs. Grimrose. She had no remorse in her eyes, no regrets. The town mayor stood on the other side of the glass and watched his wife confess to the murders of their daughter's bullies.
Yes, it was I who killed those piglets. They deserved it. I went to pick up Alice from school that day. I was going to tell her that I'll homeschool her myself, that the kids won't be bullying her anymore. And then I heard her scream. I went to the backyard and I saw her running into the woods, chased by those 3 cruel kids. They chopped her hair off. Can you believe that, Detective? They held her down and chopped off her hair so she can be even more miserable. So, it was you who hid Alice all this time and made it look like she got abducted, or even worse, murdered. Yes, I kept her in the attic. She hasn't spoken a single word since that day. She's like a living husk now. That's when I decided I will take her revenge. I couldn't stop her selfish father from using her illness as a show. That disgusting son of a witch is the main reason why my daughter never felt safe. After killing Samantha, I was gonna kill him too. Why did you bring Alice to the crime scenes? I wanted her to watch. I wanted to show her that her mom loves her, and she's not going to let people live once they have hurt her daughter. I thought, if she watched them die, she might start talking again. But she never said a single word. Just witnessed these deaths like a mannequin.
Detective Cooper ordered the officers to take Mrs. Grimrose away. She was put into prison for lifetime. Mayor Grimrose resigned from his post and left without any traces. Alice lives with her grandmother now. No one knows when she will talk, but her grandmother lets her wear the wig still today. When you're little, there's no way you can't love ice cream. As a kid, I was obsessed with them. From the most traditional flavors to those flavors that everyone hated, there wasn't an ice cream I said no to. Needless to say, I knew the times when the ice cream man would come by. I knew the tastes he was bringing, and I always tried to be ahead of everyone in line so that I would get the flavors that I wanted. Everything was going more than perfect, but one day, the ice cream man decided to move. From that day on, I ate a lot less ice cream. Since my parents were always busy, it was very difficult for them to coordinate a time to take me to the ice cream shop. Whether or not it was just a childish whim, in those days, I began to feel much sadder. Everything went on like that until one day, a sound revived me. The distinct sound of an ice cream truck coming into my neighborhood. I grabbed the money I had saved and ran desperately to the ice cream truck, which was parked a few blocks from my house. All the kids started to gather. Everyone started to leave with their ice cream. Desperate, I started pushing my way through the line until I got to the front, and when I got there, the face of the ice cream man terrified me. He was a middle-aged man. His hair was thinning, and physically, he didn't attract much attention. What really scared me was his face. It was as if all his skin was pulled back, as if it was sagging. His head looked extremely flattened, and his skin was a strange green, as if he had some kind of disease. But of all, what scared me the most was his smile. He had a gentle, kind, loving smile. But combined with his face, it was terrifying. The man kept that smile on all the time as he served another ice cream. I didn't understand how no one else noticed. It was as if behind that smile, he was hiding something. Something extremely dark and diabolical.
Hey, kid, you still haven't made up your mind? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like a mint ice cream, please. Mint ice cream? Yes, I'm sorry if you don't have any. I'll order another one. Oh, no, don't worry. I have mint ice cream. In fact, it's my favorite. I was just surprised that a kid would ask for it.
Behind me, a friend of mine got more and more impatient. He was Martin, my childhood neighbor and schoolmate. His little sister had disappeared on a trip to the city with her aunt, so Martin was still very upset.
Sir, can you stop talking? I've been waiting a long time.
In response to this, the ice cream man didn't answer him, just stared at him for several seconds with a terrifying, almost obsessive look and smile. It was impossible to decipher what the man was thinking at that moment, but I didn't want to know either. After a few seconds of silence and possibly terrifying that poor boy for life, he answered him.
Oh, I'm sorry, young man. Of course, I'll take care of you too. Excuse me, I hadn't told you what ice cream I wanted yet. But you sure wanted this one, didn't you? Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
Martin grabbed his ice cream and left, not before giving me a sidelong glance and signaling me as if to join him in conversation. After the man also gave me my ice cream, and with a tetric smile, I said goodbye. I left with my friend who, together with Alan and Jimmy, were waiting for me at the side of the sidewalk.
What a weirdo, am I right? I still have goosebumps. That man was terrifying. Did you see how he looked at you? I think he liked you. Oh, shut up, I saw you there. Are you jealous? Yeah, you have no idea how jealous I was. Hey, this ice cream he gave me. Try it. The one you didn't order? Let me see. Ugh, this is horrible. What the hell is it? I don't know. The label didn't say anything. I think he made it? God, man, he must really dislike you. You don't say. Hey, we were just talking. How about we go check out his truck when he's not around? Why would we do that? Because this guy is really weird. Can't you see he's hiding something? But isn't it dangerous to do this? Nah, we'll go when it's night. I know him. This person lives in front of my house. He has the habit of leaving the van open.
It may seem strange, but what my friend was telling me made sense. This is a very safe neighborhood. Everyone leaves everything open, confident that nothing will happen. My friends and I agreed, and that same night we would execute the plan. Just as Alan had said, the van was unlocked, and it didn't even have an alarm on it. We started to look around, and there was nothing really remarkable. There was no ice cream. He probably kept them in the coolers. The van was huge, so it was easy to tell that this man was very wealthy.
Hey, come on. I think I found something.
When we all approached, there was something red on the ground, stuck. We all panicked and looked at each other. Was it blood? Suddenly, a door in the back opened violently, and with a smile, the ice cream man stared at us. We all froze. With a huge grin, he turned around and locked the van. At that moment, he turned his back on us, not afraid that we would attack him. He knew we wouldn't. He knew we were scared to death. We were like 4 rabbits locked up with a snake.
Nice night, right, guys?
Still, with his huge grin, he walked over to the spot on the floor and with his big, long finger, touched it and put it in his mouth.
Raspberry jam. Isn't it delicious? Isn't it blood? What an imagination you have, little ones. That's not blood.
At that moment, I could swear that his eyes got much bigger. They became more red, sadistic, and full of perversion.
I would never dirty my workstation with blood.
We all fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Every second that passed, the man treated us better and better. The smile grew bigger, distorted, and terrifying. I felt that if I looked at it too long, my heart would stop, but I couldn't stop. It was as if something in their smile and their eyes compelled us to see it. This person had a really terrifying aura about them. We knew he was a normal person, but we still felt he was a monster.
What's up, kids? Cat got your tongues? Hey, I have an excellent idea. If you wanted ice cream so badly that you came here to get it, why don't you try my new recipe? When I saw you on the cameras, I knew you were dying to try some delicious ice cream, so I brought you 4 of them.
Sir, can we go? We promise we won't come back.
Oh, no. Of course you can go. But you can come back whenever you want. Anyway, I won't let you leave until you eat your desserts.
We all opened the ice cream. It was still cold. It had not melted yet. The taste was repulsive, but I couldn't identify what it was.
You must be wondering about the recipe, right? This is made from my own skin, my own blood, and the garbage under my fingernails. Also from my fingernails.
Hearing this, we all started spitting out the ice cream. With the same characteristic smile, the man approached Martin and spoke in his ear, although we could all hear him.
Little Martin, this is the second time you don't like my ice cream. I must admit, I'm very disappointed. This ice cream was especially for you, you know. It was made from your sister.
Martin's face transformed. It was as if he had no expressions, just pure shock.
I hope you guys don't tell anyone about this, because if you do, the rest of your families will end up here, and we don't want that to happen, do we? Right, Martin?
Yes.
Great. Go on, boys. Have a great night.
We all went home terrified, without saying a word to each other, and never spoke of it again. A short time later, Martin's sister turned up alive. Apparently her aunt had a nervous breakdown and had taken her away. The man had lied. Maybe he had also lied about the ingredients in the ice cream that he made us eat. But after what we lived through, none of us wanted to check it out. Today, we are all still friends, and we still remember that mysterious maniac who, a few weeks later, moved away, saying goodbye to all the children with a huge smile. As for me, I never ate ice cream again. Every time I see them, not only do I remember the taste of that man's ice cream, but I also remember the fear, the terror, and all the horrible feelings I felt that day. And worst of all, I remember that that man is still out there, and maybe he is still seeing children, giving them ice cream with that huge smile.
Oh, you're early. Anyways, come on in.
I was sitting with a grumpy face when my mom entered the living room with my newly appointed babysitter. I'm 12 years old, and I don't at all need a babysitter, but my parents were adamant. A skinny, nerdy dude stood with my mom, looking at me with a nervous face.
You must be Dylan. I'm Joshua.
I looked at my mom and said,
Great. He seems stupid, looks stupid, and even talks stupid. What a choice, Mom.
Dylan, apologize to him now.
Fine. Sorry.
Joshua smiled awkwardly, and my mom started explaining to him the rules.
There's enough food in the fridge. Also, I left money on the kitchen counter for you guys to order pizza. Dylan likes watching scary movies, but don't let him stay up late, okay?
Yes, Miss Roger.
Goodbye, Dylan. Do behave.
They left, and Joshua sat beside me.
So, you like
Yeah, scary movies.
Me too.
Really? You want to see something scary?
Yeah, sure.
I knew he was lying just to show how brave he is, so I played this really scary movie with lots of gore in it. 10 minutes into the movie, I could already see Joshua's face turning pale. He was probably screaming inside. I was enjoying seeing him getting all stressed and scared.
Maybe we should order some pizza.
Yeah, I'll make the call.
He almost sprinted to the kitchen to get away from the TV screen. I couldn't laugh more. I heard Joshua ordering a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese. That's when another evil idea came to mind. Why don't I ask him to play hide and seek? This way, I will be able to scare the shit out of him. Once Joshua came back, I proposed the idea of the game, and he agreed happily. I think he felt glad that he won't have to watch the disturbing movie anymore. Before we began the game, I felt the need to drop the kids at the pool, so I went to the washroom. Sitting on the toilet while taking dumps, I weaved plots on how to frighten my babysitter to his death. That's when I heard the doorbell ring for the second time. I was a little surprised at how early the pizza got delivered, but when I came out, I saw Joshua staring out the main door with a freaked out face.
What are you doing outside?
I thought it was the pizza guy, but no one was there.
Then it might be a ghost from the TV.
There's no such thing as ghosts.
He locked the door and looked around with a freaky face. This dude is a chicken. Without wasting any more time, we started the game. First, Joshua went to hide and I found him in 5 minutes. The stupid nerd tried to hide under the kitchen table. When I asked him why he didn't try to hide in the basement, he replied,
The dark kind of freaks me out.
That's it. He gave me the perfect plan. I told him it was my turn to hide now and that it will be better if we turn off the lights. He seemed scared, but then for the sake of presenting himself as a responsible adult, he agreed. He turned to the wall and started counting.
1, 2, 3.
I hid behind the kitchen counter and watched him. I had the TV remote in my hand. As he started searching for me and came close to the TV, I suddenly turned it on at full volume. The sound of the jump scare from the movie almost gave him a heart attack.
Ah! Not funny, Dylan.
He unplugged the TV so I couldn't do it again. That's when I thought to go hide inside my parents' closet so I can jump on him by giving him the final scare. I tiptoed inside the bedroom and opened the closet, and that's when my stomach dropped. The pale moonlight from the bedroom window has fallen inside the closet, making it visible enough even in that dark. Inside the closet lay the body of a young boy. His head was wrapped in a plastic bag. He was suffocated to death. Drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. My legs began trembling. The second doorbell. Suddenly, I noticed a wallet peeking from his shirt's pocket. With shaking hands, I took it out and found his ID. The name on the ID read, Joshua Miller. If my real babysitter, Joshua Miller, is lying dead in my parents' closet, then, with whom am I playing hide and seek with right now?
Oh, Dylan. You didn't go to hide in your parents' closet, right?
I heard his footsteps coming into the room. I quickly hid under the bed. My heart was beating faster than ever. There's a murderer in my house. From the gap under the bed, I saw a pair of legs walk in, then stop right in front of the open closet.
Congrats! Looked like you found your babysitter.
I realized the game that I agreed to play a few moments back has now become a survival task because truly my life depends on it. I put a hand on my mouth so that the killer couldn't hear my heavy breathing.
Now that you found him, I better introduce myself. I'm Kyle. Joshua used to be my best friend before he slept with my girlfriend. I mean, can you imagine? This piece of shit managed to steal someone's girlfriend? So, I did what had to be done.
He kept on narrating his story while walking all over the room. I could only see his legs from under the bed.
So, a few days back, I got to know he has taken some babysitting jobs. That's when I decided to kill him. It was safe to do it in someone else's house, you know? Trust me, I only meant to hurt him, not you or your parents. My plan was simple, to reach early before him and then wait for him to arrive. Then kill him, hide his body until you go to bed and secretly get rid of it without any of your knowledge. Everything was going according to my plan, until you found out. What will I do now, huh?
Saying this, he sat on my parents' bed. His feet dangled nearly half an inch away from my nose.
Tell me, what will I do now? I don't think you can keep a secret, which means I have no other option left.
He suddenly jumped from the bed and looked directly under it, screaming,
Time for you to die, Dylan! Ah! Who's scared now?
I ran, and Kyle chased me down the hall. I could hear his stomping footsteps. I rushed to go upstairs, and he stuck a knife at me. Luckily, it missed me, but tore my t-shirt from the back. But I didn't stop. I ran straight to my room and locked the door before he could get in. Kyle lunged at the door and stood banging on it with his fists.
I thought you liked the Scary Movie. This is your Scary Movie in real life. Come on out, Dylan. Time to play with your babysitter's killer.
That's when I heard the doorbell ring. I looked out of my window. It was the pizza guy. I screamed at the top of my voice.
Call the cops! He has a knife! Call 911 now!
But before the pizza guy could grasp the entire situation, Joshua ran downstairs, opened the door, and lunged at him with his knife. Thankfully, the pizza guy was stronger than him. After quite a struggle, he managed to pin down Kyle and took the knife out of his hand. The cops were called, and Kyle was arrested for murdering his friend, my real babysitter, Joshua. My parents came rushing, receiving the call from the cops. They cried, hugging me. I could spot the fear in their eyes. My dad rewarded the pizza guy with a good amount for saving my life. What's even more disturbing is that the cops found sleeping pills, rope, and 3 extra plastic bags in Kyle's backpack. The dude came all prepared. I have no doubt his idea was to drug me using the pizza so that he could get rid of his victim without any trouble. My parents leave me with my grandma these days whenever they have to go out at night. They are never going to hire a babysitter again. Last winter, my brother and I went to a small cabin owned by our uncle in the mountain valley. We drove for 3 hours to reach the place. The area was so stranded that the closest hotel was 70 kilometers away, but we were young and wanted to stay close to nature. My brother and I are both trained skiers, so upon reaching, all we wanted to do was go skiing in the thick white snow. We honked our horns and got down of the car. A teenage boy about 15 to 16 years old came out running from the cabin. He was very young and had a smile on his face. His eyes looked sleepy though, like he was tired. He took our luggage and showed us the way in. My brother and I entered the cabin. It was a small, common cabin in the woods. There was a fireplace in the room, and in the corner was wood piled up for it.
It gets really cold at night,
the boy said in a calm voice. My brother told him that we were going skiing, so it would be good if he could prepare dinner for us. The boy smiled and nodded his head. We got dressed in our skiing clothes, took our equipment, and started gliding down the woods. All the trees were bare, robbed straight out of their leaves. The white snow was sparkling as the sun's rays fell on them. We were going slow because the wind was really cold, and we were halfway in the woods when the snowfall began.
Let's take a break, then we'll head back,
I said to my brother. He agreed, and we grabbed our skis and poles and started walking to this big tree buried in snow. Suddenly, we heard a sound, almost like a small grunt, and we stopped. Next to that tree stood a man. He was looking up at the sky. The snowflakes were falling on his face. We could only see his long neck and pointy shoulders. He didn't move. I looked at my brother. Both of us were feeling a little freaked out. The man was behaving so weirdly. I gestured to my brother to slowly step back without disturbing him and go back to our cabins fast. We took 3 steps back when I accidentally stepped on a twig. It crunched and the man looked down at us. His eyes were glowing like a wolf. There was blood smeared all over his mouth. That's when, for the first time, I noticed his right hand. He was clenching a dead rabbit. Its stomach was ripped open and its entrails hanging out. The man wiped the blood off his face with his other hand, and he smiled ear to ear. I heard my brother scream,
"Stefan, now! Run! Run! Run!"
I started running. My brother was behind me. We didn't see if the man followed us. Breathing and panting like a dog, we came back to the cabin. We slammed the door and double-locked it. The teenage boy realized something was wrong. He came out of the kitchen and I yelled,
"Call the cops now!"
Why? What happened, sir?
"Stefan, there's no network in my phone."
I checked my phone as well. My brother was right.
"The lines are dead here, sir. It's the snow."
The boy replied in a calm voice.
"Did anything happen, sir?"
He asked. I was going to tell him, but then my brother stopped me. He thought the boy will get scared and leave us there. So, we told him we heard a wild animal in the woods. He kept cooking quietly. After half an hour, when we have calmed down, we felt embarrassed. So we stopped thinking about the man and went to our rooms to freshen up. A few minutes later, when we came out for dinner, suddenly the light went off. A heavy snowstorm had started outside. I could hear the glass windows trembling with the mad wind.
"Hello? Where are you?"
"What was his name?"
"We never asked his name."
My brother and I were looking for the teenage boy, when suddenly we heard footsteps. Someone was outside our cabin. My brother and I slowly turned our heads towards the big window right beside the fireplace, and the lights hit. The man we saw in those woods was outside our living room window, resting his bloody palm on the glass and planting his face on it in a distorted way while staring dead at us. He slowly opened his mouth and started licking the blood smeared around his red tongue. His eyes never blinked, pupils never moved. My voice died down my throat. I was stiff as ice. That's when the boy walked in like he was hiding there all this time.
"Any problems, sir?"
It's him. He's the one we saw in the woods."
"Oh, him?"
The boy casually walked to the window, put his hand on the glass like he adored this freak, and looked back at us. His face got the same grin this man gave us the first time.
"He's my dad. There's nothing wrong with him."
"What?
"He's your... You don't need to be scared of him. He's harmless once he is done eating."
I grabbed the car keys from the wall and pulled my brother's hand and opened the door to run out to our car. We didn't care that we were barefoot. We didn't bother that we had no warm clothes on, just in our night pajamas, because all we wanted was to live. We heard the boy laughing and screaming.
"There's nothing wrong with him. He just loves to hunt for his food."
The engine rumbled and we got back to the road. Our luggage was inside, but that was no time to go back for them. We drove for about 2 hours and found the next hotel. The snowstorm made it excessively risky to drive, but there was no way we were staying with this psycho father-son duo. Once we reached safety, we called our uncle to inform him about this caretaker boy and his father. What my uncle said gave me chills. No caretaker or third-party employee ever worked on that property. The keys are always under the porch rug. The fact that we stayed with a stranger who appeared like nothing but psychos made me sweat in terror. I gave the phone to my brother because I had had enough for the night. He explained everything that had happened in the cabin and informed him about this boy and his father. He called the cops, and the next morning we went to the cabin with them. No one was there. Our luggage was gone. Most likely they took them. We had no money, no clothes, and not even our shoes. The place was swept clean. We called our dad, and he came the second day to pick us up from that motel and also pay the bills. I still remember that incident with dread. God knows what would have happened if they had any weapons. Since then, I've decided that I will never stay in any stranded cabin for my entire life. This happened in the summer of 2010, when I was just entering my teenage years. My elder sister was having her first baby, so our entire family rushed to the hospital. My mom and dad were constantly talking to the doctor while my brother-in-law was inside the delivery room. I was sitting in the hospital lobby, a little tense for my sister. A few hours later, the doctor came out and told us that she will be having a delayed delivery, so it might take up to 5 to 6 hours more. My dad told my mom it would be better if we just spent the night in the hospital so we can stay close to Bethany. We grabbed some sandwiches from the hospital cafeteria and waited for the newborn to arrive. Now, I was merely 11 years old and hence got easily bored. My parents were busy calling our relatives and talking to the hospital staff, which gave me the perfect opportunity to explore the hospital independently. But I knew my parents would never say yes to this plan, so I lied to them. I walked up to my dad and said,
"Dad, can I have $1 for the soda machine?"
"Here, go."
He gave me the money and got back to his conversation with the doctor. They never expected me to wander into a big hospital at 1 a.m. As soon as I got the $1, I headed straight to the soda machine, which was on the second floor. The delivery was happening on the third floor, the maternity ward. Once I got down to the second floor, I realized how stranded the hospital was at that hour. There was a lady attendant in the reception watching videos on her phone and laughing. She looked at me once and then went back to her phone. I walked to the end of the corridor, stopped near the soda machine and inserted the money. Just when I was about to press the button for soda, I saw 2 men wearing white lab coats come out of the elevator. They seemed quite agitated, and I overheard their conversation.
And then I told her there's a reason why the psych ward is located in the basement. Seriously, some interns never learn.
I know. They think passing an exam makes you a doctor, but you don't know shit until you step into the real environment.
The 2 men walked past me, continuing this discussion with anger and restlessness. I didn't understand the context of their conversation, but one thing that stuck to me was that the hospital has a psych ward in the basement. I was not aware of the medical terminology, so I thought psych ward stood for something kind of like a secret laboratory. My interest piqued quite immediately. I grabbed the soda can and got into the elevator, but instead of going up, I started going down. Destination, basement. The elevator door opened, making its usual ding sound. A long corridor with a red door at the end stood in front of me. A man dressed as a security guard was dozing in the corner. Without disturbing him, I managed to get to the door. The signboard on the top of the door flashed "Psych Ward" in big block letters. I expected to see scientists running around with beakers and test tubes in their hands, but stepping in, I saw nothing like that. Just a sketchy, yellowish hallway with blinking lights. A pungent smell of urine and strong chemicals clogged my lungs. On both sides of the hallway stood lined up cabins. I took a sip from my soda can and started walking ahead. For the first few rooms, I saw nothing because the doors were closed. Then I noticed a room on my left. Its door was wide open and a sound of heavy breathing was coming from that direction. The saying that kids are stupid 100% applies in my case. I stopped outside the room to see what was inside. There was a bed and a woman. The woman was chained to the bed tightly. Her hands and legs were tied with metal shackles. She was breathing heavily. Her bony body was going up and down with each inhale and exhale. It wasn't my first time in a hospital, so I got confused seeing a patient kept in that way. I took another sip, resulting in a slurping sound, when suddenly the woman turned her head towards me, opening her big, scary eyes.
What are you drinking?
I will never forget her face. She had no flesh, only skin wrapped around her skull.
Sprite.
I haven't had Sprite in such a long time.
Why are you tied to the bed?
I don't know. The people here are cruel. They treat me like an animal. Will you give me some soda, little boy?
Don't
be cruel like them. Come close and pour some soda into my mouth, please.
I looked at the door where I entered. The security was still outside. I hesitated for a second, then slowly approached her.
There you go. You're such a good boy.
Her eyes dazzled with each step I took towards her. When I was inches away, she opened her mouth, took out her red tongue, and made a hissing sound. I sprinted away from her in fear, drops of sweat appearing on my forehead. The woman let out a huge grin and then started singing.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you.
I rushed to leave, but suddenly the room opposite of hers opened, and a man wearing nothing but underwear came out. He was about 8 feet tall and had a huge head that bobbled constantly. He stretched his arms towards me and picked me up from the ground. My feet were dangling in the air. He smelled my hair and looked me dead in the eyes. He never blinked. I was so horrified that I forgot to scream. He finally put me down and said,
"You're not her. She smelled different when I dug her up,"
and walked back into his room. I would have peed my pants if he didn't let me go. I ran straight to the door, pushed it with all of my strength, waking up the security from his dreamland, and burst into tears. He was shocked to see a kid around 1 a.m. wandering inside the psych ward. I was crying so badly that my words barely made any sense. He escorted me to the reception on the second floor right that moment. The woman at the counter had already seen me before, so she remembered my face. She announced finding an 11-year-old lost in the hospital. My parents were also searching for me by then, so they came down after hearing the announcement. My mom hugged me tight, and my dad scolded me for roaming around the hospital without any adults by my side. My sister had given birth to my niece by then, so my traumatic situation robbed me of the chance to celebrate for her. There were formalities left for her discharge, so my dad stayed back with my brother-in-law, and I was taken home by my mom. The entire night, I slept hugging her. Even today, when I recall that terrifying memory, I hear the woman's voice in my head, her creepy laughter, and her even more creepy singing.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you.
Would you believe me if I told you that working at KFC can be a dangerous job that can cost you your life? I know, it seems ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous too. But when you think about it, you realize that most jobs are not dangerous. It's the people in them. It's something I understood after my time at KFC, where if my attacker didn't like me, I would have ended up just as my boss. It all started when Charlie started working. Even though I was just another employee in the kitchen, I interviewed him and recommended him. Charlie was a young man, very dedicated and eager to work. I remember I was struck by how he dreamed of working at KFC. He seemed obsessive, as if it was the dream of his life. Although I found it quite creepy, I didn't think it was an impediment for him to work here. I might even say it's a good thing. When Charlie started working, I knew I had made the right decision. The guy was punctual, efficient, and responsible. He even made me proud of my decision. But after a few months, everything changed. His behavior was erratic. He was still working very well, but his appearance was getting worse and worse. Sometimes he would arrive very late, but other times he would arrive hours early and just sit there doing nothing. Initiating conversations with him was becoming more and more difficult. I couldn't help the feeling that he wasn't paying attention to me, that he was disoriented, thinking about something else. One day, my boss came looking for me to talk to him.
Ace, did you need to talk to me?
Come on in, Wendy. We have a little problem that I need your help with.
Charlie, right?
Yes, it's out of control.
Of course. It's the late arrivals, isn't it?
I'd like to say yes, Wendy, but it's much more serious than that. In the last few days, we noticed that some food was missing from some orders, and coincidentally, he was disappearing from his station. When one of your co-workers went looking for him, she found him hiding, eating the chicken pieces. It wasn't even hunger, Wendy. He just ate the skin and threw the chicken away like garbage. When he left, he didn't even bother to hide the evidence.
Oh my god! What's wrong with him? You want me to talk to him, don't you?
No, we've given him enough chances. I'm gonna kick him out, Wendy.
Oh, I understand, Ace.
I just called you here to let you know that even though you hired Charlie, this is not your fault at all. In the beginning, he was a great candidate, and you trained him well. You just can't know what you'll be dealing with after a few months.
I understand, Ace. Thanks so much for telling me. Do you need help telling him?
No, you can imagine I've done this many times before. Besides, I know you like him, but I wouldn't want you to get involved even for now. To tell you the truth, Wendy, I'm very angry, and I'm not going to treat him very well.
As I left the office, I saw Charlie walk past me, looking a little lost. With some pity, I stopped and greeted him.
Hey, Charlie, you're a good friend.
Thank you.
And without looking at me, knowing what to expect, he kept walking. I assumed this meeting would be short, but it was not. Many minutes passed and no one came out of the office. We all began to wonder what was taking so long. After 2 hours, the situation became untenable. Something strange was going on. None of my coworkers wanted to go in, so I, being the one who has the best relationship with the boss and Charlie, went in to ask a random question. As soon as I walked in, my head was filled with doubts. The office was empty. But something was wrong. No one had left, and Ace's cell phone was still on the desk. I got a little closer, and when I understood what was going on, I gave a scream in alarm.
Oh!
Ace's body was already on the floor, full of blood. There were marks on his neck as if he had been strangled, but what caught my attention the most was his skin. It was like if someone had ripped it off. Many pieces of skin were missing from his arms, legs, and even his abdomen. Had Charlie done this? I turned to run away, but behind the door and avoiding my exit, he was there. Standing there, looking at me in expectation of what I might do.
What have you done, Charlie? Have you gone crazy?
His hands were covered in blood and sweat. He had taken off all of his clothes, leaving only his underwear. And what scared me the most was his face. He had a maniacal smile. He was happy like the day he started working at KFC. It was like he had won the lottery.
Wendy, did you know that the skin is tastier than the meat? I always wanted to work at KFC. Imagine being able to eat all the skin you want. Isn't it a treat?
Charlie, they'll put you in jail. How did you do something like that?
I'm sick of being judged. Sick of everyone looking down on me. Sick of always being the weird one. Do you think I'm weird too, Wendy?
With all this violence, Charlie started digging his nails into my arm, bringing his mouth close, ready to moderate me. I gave him a sharp punch in the ear, which temporarily drove him away. I ran for the exit door, but fell back down. Charlie was grabbing my foot.
How does he dare to fire me? No one fires me from KFC.
This man was about to devour me, and there was nothing I could do. Physical violence was not a solution, so I settled my thoughts and tried to defeat him the only way I knew I could win.
But, Charlie, you killed the boss. That makes me the boss, and I don't want to kick you out.
Suddenly, his anger subsided and turned to surprise.
What?
You're a great employee. You really want to work here, and that's what's important. You just need to come in earlier, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm running a little late. So you won't fire me?
No. And if you come in earlier, you'll be the employee of the month. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. Thanks, Wendy. You're a great friend. I promise to be more punctual.
Great. Hey, can you go back to the kitchen? We're a little short-staffed.
Oh, sure. The employee of the month will do his best.
And desperate, Charlie opened the door and ran out. I locked the door, and as I began to hear the screams of all my coworkers at the sight of him, I called the police as fast as I could. It wasn't long before the police took him away. His screams were heard throughout the establishment, and as customers took pictures or left, Charlie could only look at me. That same day, I also went to the police station to testify about what I had seen. Soon after, this began to be reported in the media in our country. Apparently, Charlie came from a family of psychopaths, so they used him to find his parents, 2 serial killers on the run. On his side, he managed to avoid going to prison. Charlie was sent to a psychiatric hospital where he would get the help he needed. I will never know if he will ever get better. I quit within a week and never wanted to hear about the case again. Honestly, I had more Charlie and KFC than I could take.
Jonathan, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Mina, do you take Jonathan to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
By the power vested in me by God the Almighty, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
I still remember the day I married Jonathan. He hesitated when the priest said he could kiss me. I felt the distance between us right then, and now, in these past few months, that distance has only increased. Even though we share a bedroom, he spends most of his nights in the basement of our house. He inherited a good amount of money from his parents, and also this big, stranded house. Sometimes I feel this house is too big for 2 people. To pass my time, I keep myself busy in gardening and Jonathan in his experiments. There's a small room in our basement with a red door. Even though I'm allowed to go into the basement, Jonathan never lets me go inside that room. He keeps it locked and carried the key with him 24/7. Upon asking him, he says it's his private laboratory. There are dangerous chemicals and expensive machinery scattered in that room, which is why it isn't safe for me to go in. So far, I've just brushed it off, but now I'm sure that there is something very wrong with the man I was married to. One night, I woke up hearing footsteps downstairs and found myself alone in the bed. I got up and peeked downstairs to see my husband heading down the basement with a dead raccoon in his hand. Blood was dripping from its gushed out entrails. I asked with genuine concern,
What is that in your hand, Jonathan?
He looked up nervously, not expecting to see me awake, then smiled awkwardly, saying,
Just a roadkill.
What are you doing with roadkill?
Need it for the experiment. Go get some sleep. I'll be up soon.
And that's it. This is what Jonathan does every single day. He wanders into the woods, drives down the highway collecting roadkill and dead animal carcasses. A few days ago, a big box arrived from Amazon. My husband was busy in the basement, so I received the package. I was about to open it when he came running.
Mina, that's not for you.
What's in it? It's so heavy.
Nothing. Just some beakers and important lab equipments for the experiment.
He almost snatched the box from my hand and went back to the basement. I knew I'd go crazy if I didn't find out what was happening in that basement, so I made a plan. While making breakfast, I heard Jonathan coming to the kitchen. I quickly grabbed my phone and acted as if I was talking to my mother.
Sure, Mom. Yeah, it has been a while. I haven't seen you guys either. Okay, I'll be there soon.
I pretended to disconnect the phone call when Jonathan asked,
Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's just Mom. I was thinking of visiting them tonight. With you being so busy with your experiments, I get bored a lot.
I saw surprising sadness on his face. Even though we were living under the same roof for a while now, Jonathan never showed me any affection. He scratched his head and asked,
When will you be back?
Tomorrow. Why?
He came close and held my hand for the first time. His eyes were different.
I know I haven't been a good husband to you. I'll be done with my experiment tomorrow, so I was thinking we can finally go somewhere and spend some time.
Sure.
You promise you'll be back tomorrow?
I'm just gonna be at my mom's house, not to some other country.
Just promise me that you'll be back by tomorrow.
He sounded more adamant than pleading. I couldn't tell if it was love or something else, though. I nodded my head.
Yes, I'll be home tomorrow.
When I started the engine, Jonathan stood at the driveway waving me goodbye. This was the first time in the last months Jonathan treated me like his wife. I was questioning myself that maybe I shouldn't spy on him. Some men are reserved by nature. It takes time for them to open up. And maybe he really is doing some stupid science experiment, but something at the back of my mind kept telling me the truth isn't always visible. After roaming around the town for 3 hours, I parked my car into the woods and waited for the night to fall. I might have dozed off. When I woke up, it was dark outside. The crickets were chirping in the bushes. I got down from the car and walked to the house. The house was in deep silence. I carefully opened the main door with my keys and entered. I was sweating in fear, not knowing what was going to happen next. I tiptoed to the basement. A rotten smell of days-old meat hit me right away. The sound of movement and objects cluttering was coming from the room with the red door. It wasn't locked this time. A thin ray of light was coming from the gap behind the door. Not having me around gave Jonathan full freedom tonight. I stopped outside the red door. My heartbeat got faster, taking a long, deep breath. I peeked in. Jonathan was standing in front of something. I couldn't tell what. Piles of dead animals' entrails, fur, and skin were scattered all over the floor. It took me a few seconds to realize what Jonathan was holding in his palm. A big eyeball, probably dissected from one of his roadkills. Is he going to eat it? He slowly raised his hand. I was sure he was about to eat it, but no. On his other hand, he had a tube of super glue. He applied some glue on the eyeball and then stuck it on the thing standing in front of him. So far, his body has been blocking my view, but now he moved aside. What I saw made my heart leap into my throat. A rising panic made my body tremble. There was a mannequin right in the middle of the room, but the mannequin was covered with thousands of eyeballs. Some eyeballs were small, each having different colored pupils. After all, they belonged to various different dead animals. It was like a vicious artwork where a human body is set on display after being decorated with raw, dead eyeballs. So, this is what came from Amazon. Jonathan ordered a freaking mannequin so he could experiment with his diluted sense of creativity. But even though its entire body was covered, the actual place where eyes should be remained hollow. The eye sockets were empty with no sets of eyes in them. Jonathan admired the horrible statue for a few seconds and blew it a kiss. I felt like I needed a bath seeing him react that way. The real horror came after. He smiled ear to ear and said in a spine-chilling voice,
One more day. Just one more day. Once Mina comes back, you will have your human eyes. You will finally be complete.
I was in a complete state of panic. My hands were cold and clammy. Dread twisted in my gut. That means all that affection in the morning, the gesture of showing me that he really wants me was nothing but a lie. He wanted me to come back so he could have my eyes. What kind of psychopath is my husband? I wanted to get out of the house. I wanted to run as far as possible from him. I got out just like I came in. When I sat inside the car and was about to start the engine, I got a text from Jonathan.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Miss you, love.
It was Saturday afternoon. I was selling ice cream by the park when an expensive car stopped next to my truck. A man dressed in a blue suit got down from the car and approached me. His huge, shiny Rolex watch didn't go unnoticed by me. He gave me a slick smile and said,
"Do you take bookings?"
I didn't, so I said no. He thought something while looking at the sky and then gave me his card from his leather wallet, which also looked expensive.
My son Muriel is getting 6 tomorrow. He wanted to have an ice cream truck for his birthday party. I'll pay you $500.
I needed the money badly, so I accepted the gig right away. He turned around to go back, but suddenly stopped and said,
The party starts at 6 in the evening. Hope you have no problem working late at night. No, not at all. I'll be there.
The man drove off in his car. I looked at the business card and saw the man as a doctor. His name was written, Dr. Joseph Heiter. The next day, I reloaded the truck freezer with as many flavors as possible. I put on a fresh shirt and a clean apron. Around 6:30, I reached the location. It was a big, luxurious villa that reeked of money from every inch. The huge iron gates opened automatically once my truck stopped near it. I entered the front lawn and heard birthday music coming from the back of the house. I drove the truck around to the back and stopped at the side of the huge yard. The place was decorated with balloons, lights, colorful chains, and all that you would expect from a lavish lifestyle. There was a huge bouncy castle set up in the middle of the yard, and a little boy was bouncing crazily as if his life depended on it. That's it. Yes, that's it. There were no other kids, which we generally expect at a birthday party. The boy suddenly noticed the truck and screamed.
Ice cream! Yes! Dad, the ice cream man is here!
At this time, I was so shocked to see no guests at this lavish birthday party that I overlooked Dr. Heiter sitting on the back porch, rocking on a chair and watching me. Once our eyes met, he smiled and came to me. The kid rushed to my truck, and honestly, I've never seen such a creepy kid in my entire life. His braces reminded me of Darla from the movie Finding Nemo. He slammed his hand on the counter, yelling,
I want all the flavors in a big jumbo bowl. I want the biggest ice cream. I want it. I want it. Calm down, Muriel. He'll get you as much ice cream as you want.
I wanted to ask where the other kids were, but too much curiosity kills the cat, so I kept shut. I took this big bowl and poured every scoop of the flavors I brought. Muriel watched me with a creepy face. The kid was jumping and fidgeting. He seemed overly spoiled and rude at the same time.
Here you go, Muriel.
I handed him the big bowl, and he snatched it from my hands. Before heading back to his jumping house, he looked at me with an angry face and said,
Won't you wish the birthday boy? Wish me, wish me! Yes, of course. Sorry, Muriel. A very happy birthday to you. May all your wishes come true. They always do.
He went back to the ride just like he came. Dr. Heiter realized my confusion.
Muriel's my only son, and he's a special boy. He has a problem with sharing, so he likes spending his birthday alone. It's better that way. I see. Whatever makes a kid happy. Honey, please come out!
Mr. Heiter called out, and I saw a woman dressed up in a white wedding dress coming out of the house. My eyes slowly shifted from her dress to her face, and the hair at the back of my neck stood up. She had a bloated face, almost like a frog, a forever smile stuck on her face. Her eyes were bulging out like they would drop down from her sockets at any moment. She stood beside Dr. Heiter like a puppet on his strings.
Meet my wife, Sherilyn.
She nodded her head up and down while her smile remained intact.
Hello, ma'am. Congratulations on your wedding.
Dr. Heiter let out a creepy chuckle and said,
It's been 8 years since we are married. She's just wearing this for Muriel. Our son loves seeing her beautiful mother in her wedding dress. Love you, hon.
Saying this, he kissed his wife on the cheek, and I saw her tremble once his lips touched her face. It seemed to me the kiss caused her pain. Her face didn't look normal at all. It was as if she was holding tons of cotton balls inside of her mouth. yet there was no sign of scar or bruises from the outside, so I couldn't tell what exactly was wrong with her. Her eyes felt like she needed help. I could see them turning teary.
Ma'am, would you like some ice cream?
I asked out of general courtesy.
No, she's on a special diet. It's time to cut the cake, Muriel. I'm getting the cake now.
The kid jumped up and down in sick joy while shoving ice cream in his mouth. As soon as Dr. Hyder went in, the woman suddenly grabbed my hand and tried talking.
What? What is it? Are you all right?
But she wasn't able to say a single word. She tried opening her mouth and soon started choking on something. There was something stuck in her mouth. I couldn't tell what. Her eyes rolled up like she was about to vomit at any minute now.
Oh my God, what's happening to you?
Her grasp on my hand tightened. Something was about to come out of her mouth. What happened next will forever be printed in my memory. She made a puking sound, and a chain of tongues, all stitched up like a big garland, came out of her mouth. I have never seen anything that horrible in my entire life. 5 to 6 human tongues were sewn in the form of an articulate surgery with her tongue. In a distorted, almost inaudible voice, she begged.
Ah!
I jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine.
Dad, the ice cream man is running away!
I heard that evil child scream. I couldn't stay back anymore. I wanted to help the poor woman, but I neither had the time nor anything to defend myself with against the psycho doctor and his deranged son. I drove like crazy. The iron gate detected the sensor, and thank God it opened before Dr. Hyder could take any action. I heard the kids' laughter and clapping.
She's doing the tongue trick again! She's doing the tongue trick again!
As soon as I got past the gates, I heard running footsteps. In the rearview mirror, I saw Dr. Hyder chasing my truck with a hunting rifle. He fired a shot that broke my side window, but failed to hit me. I have never driven faster in my life. The gates closed behind me. I can't explain how I got home that night. I called the cops and gave them the address of Dr. Hyder. The aftermath of this incident is even scarier than the incident itself. The cops went to the address, met Dr. Hyder, and his family called me back for filing a false report on him. Can you believe this? The cops said the eminent surgeon was living happily with his son and his wife. They even sent me a picture of the family to confirm his wife's identity. The woman in that picture wasn't the woman I saw at the birthday party. The cops said they even searched his house, but found nothing suspicious. Dr. Hyder was chucked out clean. Still today, I have found no news, no missing person report on that woman whose tongue was sewn with many other human tongues. I have no idea if she's alive or dead. Dr. Hyder is a mad doctor, probably running horrific human experiments in his house without anyone's knowledge. It scares me to sleep when I try to think about what happened with those people whose tongues he cut off to give that unknown woman a bizarre makeover. For as long as I can remember, I've always been a very curious person. Many times being like this has been good, and sometimes bad, but the worst by far has been what happened in, as I decided to call it, the Lego place. Giving a bit more context, back then I had been exploring abandoned houses with my friends for months. They did it for fun, but I did it out of curiosity. I loved looking at the rooms and thinking about what had happened in there, but I never thought I would actually find anything.
Promise you'll send me pics.
Several days ago, we had agreed to go to a house on the outskirts of the city, but my friend had refused just that day, even though she wanted to come.
Sure. I'll go next time. I know. See you later.
I soon hung up the phone and wrote a message to Peter, the friend who was going to accompany me. We usually planned to go to places after his work, so he was always a little late, but never as much as on this occasion. I received his answer soon. It was an audio. I had a problem here. I don't think I can make it, Claire. Okay, I replied. Were you already there? He asked me seconds later. Yeah, I sent him. I knew I should go, but there was something about that house that made me want to go inside, so I decided to. I'll take a look, I told my friend. Without waiting any longer, I put my cell phone away and started walking towards the house. The tall, uncut grass and growing vines told me that it had been abandoned for a long time, but it didn't look deteriorated at all. The roof was complete and the entrances closed. In fact, I had to force a door, which I had learned to do long ago. It took several minutes, but I finally made it. It wasn't very big, but it had 2 floors and several rooms, each one emptier than the last. There was even the typical graffiti that you would see in any other abandoned house.
How boring.
As usual, I marked each of the rooms I had already seen with a yellow color. The last one was the only bedroom on the first floor. It had a giant window with which I could see everything that was in the front of the house. Claire! That's how I managed to notice that my friend had arrived even before hearing him.
I'm here.
I waved at him from where I was standing before going to the front door. He looked at me a little annoyed. I was worried. You shouldn't have gone in alone.
I'm fine, okay? There's nothing interesting anyway. It's almost as good as new.
Really? Peter glanced around the house. Let's explore together. I might notice different things than you.
Fine, but not worth it.
Together, we toured the second floor first. Peter would open a door, survey the room, and then close it. He soon saw the last one in the area and said, "Everything is perfect."
You mean it's perfectly boring?
I mean, like new. It didn't take long for him to close the door, but this time he stared at the mark that I had made. Then he touched it and looked at his hand to see if it was dirty.
It's dry at this point.
But as if Peter hadn't heard me, he continued to examine his hand. Why did you mark it?
Why did I mark it if it looks like new? Makes no sense. I just wanted it to have something different.
I think you shouldn't have done it.
It doesn't matter anymore, does it? Let's go.
Just as we went downstairs, Peter and I saw the door to the only bedroom on that floor. Looks like you didn't check that one.
I didn't mark it, but I've already been there. It's the room I was in when you arrived.
My friend tried turning the door handle over and over again, but it seemed to be locked, which left me speechless. With a lump in my throat, I watched Peter force it.
There's no point in opening it again.
Are you sure you did it? I fell silent once again. All of a sudden, the place was starting to get very cold.
Why did you insist so much? This place has nothing.
Just let me see. What had that been? The wind was blowing at my ear, but there were no windows open. The sounds the door was making as Peter forced it was also driving me crazy.
Stop. Let's go.
Give me a second, Claire. I had goosebumps, although I didn't know if it was from the cold or something else.
Let's go, Peter.
He finally made it. Done, see? Now just in front of us was the same room as before, but this time it was full of colors. On the floor, there were only hundreds and hundreds of Legos.
What the hell?
I took a few steps forward and bent down to touch them.
They're real. Pete.
Suddenly, I felt something push me, causing me to lose my balance and fall on top of the Legos.
Ah!
I heard something behind me. The door had closed.
Peter?
I tried to get up, but there were so many Legos that I just fell back down. The weight of my body on those small objects was causing them to dig into my skin.
Open the door, Peter. This isn't funny.
I can't, it's locked again. My knees were burning more and more. It was unbearable, so I leaned on my hands for a moment.
Do something.
The tips of the Legos pierced the flesh of my palms as I heard Peter bang on the door. At some point it opened, so I quickly crept out into the hallway. I ran to the front door, but then it hit me. My friend was nowhere to be found.
Peter? Peter!
Suddenly, some knocks on the door next to me began to be heard. Claire! I hurried to open the door. As expected, there he was. Ah! Somehow, the Legos were digging into his skin with amazing speed, like it was just water. Ah! On his face, on his hands, on his legs, they were all over his body. I didn't know what to do. I was in shock. Suddenly, the door closed. There was a pale, thin boy with a trail of dried blood tears on his face next to me, but I couldn't even scream. Did you understand? Don't ever do that to my house again. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. It was at that moment that I left the place. I ran to my motorcycle, but my legs gave out and I fell on the ground. Claire, oh my God. My friend was there, next to me, looking at my wounds. There were still a lot of Legos stuck in my skin.
How did you get out?
What are you talking about? I just got here. I called you 1,000,000 times. From that day on, I stopped exploring abandoned houses, as I didn't want to be tortured by some other spirit. I've tried to forget about the incident, but every time I see Legos, my wounds start to ache and make me want to throw up. For as long as I can remember, I've encountered many people who have had the strangest phobias. Some are afraid of pets, others are afraid of people, and some are even afraid of the color yellow. My fear may not be as weird as the last one, but even so, people are still surprised when I am terrified of Legos. I can't describe how much I am repulsed by them. When I see them, I just want to kick them as far away as possible and leave. Many people think my actions are unjustified, and maybe I'm a little crazy, but nobody had Legos inside their body. Nobody had Legos covering their entire throat and stomach. None of these people almost died from Legos. To be fair, it wasn't the Legos that almost killed me. It was the person who was playing with them. During that time, I was a babysitter. I was good with kids, and even though I didn't really like losing weekends to babysitting, I needed the money to move out on my own and go to college. The clients trusted me, and they knew me all my life, so much so that after a few months, they even recommended me to all their friends, and so I started working on weekdays as well. Everything was going great until I got a call to take care of a new child. The lady on the phone seemed sweet, kind, and gentle. She told me that she and her husband didn't need to go anywhere, but because their son was taking up so much effort and energy, they needed to have an afternoon off, even if it was just to watch a movie at home. They also told me that the neighbor across the street, Mrs. Gloria, recommended me. They lived a few blocks away, but I needed to work, so I went. I thought about bothering Mrs. Gloria before going, as I wanted to know all about that couple that had called me, but it was 7 a.m. and I didn't want to bother her. I rode my bike to the elderly family's house. When I arrived, I looked it up and down. It looked like a normal house, not very striking or special in any way, like the kind of houses I usually visit. I was about to enter, but a lady stopped me from behind, grabbing my shoulder and speaking to me.
You must be Chiara, right? Oh yes, I'm sorry, you startled me. Nice to meet you. You're Mrs. Thompson, right? Dear, call me Lois. Of course. Nice house, Mrs. Lois. Did I give you the address of this house? I'm sorry. I live in the house across the street.
When I turned around, I saw the lady's house. It was really huge and in perfect condition. I could tell she had a lot of money and a very good taste. Normally, I wouldn't go in her house because she had given me the wrong address. It seemed a little suspicious, but maybe it was my teenage innocence or my need for money, but I ended up trusting her and going to the house. As I entered the house, her husband, who looked the same age as her, welcomed me with open arms.
You must be Gloria's neighbor. Nice to meet you. My name is Al.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Al. My name is Chiara.
I know. Gloria told us so much about you. It's good to have someone we can trust to take care of little Ed.
They both walked me through the huge house to the boy's room. As soon as they opened the door, a little boy was on his back, kneeling against the wall. Trying to make a good impression, I went over to greet him.
Hello, little Edward. My name is Chiara. A pleasure to...
When I touched his back, the boy fell down and made a thud against the floor. This was not a child. It was a plastic doll.
Ed, it was very hard to find her. Take good care of your new babysitter because she will be the last one this year. You understand?
Who are you? Oh!
Behind me stood the real Ed. This was a huge adult, over 40 years old. He was almost 6 feet tall, and his body was large and deformed. He was wearing a bib and diapers.
Yes, Mom. Yes, Dad. I'll take care of her.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I can take care of...
And before I finished, they closed the door and locked it. Edward looked at me with innocent and terrifying eyes. while drool was falling from his mouth.
Are you my new toy?
No, I'm not a toy. I'm a babysitter. And you must listen to me. Do you understand?
Look! Daddy bought me a huge bag of Legos. Do you want to play?
We will play later. But now I have to talk to Mom and Dad. And then I'll come back. Understand?
No! I want to play now!
Furious, the man dressed up as a boy jumped violently at me. While grabbing my head with one hand, he used the other to rub Legos in my face. They were just toys, but they hurt like hell.
Play! Play! Play!
Somebody help! Okay, I will play with you.
Suddenly, the man stopped and gave me a big smile.
Yes! Let's play the food game!
Yes, sure.
For the moment, I had no choice but to play along. I had some pepper spray stashed away. I could use it to escape, but I had to be cautious. As Ed threw Legos at a toy plate, I slowly approached my bag. I noticed that there was a moving camera in the corner of the room. They were probably spying on us, so I had to be careful.
Here's the food! Enjoy it!
Thank you, Ed. This is delicious, Ed. Did you cook it?
Dummy, you're not eating! I'll help you!
No!
With enormous violence, Ed jumped at me again. With one hand, he grabbed my hair, and with the other, he started shoving Legos into my mouth.
Ed, you're hurting me.
You must eat! So you'll grow up to be a big, strong girl! Eat or there'll be no dessert!
His gaze was totally lost. He had gone totally crazy from 1 second to the next. I closed my mouth as hard as I could, but that was the only thing I managed to do, as Edward opened my mouth with his huge hands and, full of Legos, almost shoved it down my throat. I wanted to vomit, but I had no room for anything. I was swallowing Legos like crazy. I was choking. I was having a hard time breathing in, and in the act of desperation, I kicked Edward, who let go of me and started crying.
You're so mean! I just wanted to feed you!
The kick wasn't even that hard. I looked at him, confused, as he spat the Legos from the floor. Suddenly, the door opened, and angrily, Al came to the rescue of his son Edward, while his wife came at me with a knife.
How dare you hurt our son, you brat! I will kill you!
As the woman ran towards me, I took my chance and took the pepper spray out of my purse.
You play with him, you damn witch!
No! Mama!
They both ran towards her as I ran out of the house, desperate. Many neighbors saw me leaving and quickly called the ambulance. I had swallowed too many Legos. The only thing that saved me from suffocating to death was that the doctors arrived quickly, as the ambulance was only a couple blocks away. After what happened to me, the elders were arrested and the whole truth came out. They didn't know my neighbor, they were just watching me. They wanted me to be Edward's next victim. These two people were not his real parents. He had been kidnapped when he was still a teenager, and from then on, they took care of him as if he were their own. Edward didn't know he was killing all those people, but his fake parents entertained themselves by watching him. Edward was taken to a crummy psychiatric hospital, but since I moved to the city and started working, I got permission to move him to a better place. He now recognizes me as his big sister. I'm no longer afraid of him for what he did to me, because just like me, he was just a victim of the real monsters who manipulated him too. Hey guys, my name is Robert. Maybe everyone who knows me around here knows that I'm just another local doctor, but I used to work in the big city. When everyone knows that I worked in such a central and populated place, they all ask me, how could I go back to a small town, since the pay is less and the days are more boring? My answer is just simple. I did not come in search of tranquility, nor to be close to my family. I only came out of fear. Fear that those people who tried to kill me in the most cruel and ruthless way possible do not find out that I'm still alive and come to finish the job. It all started when I was just a nurse. I had just graduated from university and was one of those young aspiring doctors who would give everything for a chance to prove themselves. The dream of every newcomer was to save a person's life in a major surgery. But all this doesn't happen until you have more experience. At this point, I was just inspecting medications or taking care of patients in intensive care. Make no mistake, I was happy with this. I knew it was part of the natural progression to being a great doctor, so I did my job to the best of my ability. Someone had to. One day, I was taking care of a patient. I was looking for the medicine to give him, but I noticed that there was no more left, so I had to go to the warehouse to get a new bottle. When I got there, I grabbed the small bottle of liquid and was about to go back, but I noticed something strange. Out of curiosity, I read the bottle and noticed that this medicine had expired more than 5 years ago.
What? It can't be.
I grabbed more bottles to inspect them, and they all shared the same oddity. All of them had already expired many years ago. This had to be a mistake. I went to the director's room to inform him of this. Maybe it was a problem with the inventory. I knocked on the door, and from inside, a hurried voice was dispatched.
What do you want, Robert? It's not the best moment.
Dr. Cole, there's an irregularity with a medication I'd like to show you.
Not now, kid. I'm too busy.
And he simply left. I was about to go back and ask a doctor what to do, but Dr. Cole's behavior made me very curious. He has always had a calm, relaxed, and charismatic demeanor. Besides, not now, kid. The doctor always treats me very well, and several times he expressed to me that I am one of his favorite nurses. He would never treat me that way. Was there something wrong with him? Maybe he had a serious problem and I could help him. Without him seeing me, I followed him to the parking lot and from there to the back exit door. Dr. Cole walked a few more yards to a darker area, an area where I knew some doctors went to smoke during their breaks, but since it was snowing, no one went during this time of year. When he arrived, someone was waiting for the doctor. A strange, tall, muscular man with a mostly covered body seemed to be waiting for him. When the doctor arrived, the man took off his hat and revealed his face.
Ashton, so nice to see ya. You're getting later and later. Are you fooling around with a nurse? It's getting harder and harder to get out, Joe. I'm afraid they're keeping a much closer eye on me. They might notice. Did you bring the money? Did you get the drugs? When have I failed you?
Joe? I know this man. I saw him on the news recently. This man is a dangerous mobster with an arrest warrant. What business could he have with Dr. Cole? In my head, I was putting things together, but when I saw the drugs, I understood everything.
Hey, Joe, I got another complaint from some nurse today. He got his hands on your merchandise. I need you to take the job seriously next time and alter the date. You know how long that's gonna take, right? Do it or it's over for us. We're being discovered. I say when it's over. Do you understand?
Sir, look! He's a very curious little animal.
Suddenly, a new voice sounded from behind me. My blood froze and my body was paralyzed. They were talking about me. Both men looked in my direction, and I turned around and saw him.
Oh, great. Bring him here.
Before I could react and start running, the huge man hit my belly with an extremely strong blow, and I fell down without air, dizzy. By the hair, the man pulled me to the mobster and threw me close to him.
Robert? Do you know him? He's a new nurse, has lots of energy and asks too many questions. I'm sure he wants to save the world. Oh, that's so sweet. What were you listening to? Did the wind bring you here, Butterfly?
I don't know who you are. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette. You sure couldn't find the pack, could ya? I seen you listening for a long time.
Is that so? Doctor, what should we do with the child? Don't ask me that question. You're the mafia boss. Do what you do best. Indeed. I guess I am the bad guy, right?
Please, don't kill me. I won't say anything.
Oh, that changes everything. Did you hear, Vinny? He won't say anything.
That's a relief, boss.
Joe, can you hurry up? People will start asking questions if we're late. Wow, the doctor doesn't like you, kid. Vinny, get the shovels out. We'll make a snowman.
Not understanding what was going on, I watched as the man started digging a hole in the snow while the mobster kicked me all over the body. Crying, I could not react. I could only see the doctor staring at me helplessly as he smoked a cigarette. His gaze pierced my eyes, and that was all I could see. I felt pain, but what hurt me the most was that sideways look, watching my life being extinguished. After a few minutes, my body was so wounded that I couldn't move. The mobster seemed to know this, so he just kicked my body into the snow hole. Laughing and joking, my body began to fill with more and more snow as the man put the snow back in the hole. Minutes passed and everyone was gone. I tried to escape, but I couldn't move. My body was both sore and numb. I was trapped in a coffin of snow, feeling like I was slowly freezing to death. I could no longer breathe, and the snow felt like a gelid fire burning me slowly. At that moment, nothing else made sense. I didn't have to go and complain about the expired medication. I didn't have to follow the doctor. I didn't have to do anything. What was the point of doing the right thing? No one was doing right by me. No one was coming to save me. It was all pain. My eyes slowly closed and I began to see a light. Was I dying? No, that was the light of the sun. As my eyes closed from the brightness of the sun, I saw a familiar face ahead of me. That man was a homeless person whom we let stay in the hospital. Was he hiding, watching everything, waiting to save me? I couldn't ask myself any more questions. I just fell asleep. And when I woke up, I was in a hospital ward I didn't know about. I was approached by a coworker who was in plain clothes, and that's when it hit me. This was not the hospital where I work. The man who rescued me had told him everything. They both thought it was a lie in case Cole asked them, but that never happened. He never asked about me, as I never even existed. When I recovered, I went back to my hometown to live a quiet life. Maybe someday I will denounce Mr. Cole, but even though I know I will be judged, I don't dare to do it for now. I want to enjoy my family and friends. I don't want to die. I have to admit that being the ice cream man was the most rewarding job I've ever had. I admit the pay wasn't the best, but the job wasn't hard. All I had to do was serve ice cream, and in return, everyone loved me. Normally this would be a good thing, until you realize that maybe being loved by the wrong person can be the worst thing that ever happens to you. It all started on a normal day. A day I woke up thinking that nothing strange would happen, just reloading the merchandise, going around my neighborhood, and selling ice cream. Everything started exactly like that, until I met a very unusual customer. A blonde, very tall, and overweight man approached the ice cream truck.
I want 10 lemon ice creams. No, make it 15. Oh, hello, sir. Let me see if I have any left.
As I was checking and picking them up, I felt the man looking in my direction. It was strange. I had my back to him, but I could still feel his eyes on my back. I felt a shiver with every second I grabbed the ice cream. Why was this happening to me? Why did I feel this way?
It's your lucky day, sir. Normally I bring less of these, but it looks like the distributor gave me too much.
With a huge smile, his eyes totally lit up with happiness. The man took all the ice cream and gave me his money.
Thank you very much. You're such a generous man. My family and I love ice cream. Oh, they're for your family. It makes sense. I didn't think you would eat all of these ice creams. Yeah, my family is very sad, you know, but ice cream makes them happy. I just want them to be happy. That's very noble of you, sir. I hope you enjoy them.
As I was leaving, I must admit I felt a little guilty for judging this man. Yes, his appearance was odd, and the way he spoke was even worse, but he meant well and seemed honestly a good person. I felt a little ridiculous for being uncomfortable around him and just went on my way as he happily walked away with his ice cream. From that day on, I started seeing the man's face a lot more often. Every week, he was waiting for me at the same spot, always anxious to order 15 or 20 of the same brand and flavor of ice cream. I could never anticipate what he wanted, Sometimes he would ask for chocolate, sometimes he would ask for frozen chocolates, and sometimes for strawberry or lemon ice cream. The only thing that always remained the same was his smile, that strange smile that, although it terrified me at first, now became a commonplace. On the other hand, not everything was good. Since this man was asking me for so many of the same kinds of ice cream, then I had no ice cream left for the rest of my rounds, and that made the kids pretty sad. Hell, imagine being a kid and waiting all week to eat your favorite ice cream and not getting it because some guy took 20 of those ice creams a few minutes earlier. I knew this could hurt my relationship with my best customer, but I was feeling pretty guilty, so the next time he asked for ice cream, I lied to him.
I want 18 chocolate-filled ice creams.
I'm sorry, sir. We're a little short of production this time. I can offer you up to 3 ice creams of the same type. I can also recommend you the chocolate ones or these ones filled with...
No! I want the chocolate ones!
In just a second, his smile vanished. His shout made me think he was angry, but he seemed more puzzled as if my answer had thrown him off.
Sir, I'm sorry, but I don't have that much ice cream. But you really should give the rest a chance. Your family will surely like to try more variety.
Liar! My family will be mad. They want the chocolate-filled ice creams. Otherwise, they'll all be angry with me and won't talk to me.
I'm sorry, sir. There's nothing I can do.
As he didn't answer me, I tried to close the door of the van to leave, but before I could react, the man jumped desperately towards it, getting inside.
What do you think you're doing? Get out of my truck, now!
Sir, you don't understand. I need those ice creams. I need them now. My whole family will hate me. They still won't talk to me, and I'm very close to making them talk to me again.
This man was totally crazy. His gaze was lost and he was frantic. It was as if inside this adult man lived a child and a rabid monkey. At that moment, I was terrified, but I could not give in because it could cost me my life.
Sir, I don't know what your problem is, but I'm 1 second away from calling the police. Get out of my truck.
No! Liar! I know you have ice cream. Why are you lying to me? Why are you all lying to me?
Furious, he began to choke me with one hand. I tried to defend myself, but his strength was enormous. With his other hand, the man opened the mini fridge next to him and extended his other hand into it.
Liar! Here they are. You wanted them all for yourself, didn't you? You were going to eat all my family's ice cream.
The man took his hand off my neck, and I breathed as hard as I could, but the terror wasn't over yet. He was still on top of me, trapping me in his huge body. When I was still reacting and understanding what was happening, my peace was gone in just a second. The man had not stopped choking me to free me, but he wanted to use both hands on something else. With one hand, he was holding a popsicle stick, and with the other, he was ripping the popsicle off the stick.
What the hell are you doing? Get off me!
Without any response, my attacker began to shove the popsicle into my mouth. Not satisfied that I didn't swallow, his huge, filthy hands were shoved inside my mouth, down my throat. Between all the ice cream, I could feel his huge, greasy fingers running across my tongue. Without missing a beat, he grabbed another ice cream and repeated the process over and over again. I can't describe to you what I was feeling at that moment. I was gagging, and at the same time, I wanted to throw up, but because of all the ice cream I had in my mouth, I couldn't. To make it even worse, have you ever eaten ice cream too fast and your head started to hurt? Imagine what I was feeling at that moment as whole scoops of ice cream ran down my throat in just seconds. The man was insane, totally blinded. It was as if he didn't even know what he was doing, just shoving more and more ice cream into my mouth without even looking at me, as his gaze was totally lost and he didn't even look angry. Just when I thought all was lost, my salvation came through the back door. Some children saw what was happening and called their parents, who came to my rescue. They quickly pulled the man away, and while the others asked me if I was okay, I fainted. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital. A nurse met me with a doctor who told me they had saved my life by a miracle. I almost choked on my own vomit, and if the doctors in the ambulance did not treat me quickly, I would not have been able to make it to the hospital. Soon after, a policeman came in to ask me to testify about what happened that day. My attacker was not the kind of family person I thought he was, but a killer. His whole family was dead in his house. Their decomposing corpses were littered with melted ice cream. The man was not aware that they were dead. He thought they were just ignoring him, and that by bringing them ice cream, they were going to talk to him. From that day on, I am no longer the ice cream man. I gave the truck to one of my sons who needed to work, and now he is in charge of bringing joy to the children. Every day he leaves, I fear he may not come back. I know this may sound ridiculous, but as crazy as our world is, even being the ice cream man is not safe out there.
Daniel's body arrived?
Yes, sir. Dr. Ramos is performing the autopsy.
Agent Cowley went straight into the forensic lab. Officer Brad followed him with a tense face. After all, it's the third dead body in a row. Inside the forensic lab stood experienced autopsy surgeon Dr. Ramos, who had just finished sewing the skull of a 19-year-old boy.
It seems he died from a blunt head trauma. Someone hit him from behind. He collapsed on the ground and died instantly, just like the 2 previous students.
Did you find the other thing?
Yes, sir. Which tells us it's the same person who killed Judy and Boris. Here, take a look.
Officer Brad took out a small plastic bag and handed it to FBI agent Edmund Cowley. A small Lego toy of a construction worker with blood was inside it.
Did you talk to the parents yet?
No, sir. It's best if you tell them.
Agent Cowley met Daniel's family. His parents shattered in pain and shock, hearing the news of their son's murder. Daniel's mom fainted on the floor, but his dad somehow held the ground. Officer Brad started questioning him about the day Daniel died. Agent Cowley was inspecting the entire house with his sharp eyes when he saw a little boy sitting on the mattress playing with his toys.
Is that your younger son, Mr. Rogers?
Yes.
Agent Cowley sat beside Daniel's brother, Jim, and started a conversation with him.
These are all your toys?
Not that one.
Jim pointed out a small Lego toy of a construction worker. The hair at the back of Agent Cowley's neck stood up. He has seen a Lego toy like this before. Not once, not twice, but thrice. He controlled his palpitation and caressed Jim's hair.
Who gave these to you?
Daniel.
Your brother? Did he say anything about it?
He said the kid who went to heaven wanted me to have this.
Agent Cowley looked at Officer Brad. They both realized the untwined mystery hidden in the words of the 6-year-old.
Which kid?
He didn't say that.
Jim got up and ran upstairs with his robot car. Officer Brad looked at Daniel's father and asked,
What is he talking about? I don't know. Daniel never said anything like that to me.
Agent Cowley picked up the Lego toy from the floor and put it in his pocket. They left Daniel's house and got into the car parked outside.
What do you think Jim meant by this boy who went to heaven?
The kid is dead, and Daniel knew something about it.
So, the person who killed that kid killed Daniel and these 2 other kids as well?
Possible. We need to check the school records.
Cowley could feel the investigation finally taking a fruitful turn. Whoever that toy belonged to has something to do with the death of 3 teenagers in his town. When Officer Brad and Agent Cowley reached Crimson High, the classes had just ended. Students were leaving for home, and Principal Morgan was locking his office.
Mr. Morgan? Agent, what brings you here? Within the last 3 months, did any of your young students, probably at the age of 4 to 6 years, die under mysterious circumstances?
What? No. Why do you ask?
Are you sure? Yes, sir. Crimson High never faced dark times like this before. This is the first time we lost students. We used to be a pretty safe neighborhood.
Officer Brad and Agent Cowley exchanged a confused look. If that Lego belonged to a dead student, then there must be some record. Suddenly, the school janitor came running to the Principal Morton and said,
Sir, she's here again.
For God's sake, leave that woman alone. Just escort her outside the school grounds.
The janitor walked away with a sorry face.
What's happening here? Oh, it's nothing, officer. The cleaning lady used to work in our school after closing hours. She had this little boy named Rory. After he went missing, she's gone completely mad. She visits the school sometimes and stares at the kids creepily. Everyone wants me to throw her out, but I feel bad for her. What did you say? Her kid went missing? Yeah. Brad, do you have this report? If she made a complaint, then of course. Go check. Check it now!
Agent Cowley ran outside the school at full speed. He looked around and spotted the janitor escorting a disheveled-looking homeless woman outside the gate. He screamed,
"Stop! Stop her!"
The woman turned around and smiled creepily. She waved at Agent Cowley as if she came to say goodbye to him. A speeding truck seemed to arrive from the opposite side, and without hesitation, the woman jumped right in front of it.
Damn it!
The area got flooded with cops. After all, it was a recent crime scene. When the paramedics cleared the mutilated remains, Agent Cowley stood on the sidewalk. The trails of blood were still on the road. Officer Brad stood beside him with a disappointed face.
Sir, she filed a complaint about her missing son. She said she brought the kid to school so she could watch over him and work at the same time. The kid must have wandered around the school premises and someone abducted him. Did the cops find out? What happened to him? Sir, actually... What is it? Speak up, Brad. The cops found the kid's dead body in the woods 2 days later, sir. Someone smashed his head with a rock and left him there. What? What happened to the investigation of this case? The appointed officer didn't show much interest because he was the cleaning lady's son? Not from a family of importance in this town? You're making me sick, Brad.
Officer Brad remained silent. He felt highly ashamed learning about the department's negligence over the poor kid's death.
Get in the car now! We need to see Principal Morgan. There has to be a link between the death of this cleaning lady's son and those 3 high school teenagers. I have a feeling she's the one who committed these murders.
They drove like madmen. Upon knocking on Principal Morgan's door, he opened it with teary eyes.
Come in, officers.
He sat them down and expressed his condolences over the death of that poor cleaning lady.
Mr. Morgan, the day her son went missing, who else was present in the school? She worked after closing hours, so probably the gatekeeper, but why do you ask? Are you sure? Can any of the students be there too? The gatekeeper is a strict guy, so there's no way students can sneak inside without getting noticed by him. Unless they were in detention.
A red alarm started going off in Agent Cowley's head. He looked at Brad and they both realized the entire scenario.
Yes, I remember now. 4 kids were sent to detention by their class teachers that day, so it means they were there when Rory went missing. Who's the 4th kid? Let me look at the register. I always write down a strike.
Principal Morgan went upstairs. Agent Cowley and Officer Brad were waiting patiently when they heard a muffled noise coming from the kitchen.
What was that?
They took out their pistols and started following the sound. What they saw swept the ground beneath their feet. A boy around the same age as Daniel was tied up and kept on the kitchen floor. His mouth was taped too. Officer Brad rushed to set him free. Agent Cowley tried to make sense of the situation when he heard Principal Morton's voice from behind.
You arrived at the wrong time, Agent.
He turned around and saw Principal Morton holding a pistol in his hand.
It was you? No! It was them! The 4 evil kids who killed my son because he saw them smoking weed in detention! That poor kid wasn't going to tell anyone, yet they lured him to the voice and took his life ruthlessly! Rory was your son? Hell yeah. I was thinking to ask Diana to marry me on Rory's birthday. I wanted them to give me the life that they deserved. I was finally ready to tell the town that Rory wasn't born out of wedlock, that he was my son, that I was his father! Oh my God. Yes, officer. These vermin killed the poor kid and left him to rot in the woods. Diana went mad. My last chance to have a family got ruined forever. And now today she gave her own life. No one could suffer in silence. Put the gun down, Mr. Morgan. I promise I will investigate the case and you will get justice. What will I do with justice now? I killed those three and left Rory's toy to let the town know it was his revenge. I took them to the dark alley and they followed their principal because they were scared. Because they knew they were bloody murderers. Put the gun down, Principal Morgan.
Principal Morgan let out one last smile and shot the teenage boy. Officer Brad and Agent Cowley shot him right away, but what was done could not be undone. 2 dead bodies collapsed on the ground, and the terrifying Lego murders ended with a shocking turn. Agent Cowley left the town the next day. The case terrorized the townspeople. How far can someone go for love? That's the only question that remained in everyone's mind. I am now living in a different place where everything is a new experience. You might think that's amazing, but the thing is, sometimes what other people consider normal is terrifying to me. I have always been a calm man. In fact, I didn't think that my attitude could ever change. But during the time that I lived in the big city, I began to suffer from anxiety attacks. It was all just too unsettling for me. So, to improve my state of health, I decided to move to a place that would keep me relaxed, just as the doctors recommended. I chose a small town in the countryside, since I had the opportunity to work at the KFC there. I was like, a KFC? There? In the middle of nowhere? But I was even more surprised to find out that it was the only fast food restaurant in town. Anyway, time passed faster than I expected, and my first day of work soon arrived. The KFC seemed to be quite different from the others. Instead of that usual modern appearance, it was cozier, or at least that's what it intended, because the dark wood took away the light and made it look like a very old building. Without waiting any longer, I went inside, but I wasn't really prepared for what I was going to find in front of me. It had been a long time since I came across something like that at a KFC, but even I could say that I had never seen it before, since this statue of Colonel Sanders was different. It was made of metal. Time had already deteriorated it a bit, so it was stained gold in some areas.
Pretty impressive, don't you think?
I just nodded, although my thoughts indicated the opposite.
You must be Jim, right?
I soon found out that only 2 other people were working there. My new coworkers, Steven and Rebecca. They kindly showed me the place. Don't get me wrong, everything was clean, but the darkness and intense heat made me feel like I was in a giant oven. It just wasn't what I would expect from a fast food restaurant at all. When it was time for the preparation of the food to be explained to me, Steven asked me,
"You've worked at KFC before, haven't you?"
Yeah, not too long ago. In fact, that's why I feel quite relaxed.
But you aren't in the city right now, are you?
Rebecca's comment left me silent for a few seconds.
No, of course not. Why do you ask?
In case you haven't noticed, we do things differently around here.
Well, I'm sure I can adapt easily.
I'm not so sure anymore.
Relax, Rebecca. Let's talk about this, okay?
My 2 coworkers went to the kitchen so they could discuss who knows what in privacy. I was willing to adapt, to do new things, so I didn't understand what their problem was. Everything was too lonely. When were the clients supposed to arrive? It seemed as if it were midnight.
Chop. Hey!
I was still alone in that place, even though I could have sworn that...
Jim, come here, please.
I took one more look around before entering the kitchen.
Look, like Rebecca was telling you, we do things a little different around here, you know?
Yeah, sure.
We love KFC, but not just any KFC. We love our KFC because we love the way Colonel Sanders prepares food.
So, you are traditional, right? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes, yes. We make the bread,
We grow the vegetables for the salad and...
We're gonna show you, okay?
I nodded and followed them through the store until we got to a door that I hadn't seen before.
Another room? Why didn't you show it to me before? We had to explain.
The moment Rebecca opened the door and I began to hear the chickens cackling, a chill ran down my spine. It can't be, can it? I thought. From inside the room, the two of them waved to invite me, so I entered.
I'll teach you.
Then, I started to hear a chicken making a lot of noise, and I realized what was happening. Rebecca was holding the animal's neck in her hands. Everything was happening too fast.
Wait!
Right in front of me, she snapped the animal's neck. I remained still, thinking.
It's not difficult.
After Steven's comment, Rebecca put the chicken's corpse on the table.
See, we have to do everything. That's the only way to make fried chicken as delicious as Colonel Sanders used to make. Believe me.
Steven's smiling, blood-splattered face disturbed me so much that I had to leave the room.
Jim?
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna kill a chicken.
See, this is what I meant. City dwellers are hypocrites. They eat them, but they can't kill them.
You have to do it, Jim.
No, I don't have to. You can take care of that.
Colonel Sanders will be upset.
I'll go take a breath.
The next few days, I continued to work while I decided what to do. All I wanted was to be calm, but they wouldn't stop putting pressure on me. Do it, do it, do it, they insisted. Help, help, help. The pressure and the nerves had exhausted me. I had the impression that since I wasn't doing that part of the job, I would be given a lot more responsibilities, like staying late to close.
Cha.
There couldn't be another client, not at that hour.
Cha, you have to.
I examined every corner of the room. I had a bad feeling, but nothing was there.
It's an order.
I'm just too tired, I thought. I made my way to the entrance and put my hand over the switch to turn off the light. But first, I took a quick look at the statue. In that instant, I felt a strong pressure on my chest due to how shocked and terrified I was. Colonel Sanders looked upset, but he was also smiling. It was the expression of a total psychopath, but it wasn't just that. It seemed that he had done what I didn't want to do, since his hands and arms were covered in blood. Unconsciously, I turned off the light and everything was pitch black until I had the courage to turn it back on. But the statue was in its usual position. It didn't take me long to finish what I had to do and get out of there. I was terrified. I couldn't believe I was so out of my mind. When I got home, I took a shower and went to sleep, thinking that would help me.
Chop.
Huh?
Suddenly, I felt as if something was going through my throat and letting all the blood out.
Let me chop it!
The statue was there, right in front of me. I watched as he, once again, brought the knife to my throat before I lost consciousness. That nightmare had been so real that I could still feel the pain in my throat, but I decided to ignore it and went to KFC, determined to quit.
Good morning, Jim. You look great.
Now that he mentioned it, I noticed that I had a lot of energy, not like the days before.
Just like yesterday. You did a good job, by the way.
You think so?
Of course. You chop those necks like a pro. I can even imagine that's how Colonel Sanders used to do it.
Apparently, I had a gap in my memories. How could I have done that yesterday? Something happened a few weeks ago that I still can't get out of my head. Honestly, I don't think I ever will. For a bit of context, my name's Jake. I'm a babysitter who lives in the small town about an hour away from the city. I was contacted by this family who had recently moved in from out of state. They had 2 kids, a boy who was around 7 years old and a girl who was 5. They seemed like a really nice family and the kids were well behaved, so I agreed to babysit for them. When they first contacted me, I'll admit that I felt pretty good about the whole ordeal. I mean, these geeks had no idea how little babysitting paid in smaller towns. The price they offered to pay me was triple what I normally made, so I was more than happy to help them out. I remember the phone call clearly.
Hey, a friend of mine referred me to you. We're new in town and we're looking for a babysitter. Would you be interested? Yeah, sure. I'm always looking for new families to babysit for. When do you need me? How about tomorrow night? We have a dinner party to go to and we need someone to watch the kids. That sounds great. I'll be there at 6.
There's no way I could have known what was going to happen. If I had, I never would have agreed to babysit for them. But as I said, they seemed like a nice family and I needed the money. I arrived at their house right on time the next day. The father answered the door and welcomed me in.
Hello, you must be the new babysitter. Yeah, I am. Sorry about being late. Oh, it's no issue at all.
He told me that his wife was upstairs getting ready and that the kids were in the living room watching TV. He showed me around the house and told me where everything was, and then introduced me to his children. This was the first moment I really noticed something was off. The girl was sitting on the couch, staring blankly at the TV. She didn't even acknowledge my presence when her father introduced me. It was like she was in a trance or something. The boy, on the other hand, jumped up from his seat and ran over to me, shaking my hand vigorously.
Nice to meet you, I'm Timmy. It's nice to meet you too, Timmy.
His energy was infectious, and I found myself smiling despite the weird vibes I was getting from the rest of the family. The father quickly excused himself, telling me that his wife would be down shortly. Minutes later, I heard the door close as he left the house. I sat down on the couch next to Timmy and asked him what he was watching. He told me about some shows that I had never heard before, and I have to admit, I wasn't really paying any attention. My mind was elsewhere. I couldn't help but wonder why the father hadn't introduced me to his wife. It was almost like she didn't want me there. I tried to not think about it, but you have to understand that I was already feeling a bit uneasy about the whole situation. I decided to ask Timmy what his mom was like.
I don't like her. She lies too much and it makes Daddy angry. Want to meet her? But she's not home right now, is she? Of course she is. Let's go.
My curiosity was piqued. I understood this was probably just some game a kid would play, but I couldn't help myself. I followed Timmy upstairs, and he led me to a door at the end of the hallway. He knocked on it lightly and then opened it.
Mom, I want you to meet the new babysitter.
I gasped. My heart sprung into my throat. I couldn't believe my eyes. There, lying in a bed in the middle of the room, was a woman. She looked to be in her early 30s, and she was incredibly thin. Her hair was matted and greasy, and her skin was pallid. She didn't look like she had eaten in weeks. What was quite possibly the most horrifying thing about her, however, was her eyes. They were sunken into her skull, and they were completely black. There was no iris, no pupil, nothing. Just two black voids staring back at me. The woman slowly turned her head to look at me, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being stared at by a monster. Her mouth opened slightly, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. I screamed and stumbled backward, tripping over a chair and falling to the ground. I scrambled to my feet and ran towards the door, but Timmy was blocking it. He had a strange look on his face, and I saw now that his sister had joined him.
Daddy says we can't let you leave. What the hell is going on here? What's wrong with your mother?
I walked toward them, intending to just push past them and make a break for it. But my blood ran cold as I saw a glint of metal in Timmy's hand. He was holding a knife.
Daddy says we can't let you leave because then you'll tell everyone about Mommy. She likes to make pretend sometimes, and if people found out, Daddy would be sad.
Looking wildly around, I remember thinking that this must be some kind of nightmare. There was no way this could be real, but it was, and I was trapped. I had to think of something, and fast. Staring around the room, my eyes set on the window. I sprinted for it and threw it open, not even thinking about the fact that I was 3 stories up. I heard Timmy and his sister screaming behind me as I leaped out onto the thin roof that ran along the side of the house. I edged my way along the roof, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear him. Timmy followed close behind me, giggling uncontrollably. I looked back and saw him standing at the edge of the roof, knife in hand. I screamed at him to stay back, but it only made him laugh harder. I turned back around and kept moving. I was almost to the end of the roof when I felt something sharp slice through my leg. I screamed and fell to the ground, clutching my wound. Timmy was standing over me, grinning from ear to ear.
Daddy says it's time for dinner. Go to hell!
I kicked him as hard as I could in the shin, and he yelped, dropping the knife. He stumbled backward and fell off the roof, screaming. His blood-curdling screams echoed in my ears as I lay there in pain, waiting for help to arrive. I was later hospitalized and treated for my injuries. I never saw Timmy or his sister again, but I still think about that day often. From the official story, the father had been abusing his children and his wife, holding them hostage in the house. The mother had stage 4 cancer and was close to death. The children had been brainwashed into thinking that if they let anyone leave, their mother would die. I didn't buy it though. I still remember Timmy's sister's soulless eyes, and I still hear his giggling sometimes in the middle of the night. I don't know what happened to that family, but I do know that I never want to find out. I just hope I never see them again.
I was about 14 when one night I was walking back from my best friend's house. It was a cold winter and the bike path was extremely icy. It was about 9:30, so the area was deserted. I got about halfway along the path when this old man riding a rickety bike rode straight past me. He looked like he was around 85, so I was a bit confused when I saw him. He rode up along the path and kept going. The path split in 2 directions and he continued along the first. My house was on the second. I watched him take the turn up the first path and I got onto the second. Again, it was just me and the sound of my footsteps. Now, this was where it got freaking scary. A loud sound of a bike bell came from behind me. Turning back, I saw it was the same old man and he was following me on his bike. I'll never forget his face. I can see it now. The way he stared. Cloudy but focused eyes locked on me like I was the only thing in existence. I increased my pace and he kept following. Once I walked up to my porch, the old man watched me while sitting on his bike from the other side of the road. The fact that he now knows my address gave me a sleepless night. But as he hadn't done anything to harm me yet, I ignored the matter. The next morning, I was doing my workouts in my dad's garage when I heard the sound of a shutter click. I quickly looked back but saw no one in the empty streets. I resumed my workouts when I heard a chuckle. I had never turned my head so fast in my entire life. It was him, the creepy old man who followed me home last night.
What the hell? What are you doing here?
No, don't be afraid of me. I just wanted to say hi to such a beautiful girl. Here, I brought these for you.
He took out a small bouquet of roses and held them to my face. His wide eyes stared at me, accompanied by a huge grin. I wanted to say no, but then thought if I just take the flowers, he'd go away. So, I did. As soon as I took the flowers, he took out his phone.
You sure are sweaty. You don't want to get heat stroke. You might want to take your shirt off.
What? No! Get lost!
He started getting close to me and giggling in a very freaky way. I screamed at the top of my lungs and pushed him. He stumbled on the ground and I ran inside to call my parents. By the time I was back with them, the old man had vanished into thin air. My parents had installed a CCTV camera in the garage through which they saw the footage of the man approaching me. I was strictly told not to wander alone and the next time I see him I should call 911. The next day, I got invited to a sleepover at my friend's house. There were 3 of us staying that night. When my dad dropped me at Kathy's, my eyes took a quick scan of the area. I heard a bike bell and got goosebumps. But when I saw it was just a boy passing by, I heaved a sigh of relief.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, don't worry, Dad.
All right. Good night, kiddo. You have fun with your friends. I'll pick you up in the morning, okay?
Good night, Dad. See you tomorrow.
I stood outside Kathy's house watching my dad drive away. I remained there for a few more minutes. something at the back of my mind kept giving me a bad feeling. I was looking around with terrified eyes, thinking I would see that old man any minute. Then Kathy patted me on the back.
Hey, what are you waiting for? Trixie has already arrived. Jeez, you scared me. Whoa, you look tense, dude. Are you okay? Let's go.
We went in and I filled my friends in about that guy.
Darn, what a creep. If he came near me, I would have kicked him in the nuts.
My friends kind of blamed me, saying that if I hadn't taken the flowers from him, things wouldn't have escalated that far. But I was only a teen who was just starting to learn about the dangers of the world. I had enough talking about the creeper, so I suggested to my friends we should do something fun. That's when Kathy said,
Hey, want to go to the basement and try Dad's drinks? Really? You want a drink? Yeah, why not? Mom and Dad are at the neighbors across the street. They won't be back before midnight.
Now, the basement of Kathy's house was a little different than ours. There was a big window close by the stairs from where we could see outside. Kathy and Trixie started drinking while I stood on the stairs looking outside that window. It was quite dark, so I could barely see anything. As I leaned on the glass to get a good look, a flash of light blinded me. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust. Outside the window was a face. The face of an old man plastered against the glass. His eyes were staring back at me. There was an unending hunger in them. The fact that he was looking back at me from the other side of the window made me numb with fear. My suspicion had come true. The creep had followed me to my friend's house as well. Another flash of light appeared as he took my picture on his phone. Seeing the light coming from the window and me staring like a statue, Kathy got up to see. As she came in front of the window, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Loud running footsteps pounded outside and I fainted. All of our parents went straight to the cops that night, but the old man couldn't be identified or found. I haven't seen him after that, and I would always get anxious whenever I was around old people for a long time. Even today, when my son meets a stranger, I keep a strict eye on him. It only takes a few seconds to get traumatized for life these days.
The story you just saw is based on this terrifying footage. The footage serves as a reminder on why you should never leave your kids outside. The following clip shows a young girl simply trying to enjoy her day when a freaky old man appears from the streets after noticing her working out in her garage. At first, the old man hides in the corner and takes out his phone. He starts recording her very sneakily. Then, he walks inside the garage holding flowers. He pretends to be friendly and offers the girl the flowers. You can see the girl hesitating and stepping back at first, but being innocent, she ends up taking the flowers. It's possible that she thought the man will go away if she took the flowers, but the man goes up being even creepier after a few seconds. He takes out his phone and asks the girl if he could take her pictures. Thankfully, the girl sees the red flag and pushes the man onto the ground. She screams and then kicks the old man running inside her house. The man doesn't stay any longer and quickly gets up to run. There's no news on the man getting caught, but hope the girl never had to see him again.
Good afternoon, passengers. This is your captain speaking. First, I'd like to welcome everyone on.
Would you like some wine, sir?
Sure, hit me.
Is everything comfortable, sir?
Well, I was thinking if you had any other seat.
Today's your lucky day, sir. We just got an upgrade on that row. If you want...
I'll take anything.
Please, follow me.
Not that good either.
Sorry, sir. This is what we have.
Fine. Ma'am? Hello? Ma'am?
Ah! What? Where? Who? Good Lord! Are you trying to kill this poor, beautiful lady?
That wasn't my intention. All I want is to sit down on my seat.
Do you have no regard for people's feelings? I guess women these days are so cheap that men have stopped respecting them.
Enough! Just move away so I can sit! What the hell?
Did I scare you?
Just stay the heck away from me, okay? You don't want to mess with me.
My inner voices told me to tell you. You had beautiful eyes.
What?
Yes, you'll make a beautiful corpse.
Ah!
Sir, are you okay? Do you feel sick? Do you need a doctor?
Where did that lady go?
Which lady, sir?
The one who was sitting here when you changed my seat.
I'm sorry, but you must have been mistaken. You were sitting here from the very beginning, sir. This is your seat.
What the? This is my seat. Did I just dream it all?
Sir, if you need a doctor, we can...
No, I'm fine. How long till landing?
Not much longer, sir. Just press the bell if you need anything.
Cool, I'll meet you all at your place then. Don't tell others. I want a surprise. Wait, is this even real? Am I still dreaming? Okay, definitely not a dream. Why is she staring like that? Where do you want to go? Huh? Your address. Do you want this cab? Yes. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. I lived here with my parents until I left for college. The city hasn't changed a bit. Maybe, but it isn't safe anymore like it used to be. Why do you say that? Nothing. Just some rumors going around. I'm not even sure if they're true. What rumor? The one about the dancing lady. Sorry, what? We shouldn't be talking about her at night. Why? Who is she anyway? Some people have seen her on the street at night. She would dance facing her back. Her hands will be dangling in the air and she'll move on her toes from one side to the other. No one has seen her face, because when she chased them, all they did was run. What bullcrap. Just drive, I have to be somewhere. Here you go. Thanks. This city'll never change, neither will its people. Stupid morons. Dancing lady my foot. What the? Why is she dancing like that? Is this all happening, or am I just losing my mind? She was right there, right? What's happening to me?
Are you looking for me?
The story you just saw is loosely based on the trending rumors going around the internet about the Serbian dancing lady. One TikToker uploaded the first footage of his encounter with the creepy lady at night. The guy was walking with his mother when they saw a distant figure dancing in a weird fashion. When the lady noticed their presence, she charged towards them, shouting profanities and claiming to be the ambassador of death. The TikToker claims that the lady shouted that his mother's life was needed for an ancient ritual to resurrect the King of Serbia. The figure's movement, he said, did not seem like that of a human, but was so entrancing, as if moving every muscle in her body. So, do you think the Serbian dancing lady is some urban legend, or a real creep lurking in the deserted streets in the middle of the night? I knew something was wrong with her the day she came for the interview. Her whole demeanor seemed odd to me. She had these old framed glasses and a stern face, but she somehow managed to impress us with her professional behavior. She said her name was Jolene. I took her to the children's bedrooms, one after the other. She didn't seem much interested, though. The way she walked was weird, too. Her upper body was slouched, showing her layered belly. I showed her where the toiletries are kept, but she was more interested in watching TV in the hall across.
Jolene? Jolene!
Yeah?
Did you hear what I just said? Sorry, I got distracted. Please, pay attention.
Soon, Jolene became a presence in the house. My 5-year-old son and 2-year-old daughter are shy kids. They never made a fuss. Jolene was good with them, but she hardly interacted with my kids. She always kept to her job. This is the only reason she kept being our kids' nanny. But soon, things started to change. One day, I entered my son's room and saw him holding his breath. Jolene was folding his clothes and saying,
"Don't cheat now. You know you made a mistake."
I opened the door and said,
"What's going on here?"
My son's face was turning red. I rushed towards him and screamed,
"Stop it!"
My son exhaled deeply. I turned towards Jolene.
Why was he holding his breath?
No, Mama. I made a mistake. Jolene told me not to mess up the washed clothes. We don't learn without punishment, right?
What the? Jolene? Is this what you're teaching my kids?
My husband rushed into the room hearing my voice. I explained everything. We both warned Jolene not to punish our kids no matter what. She must inform us first, and we will decide what happens next. Jolene obviously didn't seem much happy about it. I was so mad at her, but I couldn't kick her out of the house because of my husband. I avoided her and cut off her wage for her behavior with my son. Every day after work, Jolene would ask my permission before going home. So one day I was busy doing our taxes. It was around 7 p.m. My kids have yet to go to bed. They wanted to play for some time more, so I let them. Jolene asked me,
"Can I go home now?" "Stay until they go to bed, okay?"
She didn't say anything, just looked at me in a very creepy way. A smirk came to her face and she silently left. Time went by and I tucked my kids into bed. My husband and I had dinner and went to bed as usual. It was around 2 in the morning. I woke up feeling thirsty. I came down and didn't bother to switch in the light. The pale moonlight from the window was enough to get by. I poured water into the glass when I felt a deep breath on my shoulder. I turned around and saw a pair of eyes glowing behind me. The owner of the eyes brought her face closer, and I saw it was Jolene.
"Can I go home now, ma'am?"
Oh my god! You're still here?
"You told me to stay, so..."
Good lord, Jolene. Yes, you can go home.
I woke my husband up and he drove Jolene home. One day I took my kids to the park for a small picnic. Jolene was holding the pram with my daughter in it. My son ran ahead of us, pointing out to a tree. We sat under the shade of it and my kids played right in front of my eyes while I had some fresh juice. Jolene was standing in the corner when I saw her looking at a woman. Her face changed. She got nervous, and the woman, too, has started approaching her now. The woman came to us and hugged Jolene.
"How are you now?" Fine. What are you doing here?"
I got shifted to the hospital here. Anyways, take care.
She left and I was confused.
Jolene, how do you know this woman?
"I had an accident last year. She was a nurse at the Harrington Hospital. She took good care of me."
I couldn't believe her words because the woman said similar things that made sense about this explanation, but deep down inside, I doubted it all. It was a Saturday night. My husband and I went out for dinner with a couple of friends. Jolene looked off more than ever. She hardly spoke a word after that incident in the park. Kissing my kids goodbye, I left in the car with my husband. On the way back, I called to the hospital where Jolene was admitted. I asked about Jolene's record, and they said they gave me the shocking news. Jolene was a patient there, but she never had any accidents. She was there for 3 years, in the psychiatric ward. I knew she was crazy. I knew there was something wrong with her head. My husband never drove faster than that day in our entire life. When we reached home, our house was in complete darkness. All the lights were turned off. We ran in.
Jolene? Kids? Mom and Dad are back.
Jolene? But it was dead silence. We walked upstairs and I began hearing this slashing sound. I walked into my daughter's bedroom and she was not there in her bed. The bathroom door was wide open, light coming from it, along with the slashing sound. With my shaking body and racing heart, I peeked inside the bathroom. I saw Jolene sitting on the floor facing her back at me. She had a knife in her hand, soaked in blood. She was stabbing something repeatedly. Suddenly, realizing my presence, she looked back, and I saw a demon hiding in human form. Her huge grin told me what I had lost. The story you just saw is loosely based on the terrifying crime in the late afternoon of October 25th, 2012, at the La Rochelle apartment building on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Lucia and Leo Krim, aged 6 and 2, were murdered by their nanny, Yoselin Ortega. She was convicted of stabbing the children to death with kitchen knives while their mother, Marina Krim, and 3-year-old sister, Nessie, were a few blocks away at a swimming lesson. Upon returning home, their mother and sister found Lucia and Leo dead in a bathtub at the family apartment. On February 22, 2018, 12 jurors were chosen for Ortega's trial, and opening statements began on March 1st in Manhattan Supreme Court. On April 18, 2018, Ortega was found guilty of first-degree murder and second-degree murder. Ortega was sentenced on May 14, 2018, to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
We all have secrets that we like to keep hidden from the world. We fear that if anyone got to know about it, it might scare them off. I have one too, and it's the weirdest of all. For the sake of the story, I would like you to know me as Seth. Sorry, but I can't give out my real name. So, by profession, I'm a graphic designer, which involves hours and hours of sitting in front of the computer. In between my gigs, I watch videos for entertainment, and most of these videos happen to be ASMR mukbangs. A weird satisfaction runs through my veins when I watch people eat. The more food, the better. I can't explain how and why I like watching these videos, but it gives me relief. Not a day goes by when I go to bed without watching at least 4 to 5 mukbangs. But this habit has now developed into an unhealthy obsession. When the mukbanger eats, I could feel saliva forming in my mouth. My pupils dilate as I watch them insert food into their mouths. The messier it gets, the happier I feel. One night, I was watching a girl eat raw eggs when my mom called.
Seth, do you know what happened to the neighbor's kid?
Mom, I'm busy. Can I call you later?
No. The news is all over the paper. Wait, I'll send you a link.
She forwarded this online article, and from there, it all started. Our neighbor's kid was arrested for selling illegal items on the dark web. This wasn't the first time I heard about the dark web. I was going back to my videos when suddenly, an idea sprung into my mind. I have been to the Tor browser quite a few times when I was in college. Old memories hit me and I decided to surf the deep web again. But this time, I wanted to see if there were any creepy videos related to mukbangs. Yes, I know you already think I'm insane, but please bear with me, because what happened next has changed my life forever. After scrolling through cringeworthy websites and advertisements on hiring a hitman, I stumbled onto this link for joining a chat room. The title read, Blank Soup. Thinking I'd found what I was looking for, I clicked on it. The screen started loading and I couldn't keep still.
Why is it taking so long?
Just when I started to think that I had been scammed, the page redirected to a live stream. A man wearing a white tank top was sitting in front of a table in an empty room that had nothing but white walls. His face was down and he looked malnourished, like he hadn't eaten in days. At first, I thought he was unconscious, but then suddenly, he looked up. There was fear in his face. His eyes were wide and he started breathing heavily, looking at the camera. I could count the bones in his rib cage each time he inhaled.
What the?
Suddenly, the door behind him opened and a guy dressed in a weird costume entered. He was looking like some freaky mascot. He had this huge cartoon head and was dressed in black. He was holding a bowl in his hand. The guy placed the bowl in front of that man and handed him an oversized spoon which looked more like a ladle. The man started eating from the bowl using that oversized spoon, and soon, things turned creepier.
What is he eating?
Once the man dipped the spoon into the bowl, I discovered he had been given a bowl of chicken noodle soup. So far, nothing bizarre, right? I mean, I expected to see him eat cockroaches or worms, but it was only a bowl of chicken soup. The man took the first gulp and went for a second, but the more he ate, his behavior changed. He started crying. He was sobbing like he was in a lot of pain. The guy in the costume started patting as the man kept eating and crying at the same time. It all made no sense to me. Within a minute, the door opened again and another guy wearing that same costume entered the room. He had this big jar in his hand and filled the bowl. It was evident by now that they were feeding the man chicken soup forcefully. The way the man ate also signified how hungry he was, because he kept finishing the soup in seconds. But he didn't stop crying though. I had seen many torture videos on the dark web before, but honestly, this one didn't match that craziness at all. There came a point when the man couldn't eat anymore, but he still kept stuffing the food into his mouth with that ladle. Some amount of soup dropped from his mouth and he made this gagging sound.
Okay, now it's getting creepy.
I realized that those identical costume guys intended to overfeed this man with chicken soup. The man ate, and when he couldn't anymore, he vomited on that table. His body was shaking and his eyes were screaming for help, staring into the camera. But those guys kept patting his back, stroking the hair on his head like he was their loving child. And they just wanted him to be healthy. People who were watching this video with me had started to comment under the live stream by then, and I decided to check them for more context to what was happening with this man. Most of the comments were straightforward and freaky on how these men should force this man to do more crazy stuff. I agree, I'm a bit creepier than most people, but those who commented on feeding him worms, snakes, and even his own vomit made me realize how twisted people on the dark web are. After scrolling through the entire chat section, I didn't find anything to shed light on the matter. When I went back to the video, the man was vomiting all over his clothes and yet still eating the chicken soup.
Okay, this is boring now.
I had enough of this, so I exited the website and went to bed for the night. A few days went by and I completely forgot about this video when one day, I saw it on YouTube. Someone has uploaded it onto YouTube and people were going nuts over it. Having watched it from the source, I wasn't expecting much to see. But then I found this one comment that made me crap my pants. Someone has shared a theory which is going viral about this video, and it said,
"Poor man. No doubt he loved his wife a lot."
Feeling shocked and confused, I read the thread and got to know it wasn't chicken soup that the man was forced to eat. Rather, he was eating the soup made of his wife's meat. A creepy video surfaced on YouTube in 2005, featuring a man in distress in an empty white room. The man seems to be undergoing mental torture as he cries, and two mysterious masked men are confronting him. The man who seems to be eating something from a bowl. The clip gets even weirder when you notice he uses a comically oversized spoon. The masked man, who was later identified to be dressed as the Ray Ray character, starts to stroke the man soothingly, something that seems to distress the man further. You then see a second Ray Ray character appear and begin massaging the man on the table. This rubbing gesture makes the man finally break into hysterics and fits of fear. According to the legend, the figures in the costumes kidnapped the man and his wife. They then starved the man for days and served him soup made of the remains of his wife, whom they also killed. That was why he was crying and appeared to be about to vomit. That was why the figures patted his back. They were torturing him, mockingly sympathizing with him, as they force-fed him the cannibalized remains of someone he loved. My name is Edward, and I have a question to ask you. What's the strangest thing you experienced? The world is a strange place. When I watch the news, I see programs where people go into caves, mountains, and even criminal hideouts. I, for one, don't need to do any of that. Because what I'm about to tell you happened in the place where I should always feel safe. The door of my house. It all started on a Monday afternoon. I was parking my car in the garage after coming home from work, and that's when I saw her for the first time. A strange woman was standing in the house across the street, obsessively ringing the doorbell for the neighbors. This was the time they were picking up their kids from school. So naturally, no one came out of the house. I walked across the street and told her that no one was there. She didn't look like a salesperson or anything like that, because of the insistence with which she was ringing. But when I approached her to talk, I regretted it. Her eyes were wide, her gaze lost, and I even noticed that some drool was dangling from her mouth.
Excuse me, miss. There's no one home at this hour. They take their children to school.
At my comment, she just looked at me for a few seconds and began to laugh frantically, as if what I had said was the funniest thing in her life. As she laughed, she looked at me with a face of indescribable fury, while at the same time, she rang the bell louder and louder. I must admit that this situation scared me a lot, even though she was just an unarmed woman ringing the doorbell. Her terrifying look penetrated my eyes and gave me chills. I decided to leave the house. The next day I would tell the neighbors what happened. As soon as I got home and told my family, we all went to see the woman through the window, but she was gone. I thought about calling the police to let them know, but it didn't make any sense. Surely I would never see that woman again, or so I thought.
What? Who could it be at this hour?
When I woke up, it was after 2 a.m. Who would be ringing my doorbell so late? It was her, the same woman who had been ringing the neighbor's door. Now she was at my house.
What do you want? Get out of here or I'll call the police.
Hey! Let me in! Let me in now! This is my house!
Your house? You're mistaken. This isn't your house.
In response to my refusal, the woman rang the doorbell more and more violently.
This is my house, and I will come in! Open my door! Now!
Edward, what's going on?
Anna, call the police. Tell them there's someone trying to break into our house.
I approached the door again, and when I looked through the hole, I jumped back in shock.
What the? Get away from my house! We're calling the police!
Suddenly, the woman began to laugh hysterically, the same way she laughed when she was at the neighbor's house. She was not only ringing the doorbell, but also kicking the door angrily. But she never stopped laughing. With each passing second, this woman became more and more violent. She started ripping all the plants out of their pots and throwing them against my door. The neighbors' windows were slowly opening, and they were looking at us with concern.
This is my house! My house! My house! My house!
Nobody knew what was going on. The woman ran around the whole house, looking for a way to get in. Through the back door, through the windows. She was just trying to get in somehow. Even though Anna had taken the children upstairs, I could hear them crying inconsolably. The woman went back to the main entrance and kept ringing the doorbell frantically. She was ramming the door as hard as she could while still ringing the doorbell every chance she got. I knew it was impossible for her to break down the door, since it was fortified, but I held it anyway. I was terrified of what would happen if somehow this woman managed to get into my house. But after a few seconds of struggle, the police arrived. They didn't need to ask her what was going on, because as soon as she saw them, she ignored them and kept ringing the doorbell. She did not put up any resistance to being stopped, but for some reason, I could see how she forced her arm out and kept ringing the doorbell. The police told me that this woman had never caused a disturbance before. She had no criminal record and was not under the influence of any drugs. We never knew why she did what she did, although honestly, I never asked. Today, we still wonder what would have happened if this woman had gotten into our house. I mean, she wasn't armed and she didn't look particularly strong. In theory, she looked like a normal woman, but if you had been there, if you had seen her terrifying honey-colored eyes staring back at you, you would have understood that this woman was capable of anything. On March 27, 2022, in California, a strange woman begins ringing the doorbell of a family home. The woman claims to the owner that this is her home. In this dramatization, we saw everything that happened, only omitting the high frequency of explicit language that the real footage has.
Of course, I the house.
Who are you looking for?
It's my house. What the Hello?
Go away.
My house.
Unless you got the wrong house, seriously, go.
Oh, well, I jumped off my thing. It says my house.
There used to be this girl I babysat when I was in high school, and she was in primary school. Her name was Rachel. She was the oldest of 3 girls, and in pretty much every way possible, she was perfect. Her young siblings would always faithfully follow her example, which made babysitting for that family the easiest job I ever had. She was so beautiful too, and I knew she would have a bright future and would be loved by everyone in her life. Honestly, I was a little jealous of that, but I was still sad when she got old enough to take care of herself and her younger siblings. Then, eventually, I went off to college, so for several years I never saw Rachel or her family. In my 3rd year of studying psychology, I finally had a reason to reach out to her and catch up. I was doing a study on the effects of meditation, and I needed some subjects. Since I could use anybody for the study, I decided that the first person I wanted to use was Rachel. She was the perfect person.
Hello? Hi, is this Rachel? It's me, Caroline.
Oh my God, Caroline! It's been so long. How are you?
I'm good. Been very busy with college. I missed you a lot.
I missed you too. I've been struggling a bit with high school. It was better when you were here helping me with my homework. So, anyway, what made you call?
Well, I might have an opportunity for you to make some money. I just need to pick your brain about a few things and ask that you keep it a secret.
How much money?
$100.
$100? Deal.
Great. Can you meet me tomorrow?
I sure can. I'll be at the Richmond station around 5:30 once I get off school.
I was excited to meet up with Rachel as soon as possible. I wasn't in any rush to finish the study, but I just wanted to see her again. I made sure to be there to meet her just before she got there. It's hard to describe just how my heart fluttered when I saw Rachel again. She was even more amazing than I remembered. But the greatest part about seeing her then was that instead of hanging out at her parents' house with her other siblings, I got to take her over to my house for the first time. Just us. We caught up on the train ride over to my part of town, and we got so talkative that I completely forgot to mention the study I was doing. When we got off the train and started walking to my apartment, we passed by a pizza place. We were both a little hungry, so we decided to stop in and get a pie. Afterwards, I also picked up a case of beer. Rachel was a little apprehensive to drink, but I assured her it wouldn't be a problem.
I'm not sure I'm old enough for that, Caroline.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not your babysitter anymore. It won't hurt to loosen up a little.
Well, if you say so.
When we reached my apartment, we hung out for a couple more hours, eating pizza, drinking beer, and just laughing and reminiscing about the old days, really having the best of times. Then, out of nowhere, I remembered I was supposed to be doing a study on Rachel.
Oh, crap. I forgot all about it.
I'm sorry. I should have reminded you.
No, it's okay. We can still do it. Let me just set up the room.
The study involved recording the difference in a person's mood before and after a 15-minute session of meditation. There was more to it than that, but it's been so many years since then I could hardly remember. I started with a short questionnaire. Then I lit some candles and turned off the lights. Then I guided Rachel through a simple practice of meditation, controlling her breathing, letting go of her thoughts, and becoming mindful of her body and her surroundings.
Something strange started happening after a few minutes, though. After I got Rachel in a good state and let her be for a bit, I was supposed to check in on her and ask her the same questions as before. However, she had become almost unresponsive, like she could barely hear me or even remember that I was there. She wouldn't open her eyes either, and even when she did try to respond to me, her words were so slurred together that I couldn't understand a word she was saying. Then, out of nowhere, she fell back on the bed and passed out.
Rachel, are you okay?
She only got worse from there, twitching like she was having some kind of seizure and foaming at the mouth.
Oh my god. Rachel, wake up!
I tried to shake her from the episode, but she was inconsolable. It was almost like she was possessed.
Rachel, please, are you in there? Rachel? Rachel, if you're awake, tell me now.
There was no response from her, just silence.
Perfect.
Finally, my plan was working. A bunch of greasy food, some alcohol, a bit of calming meditation, and a whole lot of sleeping pills crushed up and sprinkled on her slices of pizza while she wasn't looking was making her totally catatonic and vulnerable. Now, she was completely defenseless. I grabbed the telephone cord on my nightstand and wrapped it around Rachel's neck and then squeezed with all my might. But then, somehow, Rachel woke up.
Caroline!
Don't fight it.
She was stronger than I thought, but I was always bigger than her.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick and know these people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is a picture I've been painting. I can never talk shit out because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, sting in my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick and know these people around me fucking judge me.
Every day I gotta say that I'm fine, every day I gotta live through a lie, acting like I haven't been through a lot, acting like I'm superhuman and stupid. I don't wanna do it, I'm not gonna fake. Don't even ask if I'm feeling okay. I don't really wanna deal with today. I don't want nothing to do with nobody. You don't know me just cause you've been around me. I just be letting you think it's that way. Yeah, I'ma show you a smile today. Bet you tonight I'ma drown in my pain. Nobody's there for me when I need help. I deal with all of this shit by myself. Can't think of anyone who's really there. Where the fuck are you if you really care? Cause you ain't around when I'm down on my luck. You don't give a fuck, it ain't nothing new to me. I know that I ain't the person I used to be. Constantly deal with depression, abusing me. Sad part about it is that I got used to it. Now I'm expecting this shit. This ain't how I wanna live, but I think this is as good as it gets. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll really believe I belong. But until then I'll pretend that I'm strong and just put all of my pain in my songs, hoping that somebody play it and hear what I'm saying and feel all the pain in my thoughts. I hope they feel all the pain in my thoughts.
I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder, think that angels on vacation. All with no consent from me, I hate this conversation. My brain's been invaded, demons in my thoughts all day. And now I feel like I'm talking to Satan. Devil on my shoulder.
I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fucks should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm always walking alone, there's nowhere to go, I'm feeling straight dead like a mummy. And I'm never tripping for hoes, I'm driving the boat, don't come to me unless about money. I guess it's the way life goes, so dense, so cold, can't count on nobody for nothing. Too lost in my head, I'm unknown, roll up in smoke, because I swear it's never sunny. I get high to bounce a low, just sick getting old, there's people around me fucking judge me. Constantly I'm faded to forget about the hatred, not apparent to the public, cause my mind's too fucking dangerous. Just display myself in music, this is the picture I've been painted. I can never talk shit up because I get too fucking anxious. Fake love, internet text and a breakup, break trust. Tell me why the fuck I fucking hate us. Hate love, damage in my brain, I just need patience. You don't understand my situation, it's dangerous. Demons take my body, different types of occasions. Feel like I'm alone and I can never escape this. People talking about me while I'm talking to Satan. I'm talking to Satan. I know that you think I'm a junkie, it's why you can't trust me, it's why you don't love me, yeah. I've been all alone on my own, that's actually a joke, but none of this fuck should be funny. And I'm double sipping Patron, stinging my throat, I feel that shit all in my tummy. And I'm